Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay. So, how are you all? Fine, sir. So, only I could not hear. How are you? Okay. So, are you excited for this intermediate indirect tax, that is GST fast track batch? Yes or no? Okay. So, I am also pretty much excited and so happy to see you all once again. So, because I have been doing it from quite a long time, so you all know that, and this is actually our fourth batch in terms of free fast track, and this time we just modified the name to exam oriented. So why, sir, it is exam oriented, why not fast track? Because many students were asking me like, sir, fast track means will it be fast? Actually it will not be fast. It is the same flow only, but only thing I will not be discussing a lot of clutter in terms of bare act or how the provision has come, etc. and all. To the point or from the exam point of view, whatever is really important, that only I will be covering. So that's why just we change the name from fast track to exam oriented batch. But otherwise the content is same, the context is same, and the fun is same, everything is same. Okay. And as usual, like last time we did for 5 days, and this time also we are going to have our batch for 5 days. So starting from today, for the next 5 days, we are going to complete the entire GST portion for CA intermediate exam, that is for 50 marks. Is it clear? Then, and sir, which book we need to refer, etc. Any book of mine if you have, you can refer from that. For example, you know, if you are having some resource book, you can refer that, or previous attempt revised book, you can refer that. If you don't have anything, you can purchase the new book. If you are already having some book of May 24 exam, and if you are appearing for September 24, kindly don't buy any book. Okay? So, book so it's like what is the need? Because actually the syllabus from May 24 to September 24, there is no change for that reason only. And before moving further, I just wanted to ask you, how many of you are appearing for September 24? Oh, majority are September 24 only. So Jan 25? Okay, few, very few. Okay, no issue. So I'll tell you the reason why I am discussing this. You all should know this, that if you are appearing for May 24, if you are appearing for May 24, all the amendments up to 30th April 2000, that is 31st October 2023 will be applicable for May 24 exam. And now you are not appearing for May 24, you are appearing for September 24. If it is September 24, literally 6 months back. 6 months backwards means what? Up to 29 February 2024. This time February is 29 days. Okay. So till February 29, 2024, what are all the changes are there that will be applicable for your September 24 exam. Then suppose if you are appearing for Jan 25 exam, then all the changes which are up to 30 June 2024 will be applicable for your exam. You understood? Henceforth, this is how it is going to be. So we don't have November exam, we have only September and Jan exam. Furthermore, now my job is becoming more difficult. For you, no problem, because you place entire burden on me, on my shoulders, and you will say, sir, I trust you, sir. And when I trust you, I know that you will take care. So now already half acre gone. So now I have to see what are all the changes that is there which is applicable for your exam, and I need to teach. So for that reason, I'm just giving you this clarity. May 24, all the amendments which was already covered in the previous book itself. Then September 24 also, because between October to February, not much amendments. Reason being, November, December, Jan, Feb, etc. and all, we were actually busy in elections. Indian government was busy in elections. Not even one amendment came during this time, except for one small amendment like biometric Aadhaar authentication extended to Puducherry and Andhra Pradesh, which was previously for Gujarat. So whenever that concept comes across, I will discuss that. But apart from that, no much changes. So that's why I told you, if you have a book of May 24, kindly use the same book for September 24 also. If you don't have the book, suppose if you have the older book, somewhere like November 23 or etc., so you need to definitely buy the new book applicable for September 24. And some of you said, sir, I am appearing for Jan 25. Now what are the changes? So up to 36/2024, we are right now in which month? We are right now in which month? You know that, na? So August month. We are right now in August month, means June month over already? Yes. So what are all the amendments applicable for Jan 25? By now we know. So from February to June, only 10 amendments are there. 10 amendments are there, that too 10 circulars are there. These 10 circulars, if you know, then whatever portion that you are learning here, plus 10 circulars, that will be the portion for Jan 25 exam. Sir, what about May 25 exam? Anyone here May 25? No, na? Ayya. So don't write May 25. Reason being, around 65 amendments for May 25 at inter level itself, as on today. As on today. Then again, by September 9th, GST Council meeting is going to happen. Then again some 10-15 amendments will come. So somehow clear group 1 for September 24, if not missing Jan 25. That should be your target. Because don't think of May 25, because DT also, IDT also, fully it has changed. Maybe, in our finance minister's body, something has entered. We don't know, Chandramukhi or, something has entered, that the amendments were flooding like crazily and lot of changes. And therefore, as a student, it will be very difficult, because what happens here is that you need to unlearn something and again learn new things. So don't take this chance. So therefore, what is your target? September 24, any cost. Suppose if your attempt itself is for Jan 25, it's okay, 10 amendments only, no issue. And that 10 amendments I am going to cover in the classes, this batch itself. So this batch will be equally applicable for September 24 as well as Jan 25. But when I am telling about the amendment for Jan 25, others close your ears, okay? Because it's not applicable for you. No sir, what if? No what if. No what if. You are going to clear. First you should have a confidence on yourself. Before others believing in you, you should believe in yourself. Will you agree with me? Because last batch also, when many students came, I said the same thing. Daily morning when you get up, the first thing that you need to believe in yourself is that this attempt will be my final attempt for CA intermediate. At any cost, I need to clear this attempt. And if you see the result is not like difficult. They have given a reasonable result. So because ICI's mindset we need to understand. So they want to, control in the foundation and in the final. So but in the middle inter, they don't want the people to suffer. If a student has come into the intermediate, so somehow they need to clear and go to the final, is the idea behind making 3 attempts for intermediate particularly. Is it clear? So therefore, the pass percentage will be more or less like this, but let's prepare for the worst. Always I will say prepare for the worst. When you prepare for the worst, the outcome will always be best. Agreed or not? So how we need to prepare for the worst? Think that the paper will be difficult this time. This attempt, the paper is going to be very difficult. Like that you prepare. What will happen? The paper will become easy and you are going to become successful. If the paper is difficult also, you know that you have prepared well and you will be able to cope up with that. Then, next thing, sir, actually we are able to complete taxation because some students have messaged me, sir, we are able to complete taxation somehow, sir. Thanks to you that we are able to score some 40 out of 50 in GST and somewhere in income tax 10 or 15 like that we are able to score, and but in other papers we are not able to complete, because of which only we are worried, etc. and all. That's why I'm just giving you a clarity now. These 5 days classes is sufficient. This 5 days class is sufficient. Beyond this, what else you need to do also I am defining today. That alone you do, remaining time you spend for other subjects. So this 5 days you are attending the classes now, and every concept I am going to cover in this 5 days. Apart from that, so practice manual means all past exam questions, that is previous year exam questions, RTP questions, MTP questions, and even study material questions. I have already done the recording and I posted in the YouTube channel for the September 24 exam, because I don't want to spend that time in the class. In the class, let's focus more on discussion, concept learning and practicing various different sums. Already something is tested, so it's okay, it's already there, that you can take for practice. But let's see something new, something different which may be tested, probable questions, etc. That's why what I did, I made 4 worksheets. So this every day you will be receiving one worksheet. Okay, and so today you received already, good. So this is related to today's portion, supply under GST, and then value of supply, composite supply, mixed supply. That is what we are going to discuss today. Value of supply also we will be covering. And what you need to do is that today, once the class gets over, you need to spend hardly some 1 hour time and you need to fill the answers for this. I gave the spaces also, blanks also. For multiple choice, you just read and there itself you select the answer, and thereafter tomorrow morning what we will do is that tomorrow morning or afternoon, whenever you feel like, sir, too much information, sir, we need a break. At that time, we will discuss the answers for this worksheet. Okay, done. So this worksheet contains some questions which are not usually asked in the past exam. So these are all different, just purely application of our concept, because you cannot expect always the same type of question to come in exam. So let's change our strategy also. So we need to prepare for some new questions, so that maybe we should make ourselves, we should tune ourselves to handle any type of question in the exam. That is the objective behind it. Hope you are all understanding. Same way, tomorrow you will receive another worksheet. So that contains liability to pay GST and exemptions. So that's the discussion for tomorrow. Today we are completing introduction, supply, value of supply. Tomorrow, liability to pay GST, that is reverse charge mechanism, e-commerce operator and exemptions. Thereafter, next day, input tax credit, place of supply, like that. Like that I have divided the portion for 5 days and I am giving you the worksheets for 4 days, because the 5th day we will be discussing the 4th day's worksheet. Is it clear? And then on the last day, that is on 5th day, we will be having a MCQ test also, which is a live MCQ test in the class itself. So I will show the question on the screen and you will be answering. I will know what is that you have answered, and I am also going to distribute the prizes also to the student. So those who get first mark, for them 10,000 rupees is the prize money. Okay. So whatever cost that you have spent on exam fees and all will be recovered, you understood? And 10,000 rupees is the prize money for the first, and this is only for face to face. For online live, there is no online live. We are not relaying it online live. And this is only for face to face students. For online live or Google Drive, I am not giving this facility. Sorry guys. So I will upload it in the YouTube at a later point of time after completion of this batch. Tell to your friends also that, you know, if they want to participate, ask them to come and sit in the class. Okay. And second prize will be 6,000 rupees and third prize will be 4,000 rupees. So 10, 6, 4. Okay. So 20,000 rupees I am spending out of my pocket just to motivate you so that you should be participating in the class. Okay. And sir, what if 4 students get first, sir? What if 4 students get first? Like ICI, I am also, what I will do, the 10,000 I will divide between 4 students. What pa? One student, if I give 10,000 rupees, though I have to put like this, you understood? You know, so how can I do that? So therefore, first prize I am dividing between all the students who get the first. Okay, but it's a challenge. You prove, na? Suppose if you are getting first, everyone, make me to reconsider my decision also. It all depends upon you. So now, sir, to do that MCQ, you should be properly concentrating in the class. So every point is important, because don't just think, okay, he will take from some past exam or CA Institute study material and he will be preparing the questions. No, every question will be testing your concept. So therefore, you have to properly listen to the classes, and then only you will be getting the equal opportunity to learn, at the same time participate in the MCQ quiz. Okay, done? Fine. So let's kickstart with this discussion further. So I am taking the class from the revised book. More or less it is the same, which is of past, and this you can see, these are the list of amendments I gave in the beginning. As I told you, for May 24 exam and September 24 exam, we don't have much change, but for Jan 25, there are extra 10 amendments. As and when I am discussing this, I will incorporate, but in this, I have given only the amendments of September 24. Okay. Then, next we are starting with the first segment, and what I did from the last edition to this edition, I just gave some QR codes for revision. So when you scan this QR code, you will be able to get the YouTube video of the revision of this chapter. So that revision I have done from my That's It book called as Rocket Revision. So that summary book is also available for free download. You can go to my website later and you can click on downloads. In these downloads for CA intermediate, you can see That's It book for May 24 exam. As I told you, for May 24 to September 24, there are no changes. You can just download this That's It book in your mobile, and that will be like a revision for you, because many times you will be keeping your mobile, because that has become a part in your body now, correct or not? So without mobile you cannot live, and due to that reason I have given this PDF, you download in your mobile, but this is just the quick revision. It do not contain the detailed discussion etc and all, to the point. And this revision video explanation you can scan in this book, you will be able to get. For every chapter I gave the revision separately. Okay. Now, introduction to GST, mostly this introduction to GST chapter is useful for the purpose of MCQ, but no descriptive questions etc will be tested on this. And sir, what is the weightage? So weightage, if you ask me, actually CA Institute will not follow the weightage properly and all, but let's make an effort to understand the weightage here. I will not give like chapter wise weightage, Rather, I'll give you a ABC category, like A category, B category and C category, so that you will know what are all the chapters which will come in A category. That will easily be to 25 to 30 marks. 25 to 30 marks will be from A category. You can just write down somewhere in the book or in your notebook, etc., what are the A category topics. So, or in this index itself, you can just mention what are A category. So, this input tax credit is a category chapter, and value of supply, liability to pay GST, exemptions, and then place of supply, segment 14. So, these are all the A category topics: liability to pay GST, value of supply, input tax credit, exemptions and place of supply. From these A category topics, the weightage will be easily 25 to 30 marks. Okay. So, now you can understand where we need to focus more. Yes. So, chapter wise, individual chapter wise, it is very difficult to define, but at least these chapters, just the 5 chapters here: liability to pay GST, value of supply, input tax credit, exemptions and place of supply. So, that itself gives more than 50% of the marks, 25 to 30 marks. And then B category, if you see, it is supply, composite supply and mixed supply, then invoice and time of supply, composition scheme, then TDS, TCS, e-waybill. So, these 5 chapters are B category topics: supply, composite and mixed supply, invoice and time of supply, composition scheme, e-waybill, TDS and TCS. And from B category, easily you can expect somewhere like 15 to 20 marks. 15 to 20 marks. I am just giving you the average. Okay. Suppose in A category, if they are asking for 25, in B category they will be asking for some 20 marks itself, like that. In this range only it will be. I cannot define exactly, because then after seeing the question paper you will ask me, sir, exactly like you, whatever you have said, it did not come in the exam, sir, because we are dealing with ICI. Disclaimer will always be there. Okay. Then all other topics when you are reading, that is where you will be able to score 5 to 10 marks. All other topics 5 to 10 marks. So, what are the other topics that we have, sir? Registration, payment process, returns, then GST practitioner, accounts and records, these areas. Registration, payment process, returns, GST practitioner, accounts and records, these are C category topics. That is where you will be getting 5 to 10 marks. So, this is the weightage for CA intermediate exam. CA intermediate exam. Then, sir, I have given some extra chapters. What are these? Many students ask me from quite a long time, they have been asking me last 2 years that, sir, you are doing everything for CA intermediate. So, but we are also doing CMA intermediate. We are doing CA inter as well as CMA inter, and some students we are exclusively doing CMA inter also. So, please do something for us also. For that reason, in this book itself, I have given CMA intermediate portion also. Few pages extra, but it's okay. Some students who might be preparing both CA inter and CMA inter, they should get the benefit. That's why I incorporated that. Suppose if you are not doing CMA intermediate, don't worry. This book you give it to your friends, anyone who is doing CMA inter, let them also get benefited out of it. Correct or not? We spend some money, but that money should in turn be useful for others also. Agreed or not? See, it's like, what is the benefit I get when I am doing this indirect taxes for free without collecting 1 rupee also from you? What benefit do you think? No benefit. I am not having a coaching center. and therefore in turn this will not be converted into any admissions. Maybe by the time you come to CA final, I should be there, you should come to CA final. See how many uncertain events, you understood? And know that you will come, but I should be there, and if I am there also, you should be liking me at that time. Differs, no? Maybe at that time some good faculty better than me could be there. Maybe you can choose them. Is there any guarantee? Are you signing a stamp paper and giving me, no sir, we will attend your CA final class only? No, nothing of that sort. I am not even bothering about that. You come or you don't come, I don't need that. I want you all to be successful. I know that I can provide you the subject related to GST. At the same time, the student should get benefited. The one objective is that already students are spending a lot of money in intermediate by way of paying a huge amount to the coaching centers, so that I started. And therefore, no need to collect fees because already they spent a lot of money. Let's do it for free so that they will get benefited. Seeing me, others have started. You know how much happy I felt? Really, I never felt bad. I never felt bad out of my heart. I felt so happy because something good is happening. See the change that has happened in Chennai, wherein everyone started giving free. See how much healthy atmosphere it is. So the students are getting benefited. This is what I really strived for. The same thing. Today I am telling that this should happen across the country and this should happen forever. You know, wherein every person should not collect fees for the revision. Fast track. They should give it for free, and therefore thereby this revision class or fast track or exam oriented, anything that we can call, what will happen at intermediate level, when everyone is giving, the student is getting the abundance of knowledge, and thereby they can study properly, because when they are attending the coaching, that is only first time, and first time every student will not be able to understand everything. That too, the classes will happen in a zigzag manner. Today DT means next week only the next DT class will be, or accounts class this week means next month only the another accounts class will be. You understood what I am telling? So we may not be able to cope up with the portion. So when we are getting something of this revision, it will be of great thing. So therefore, I am not against anyone. I am not against any coaching center. Actually, I want every coaching center to come forward and do this noble cause for the benefit of the students. You understood? So therefore, don't think, I am trying to say something bad about someone. No. Everyone should be good. All should be good. End of the day, the student should get benefited. Okay? Then, coming back to this. So CMA intermediate, if your friends are appearing, please give this book after your exam. After your September exam, what you will do with respect to this book? What you will do? You will keep it till the result? No, you should never do that. I am cursing you today that you all should clear in September 24 exam. Okay. So you should never keep the book. Give the book. It's okay. You are going to clear. So just be in that confidence. Okay. So therefore, others also can get benefited out of this. That's why. Okay. See, if they buy another edition, I will get money. But what will I do with too much money? One line is there. Beyond that, money will not give happiness. Trust me. Up to a point of time only, money will give happiness. After that point of time, money will never give happiness. Don't think, okay, so he is wearing Ayyappa Mala, so he is speaking all these things. No. Even otherwise, I am like this only. Okay. Beyond a point, it will not give you. You know what gives you happiness? The good deeds that we do will only give us happiness. Many times in our life, we will be facing many troubles. There are difficult troubles that we will see. We will prepare and go for exam. The moment you see the question paper, our mind will tell, leave. This attempt gone, next attempt you prepare properly and you write like that, our mind will be telling. But you know, at that time our heart will tell, no, you have put the effort. for 3 months. Sincerely, when you put the effort only, it will come. So you have put the effort, you have studied, try, make an effort and write, so that the result will be not in your hands, the result will be in the hands of the Almighty. Like that, many students, you won't believe, they have got this thinking in the exam hall that, okay, this attempt gone, we will not write like that after seeing accounts paper, advanced accounting paper. But they sat, they wrote, and they are all successful. And this time CA intermediate result, group 1 result was amazing. Many students have messaged me stating that, sir, we really completed this, so thanks for your support, etc. and all. But remember, I'll not take any credit when it comes to a student success, because student success is completely because of the student only. But the student failure is my responsibility. I always feel that way. Because if a student is not successful, I will always think that maybe I have not taken the classes properly. But if a student clears, it is only because of the student's effort that the student has cleared. You understood? So therefore, it is up to you whether to make me feel whether I should be feeling guilty or I should be feeling happy is up to you. Clear what I am meaning to say? Yes? So therefore, if you fail, it is my failure. If you are successful, it is completely your success only. You understood? So therefore, don't make me feel unhappy that they could not clear. So that should not happen, which means what you should all do? Clear. Any cost. Hook or crook, copy, take bit, something you do and clear. You understood? I don't know what else to say. So put the hard work or do whatever you can, or see, copy from the other person. Don't do that and all, because you don't know whether they will be writing properly or not. So you try to put the effort and clear at any cost. Done? So these are the ABC category, but we will give the equal importance for all the chapters, because as a teacher, I need to convey every chapter in the equal manner only. But let's focus more on A category topics by spending more time on that, etc. Now, introduction to GST, we don't have much in this, only some key points that you need to remember. First, what is the Amendment Act, Constitution Amendment Act year for the purpose of bringing the GST? What is the year? 2017, 2016, 2014, which is the year? 2016. Constitution amendment has happened in 2016. That only resulted into GST Act in 2017. Be careful, okay? So what is the year for Constitution Amendment Act? 2016. 2016 is the Constitution Amendment Act. And when the GST is implemented from, what is the effective date of implementation of GST? 1st July 2017. And then, so there was a bill which was presented for the Constitution Amendment. What is the year in which the bill got presented? 2014. So 2014 the bill got presented, the Constitution Amendment Act has happened in 2016, then GST is implemented with effect from 1st July 2017. And is the GST law applicable to entire country including Jammu and Kashmir or except Jammu and Kashmir? Including Jammu and Kashmir. So it is applicable to Jammu and Kashmir as well. And then why was there a requirement of Constitution Amendment? You all should know this, that 7th schedule to the Constitution will be having 3 lists: union list, state list and concurrent list. And up to 17, that is 2016, up to the Constitution Amendment, what has happened? The power to levy tax on services was with central government. But GST, full form is what? Goods and Services Tax. But it is levied by central government as well as state government, or only by the central government? It is levied by both. Because what is the type of GST that we have in India at present? Is it a single tax model or a dual tax model? Dual tax model. Dual tax model means that both central government and state government will parallelly levy. So which means the same thing should be there both in union list as well as state list. That's the reason why they have amended the constitution. You understood? Suppose if you get a theory question by mistake, if you get this theory question as to what is the need of amendment to the constitution for bringing in GST, what is it you will write? First point you will write, 7th schedule to the constitution had 3 lists, union list, state list and concurrent list. And power to levy tax on certain transactions was under the union list. But GST is common for both central government and state government. Due to that reason, they have amended the constitution to incorporate the same under both union list as well as state list. Concurrent list, no, because concurrent list tax related information will not come. Only other things will come for that reason. The next, difference between direct and indirect taxes. Long back they have asked this question for 2 marks. So what is the difference between direct and indirect taxes? Just 3 points you remember. Concept. So who will pay the direct tax? Person will pay the direct tax to government. Will he bear the burden or he can transfer the burden to the next person? He will bear the burden. So person paying the tax bears the incidence of tax. Incidence of tax means burden of tax. Whereas in case of indirect tax, who will pay indirect tax? The person will pay indirect tax, but he will transfer the burden, incidence to the next person. So person paying the tax to the government collects the same from the ultimate consumer. Nature. What is the nature of direct tax? You all know. It is progressive in nature. Progressive in nature means what? Higher the income tax. Whereas lower the income tax. Whereas regressive in nature. Indirect tax is regressive in nature, which means irrespective of your income level, you have to pay the same amount as indirect tax. Agreed or not? Like whether a person is rich or poor, they buy the same product for eating food and they have to pay the same rate of GST, correct? Whether you eat in a roadside shop or you eat in a little medium restaurant or a luxury restaurant, the rate is going to be same. Unless otherwise, if it is like ultra luxury and all, in some 5-star hotels, if there is a restaurant, there only the rate of GST will be somewhere like 18%. But otherwise, almost all restaurants, the rate of GST will be 5%. So that is what regressive in nature. Then, tax burden. Direct tax, who will bear the burden? The person paying the tax. Indirect tax, the ultimate consumer. So every person will pay indirect tax and in turn recovered it from the next person. The ultimate consumer will bear the burden. And example of direct tax, right now we have only income tax, whereas in indirect tax we have GST, customs duty, etc. And so we have GST. Is GST a new law or is it subsuming various old indirect taxes? It is by subsuming various old indirect taxes. What are the old indirect taxes that got subsumed? Number 1, all indirect taxes levied by central government got subsumed into GST. What are the indirect taxes levied by central government? Central sales tax, service tax, central excise duty and some additional customs duties got subsumed into GST. Whereas value added tax, purchase tax, tax on lottery betting gambling, entertainment tax, luxury tax and advertisement tax, these are the 6 indirect taxes levied by state government that got subsumed into GST. So only 6. So tell me what are those 6 indirect taxes levied by state government got subsumed into GST? Don't see your book. Make an effort. Sales tax, that is actually value added tax. Next, purchase tax. Betting, lottery tax. Next, entertainment tax. So 2 more. Advertisement tax. Then luxury tax. Countervailing duty will not come under state levy. It will be central government levy. These 6 indirect taxes levied by dash state government got subsumed into GST. What about the other indirect taxes levied by state government? Levied or not levied? Levied. Whether it got subsumed into GST? No, not subsumed into GST. Can you give me some examples of indirect taxes levied by state government other than this? Municipal tax, very good. Municipal tax is there, property tax is there, and then even we have something called as professional tax. Have you heard this term? Professional tax, and even local body tax. These are all some taxes which are levied by state government but not subsumed into GST. Okay, what about local authority taxes, whether it's subsumed into GST or not subsumed into GST? Not subsumed into GST. So what are the local authority taxes? Like corporation will be levying some tax, na? Corporation tax. That corporation tax or even entertainment tax on cinema theatres is levied by local authority. Those and all not subsumed into GST. Understood? Now, what are the 4 indirect taxes levied by central government got subsumed into GST? Central excise duty, that is on manufacture. Then service tax, that is on services. Next, central sales tax on interstate sale. Interstate sale means what? Sale from one state to another state. And then next, additional customs duties. Just remember 2 additional customs duties. What are those 2 additional customs duties? Countervailing duty and special additional duty. Okay, because in MCQ they will give which of the following not got subsumed into GST. Option A, CVD, that is countervailing duty. Option B, entertainment tax levied by state government. Option C, luxury tax. Option D, municipal tax levied by local authority. So which of these not subsumed into GST? Option D, municipal tax levied by local authority not subsumed into GST. Are you understanding this? Mainly for that it will be useful. So what is the first point that you need to remember? All indirect taxes levied by central government except customs duty got subsumed into GST. Even additional customs duty also got subsumed into GST. Indirect tax levied by state government, these 6 specified indirect taxes got subsumed into GST. However, other indirect tax levied by state government not got subsumed. Indirect tax levied by local authority, that is entertainment tax and professional tax. So, but sir, already entertainment tax is there here. Again, here also entertainment tax is there. What is the difference between these two? This entertainment tax is levied by state government. First entertainment tax levied by state government that got subsumed into GST. But entertainment tax levied by local authority not got subsumed into GST. Just keep this point in mind. Entertainment tax, just like that you see, don't conclude that it is subsumed or not subsumed. Entertainment tax levied by state government. Subsumed. Subsumed means what? Merged into GST. And entertainment tax levied by local authority. Subsumed or not subsumed into GST? Not subsumed into GST. So therefore at present, what are the 2 major indirect taxes that we have? GST and customs duty. Then what is the model of GST that we have? Single GST or dual GST? Dual GST means what? Both central government and state government levy tax on the common amount. For example, 10,000 rupees is the value. CGST 9%, SGST 9%. That is called as dual GST model. 10,000 rupees value pa, 9% CGST, 9% SGST. This 9% CGST will go to central government. 9% SGST will go to. So this is called as dual GST model where both central government and state government is parallelly levying the GST. Got it? But income tax is single tax model or dual tax model? Single tax model. Income tax is not a dual tax model. Income tax is a single tax model. Then see this, India follows dual GST model where both CG and SG have power to levy tax on the common tax base to facilitate fiscal federalism. Highlight that keyword, fiscal federalism. Fiscal federalism means what? In India, whether everything is done by only central government, everything is done by central government? No. State government is also having certain responsibilities. So which means whenever you got a responsibility, you also should get the money to do that responsibility. That's the reason why what constitution is telling, central government also need money to take care of certain activities. State government also needs certain money to take care of the activities for that reason. Okay. Recently, like in Calcutta, so there is some issue that has happened. You all know, doctors issue has happened. Now, in this case, why everyone is talking about West Bengal government only? Why not central government? Because law and order will come under state government. Whereas defense, Indian defense, like another country is trying to do something here, then the responsibility is with the central government. Like that there is a clear-cut demarcation of the powers between CG and SG. Internal matters, central government should not interfere. So that should be taken care by the state government because law and order was given to the state government. Maybe they can take support from central government. But the moment they are seeking central government support, which means that they are seeking the support of army or they are seeking the support of CRPF, Central Reserved Police Force. So therefore, that's the reason why first, then which means that I myself telling that I am incapable. How can I tell that? I will not tell that na. So that's how in constitution there is a clear cut demarcation of powers. This is known as fiscal federalism. Like that, states are given the powers to collect the taxes for the sake of meeting the expenses to the public. Got it? So, but this word fiscal federalism should be written whenever you are writing dual GST. Okay. But keywords are very important, because you know many students are writing the exam but not getting the requisite marks. It's not that they are not writing. Everyone is writing the exam, but they are not getting enough marks. What is the need? What is the reason behind it? It's all about the presentation. So presentation plays a major role, and I have already shared one video in my YouTube also, so telling the prominence of the presentation. Two students here, they attempted the same question. They got the same answer, but one student made a mistake. That mistake was rounding off error. Instead of rounding off to nearest to 1 rupee, they rounded off to nearest to 10 rupees. Because income tax rounding off is 10 rupees and indirect tax rounding off is 1 rupee. See, this will get confused in this exam hall. This is something which usually happens, but you should be focusing on that. Okay. Now, that student did not do anything wrong. What that student did was that properly as written, but he did actually two mistakes. Mistake number one, rounding off mistake. Another mistake is he did not tell number of days how he arrived. Starting date, ending date, like that he did not arrive in interest computation. So because of these two errors, that student has got only 1 mark of 5 marks. Another student who wrote these two plus presented it properly got 5 out of 5. Are you getting this? This is just an instance. Every answer sheet when I am seeing, I could literally cry only, because everything they are writing, silly mistakes, small mistakes, because of which they are losing major marks. So while giving marks, they are giving like step marks, but withdrawing, they are withdrawing completely. 1 mark they are giving, like a grace mark they are giving for, okay, when you have written, so take 1 mark like that. So because that is how the evaluation is being done. That's why these keywords and all, when I am telling, highlight that and ensure that these words are being written in the exam whenever you get a question. So what is the word? Fiscal federalism. And India adopted this model from which countries? Brazil and Canada. Then now we are moving on to types of GST. Before that, supply is a taxable event under GST. Taxable event means what, pa? A event on happening of which we need to pay tax is known as taxable event. There is an event on happening of which you need to pay tax, that is taxable event. In case of, like capital gain, what is a taxable event? Transfer of capital asset. Like that, in case of house property, what is a taxable event? Whenever you are getting the rent. So, renting of property. That's why for self-occupied property, we will not do any income tax computation unless we take it as deemed to be let out. Correct or not? Then next. Like that, for excise, what is a taxable event? Manufacture. And for customs, what is a taxable event? Import or export. So, whenever import or export happens, we need to pay customs duty. Like that, what is a taxable event in case of GST? Supply. What is a taxable event under GST? What is a taxable event under GST? So, if an activity is not a supply, whether we need to pay GST or no need to pay GST. So, supply is the fundamental pillar on which the entire structure is constructed. Okay. So, this supply of goods or services or both. Whenever you remember supply, but whenever you write as supply of goods or services or both. Is it clear? Supply of goods or services or both. That's how you need to write. Okay. So, don't just write from next time onwards supply, right? Supply of goods or services or both. But you remember in your mind supply. This supply is divided into two. Intrastate supply and interstate supply. What is intrastate supply, interstate supply? Where is it given? Actually, we have that in syllabus now. Section 7 of IGST Act and section 8 of IGST Act deals with the meaning of intrastate supply and interstate supply. Actually, supply definition is given in section 7 of CGST Act. Don't get confused again. Supply is defined in which place? Section 7 of CGST Act. And this supply is then categorized into two. What are they? Intrastate and interstate. So where is this intrastate is defined? Where is intrastate defined? Section? Section 8. Interstate is section 7. Intrastate is section 8. Section 8 of which act? IGST Act. And interstate section 7 of IGST Act. But at least these things you need to remember, because in exam, see, actually here we are trying to play with the mind of the valuer. Remember guys, we are going for a war. Our enemy is ICI. You understood? And we should somehow win over our enemy. Got it? And sometimes we will lay down the trap for our enemy, so he will fall in the trap. End of the day, we need to win in the war. Everything is fair in love and war, correct or not? So due to that reason, here we need to play around. When you write this section 7 of CGST Act, section 8 of IGST Act like that, so the valuer, the evaluator will think, here he knows many things, so therefore we should give marks like that. We only know what we are capable of, but that never exhibit. You understood? So even inside anything is there, we may be dumb, or inside our brain only mud is there also. But the presentation should be such that, you know, they should feel like this person is superb. Okay. So that is where you need to show your knowledge. Got it? They don't know, actually they don't know whether you are male, whether you are female or some other gender, or they don't know anything about you. What they know is the answer sheet. That answer sheet itself is the index of your mind. So therefore, they will just see that and they will understand and they will be giving marks. They don't know whether you are a school topper, or whether you are a last bench student, they don't know. Because they will not have any information about you. What they have is only your answer sheet. So now, you know what is that you need to do? Up to the exam, just think, whenever you are sitting idle, think how differently I can write the exam. How better I can present it in the exam. You focus on that. There are two ways of success. One is you should be too much knowledgeable. Second, you should be able to present properly. Now, which side you are? You decide. So, too much knowledgeable takes time, boss, takes time. And second is there. What is that? I am not that knowledgeable, but I know how to present. That is the best thing. Then, so exam applications already you have put. Now that you can't do anything with respect to that. So, but try to ensure that your paper stands out. What happens? All the students who are writing before you, after you and all will be writing just like that writing. But your answer sheet should stand out, which means accordingly you need to do the presentation. Presentation does not mean I'll take glitter pens and write, sir, so that color it will be. No, that is not the presentation. Presentation is in terms of writing, okay. Handwriting is also a presentation. But if your handwriting is not good, it's okay. Give one line gap and write. Nothing will be wrong. Only number of pages will increase. Even then you cannot complete the answer booklet. Correct? They are giving two answer booklets there, one for income tax, another for GST. You will not complete. Even if you complete, additional sheet will be there. And how many papers are getting wasted, you know, in ICI? Why you bother? Sir, we will save money for them. Enough of money that you have saved for them. You are giving 6 months donation in the form of exam fees. You understood or not? Any refund available? No. Correct? Okay. You have not been successful. take this refund, next time you can pay fees. Like that are they doing? No, they are keeping na. Then what is your problem? Already they are having surplus money. Please write it with one line gap, it's okay. Because the page will be legible, they will be able to see. Give proper gaps and write. You understood? Then, so supply, intrastate, interstate. So what are the three sections that you need to remember? Supply is defined under section 7 of CGST Act. Intrastate supply section 8 of IGST Act. Interstate supply section 7 of IGST Act. What is the meaning of intrastate supply? There are two factors that we need to know. What are the two factors? Location of supplier and place of supply. If location of supplier and place of supply is in same state or same union territory, it is intrastate. If the location of supplier and place of supply is in two different states, two different union territories, or a state and a union territory, then it will be known as interstate supply. Is it clear? So once again, tell me what is the meaning of intrastate here. Come on. Location of, don't bring location of recipient, okay? Location of supplier and place of supply. Sir, what is the place of supply? We will learn. One chapter is there. We will learn that. For different transactions, different place of supplies will be there. We will learn that. From now on, every time when we see the question, you should check what is the place of supply. Then only you will categorize into intra or inter, because last attempt many students made mistake there. Actually it was intra. They treated it as inter. It was inter. They treated it as intra. In the first question, we need to prepare a table, particular CGST, SGST, IGST. In that, actually answer correct. Answer correct. But in the place of intra, they wrote inter. In the place of inter, they wrote intra. Because of which, the total final answer that they get na, that and all went wrong. Okay. So that's why. See, already you are in the half of the sea. You have to know the art of swimming forward. Swimming backward is not required here. So because you cannot come back, you have to go forward, no other go. So try to, swim forward. Already you are able to write, but you are making certain silly mistakes. That mistakes we will eliminate, okay? So location of supplier and place of supply is in same state or same union territory, it is intra. Two different states or two different union territories are a state and a union territory, then it will be inter. In case of intrastate, what is the type of GSTs that we have? CGST and SGST, or CGST and UTGST. When it is CGST, SGST, when it is CGST, UTGST. Same state means CGST, SGST. Same union territory means CGST, UTGST. Okay. For example, within Tamil Nadu, CGST, SGST. Suppose if it is within Andaman, CGST and UTGST. Now, suppose if it is interstate, what is the type of GST that we have? IGST. This IGST will go to whom? Central government or state government? Central government. Thereafter, they will distribute 50% to the consuming state based on place of supply. For example, supplier is in Tamil Nadu. Place of supply is Kerala. So the type of GST will be IGST. Who will collect IGST? Central government. And 50% will be retained by central government. Remaining 50% will be given to Tamil Nadu or Kerala? Kerala, because the place of supply is Kerala. So therefore 50% will be given to Kerala. That is this. 50% shared with the consuming state. What if that consuming state is not a state but a union territory? The place of supply is not a state but a union territory. Example, supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply Andaman and Nicobar. Now is it interstate? Yes or no? In order to become interstate, supplier and place of supply can be in a state and a union territory. So therefore it will be coming under interstate. So what is the type of GST? IGST. In that IGST, central government will retain 50%. Remaining 50%, will they give it to Andaman and Nicobar? No. Why? Andaman and Nicobar is in turn under whose control? So no need to give, fully it will be retained by central government. Is it clear or not? So you should observe the place of supply. If it is a state or if it is a union territory with state legislature, they will distribute. So what is union territory with state legislature? Only three. Only three. What are they? Pondicherry, super. Jammu and Kashmir, very good. Delhi, perfect. These three are treated as union territories with state legislature, means it should be treated like a state. It should be treated like a state. So I have given that in next page. So Delhi, Puducherry and Jammu and Kashmir, these three are treated as union territory with state legislature, means treat it like state. And what are the union territories without state legislature? Andaman and Nicobar, Lakshadweep, Dadra, Nagar Haveli, Daman Diu, Ladakh, Chandigarh. These are called as union territory without state legislature. For these union territories without state legislature, what is the GST that is applicable? UT GST. UT, within that union territory, UT GST applicable. And whenever IGST is collected, will that 50% be given to these people? No, because all these are under whose control? Central government control. Okay. Now, coming back to this, you understood the meaning of intra and inter? Yes. So, one last time, what is intrastate section? 8 of IGST. Interstate? 7 of IGST Act. Meaning of interstate? Two factors. Location of supplier, place of supply, two different states, two different union territories, or a state and a union territory. Type of GST? 50% retained by central government. Remaining 50% given to consuming state. What if that consuming state is a union territory without state legislature? Fully retained by central government. What is the meaning of intrastate supply? Location of supplier and place of supply in the same state or same union territory. Type of GST in case of within the state? CGST, SGST. Between two states. Within union territory. CGST and UTGST. Between two states or two union territories or state and union territory, IGST. Now see this. Don't look into your book. Look into the screen. Location of supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply also Tamil Nadu. Nature of supply. Type of GST. Very good, CGST, SGST. And that SGST will be which government? Tamil Nadu SGST. SGST by Tamil Nadu government. Okay. Then location of supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply Karnataka. Nature of supply interstate. Type of GST, will the 50% be given? Yes. To whom? Good. Location of supplier Jammu and Kashmir, place of supply Ladakh. Nature of supply interstate. Because Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, even though geographically it is in the same place, but we have a demarcation. Ladakh is called as union territory without state legislature, means under whose control? Logically, if you know Jammu and Kashmir map, Ladakh will come in which side, you know? China's side. China is our friend. Given a chance, they will completely come and occupy us and go. You understood or not? That much. So therefore, remember that should be under whose control? Central government. Jammu and Kashmir will be on this Pakistan side. Pakistan, already we have an arrangement with them. So we have that line, etc. and all. So therefore, there is a clear-cut agreement between both of us that you should not occupy, etc. Sometimes when they cross a line, we will make a firing, etc. So therefore, that is given with state itself. So means it is like a state. Okay. And Ladakh is union territory without state legislature. So whose control? Central government. Now, Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, intra or inter? Inter. And what is the type of GST? And in that IGST, will the 50% be given to Ladakh? Because Ladakh is under Ladakh is under central government control due to that reason. So 50% will not be given. Entire 100% is retained by central government. Then location of supplier Ladakh and place of supply Jammu and Kashmir. Nature of supply interstate. Type of GST, IGST. Will the 50% be given to J and K? Yes, because J and K will be treated like a state. So it will be given to that. Then location of supply Ladakh, place of supply also Ladakh. Nature of supply, intra. And what is the type of GST? CGST and UTGST, because Ladakh is not a union territory with state legislature. Without state legislature means under central government. So UTGST Act will be applicable. Then location of supplier Jammu and Kashmir and place of supply also Jammu and Kashmir. What is the nature of supply? Intra. Type of GST? CGST and very good, SGST. So because Jammu and Kashmir will be like a union territory with state legislature, like a state only. Then location of supplier Tamil Nadu, place of supply Puducherry. Interstate, interstate. Type of GST? IGST. Will the 50% be given to Puducherry? Yes, because Puducherry will be union territory with state legislature, treated like a state. Okay. So that is about this, and there is one more called as compensation cess. What is a GST compensation cess? States will have, just listen, simple point only, you don't have to remember too much about it. What is there in syllabus only we will focus. So GST is a consumption based tax. Why GST is called as a consumption based tax? Which government is going to earn the money of GST? Is it the originating state or is it a consuming state? Consuming state. Just now you told me when the location of supplier is Tamil Nadu, place of supply Karnataka, 50% will go to Karnataka, correct or not? But 50% is not given to Tamil Nadu, which means GST is a consumption based tax. That's where if you observe, Karnataka is having more GST revenue than Tamil Nadu. You know that? Really, I'm not lying. Tamil Nadu's GST revenue is less than Karnataka last year. And highest was what you know? Maharashtra. Maharashtra was the highest in GST collection. Sir, why? Because in Tamil Nadu only you can see industries. Correct or not? Lot of industries you can see in Tamil Nadu, lot of businesses you can see in Tamil Nadu. Then why Tamil Nadu revenue is less than Karnataka? Because we are not a consumption state, we are a producer state. We produce, there it is consumed. When it is consumed there, automatically GST revenue will go to, are you getting this? Because of which they will be having more. Then won't Tamil Nadu get hurt? Yes or no? I am giving my land, I am giving it for industries, now I am not getting anything. That's why whenever there is loss of revenue on account of implementation of GST, central government is telling we will pay you compensation. But how they are paying compensation out of their pocket? No, they are not paying out of their pocket. In turn, they are collecting it from people. In turn, they are collecting it from people. That's where they have brought in a new tax called as GST compensation cess. You understood? So this GST compensation cess is collected by whom? Central government or state government? Central government. And it is used for what purpose? Compensating the states on account of loss of revenue to the states. Correct? Whether it will be given to all states? No, only those states which are having the loss of revenue. Got it? And whether this compensation cess is collected across a country or only from those states where they are giving the compensation? Across a country. From across a country they collect. So GST compensation cess is levied to compensate the loss incurred by states or union territory on implementation of GST. So what is this compensation cess? Cess means what? Cess means what? CESS. Even we have health and education cess. What is cess generally mean? Cess means that we will be paying it to the government, where government will be using it only for that purpose. For that specific purpose when they are collecting, that is called as cess. Health and education cess should be spent for what purpose? Health and education. Compensation cess should be spent for what purpose? Only to give compensation to the states on account of implementation of GST if there is any loss. But when it is tax, they can use it for any purpose. It's up to them. They can use it for any purpose. You understood or not? they can use it for constructing buildings, they can use it for launching Vande Bharat trains, or they can use it for research and development, or they can use it for sending our players for participating in the Olympics. Anywhere they can use, there is no purpose. But cess means it should be used only for that specific purpose. Okay. For how many years this GST compensation cess will be levied? 5 years from the date of implementation of GST, but actually the time frame is expired. So therefore they extended it. What is the extended date up to which compensation cess is applicable? 31st March 2026, underlined that. 31st March 2026 is the date up to which GST compensation cess is applicable. 31st March 2026. Clear? So this much only you need to remember for GST compensation cess. Just 3 points you need to write if you are getting a short note question. What is the first point you will write? GST compensation cess levied by central government in order to compensate the states for loss of revenue to the states. It is levied for a period of, and it can be extended for a further period, and the extended date is 31st March 2026, and it is levied on all goods or only on notified goods? Only on notified goods. You just write down there. So levied only on notified goods. Levied only on notified goods. Levied only on notified goods. Okay. Then, so what are those notified goods? Should we remember? No, you don't have to remember what are these notified goods. Just remember that there are some notified goods on which it will be levied. Okay. And whether it is levied across the country or only in the specific states. Levied on notified goods across the country. Across the country, which means intra as well as inter. Done? Next, look into the legislative framework. Constitution 122nd Amendment Bill already we discussed, Amendment Act also we discussed. How many GST laws that we have? CGST, how many CGST acts? 1. How many SGST Act? 31. How 31? 28 states plus 3 union territories with state legislature. So that's where we will be having 31 SGST Acts. And how many UT GST Act? Even though there are 5 union territories, but there will be 1 UT GST Act. Why? Because all these 5 union territories are under whose control? So that's why we have 1 UT GST Act. And then how many IGST Act? 1. Because IGST levied by, so that's why we have 1 IGST Act for entire India levied by central government. Are you understanding this? Then union territory, they use the word other territory. And even remember pa, if the waters beyond 200 nautical miles from the baseline, that will also be called as other territory where IGST Act will be applicable. Okay. So let's try to understand this. You can make note of it in this page itself. So we have this as the baseline. This is India. I am very bad at drawing. So assume that this is India. Okay. We are in which India? That's why I have learned that much only. Okay. So South India is very easy to draw, and we are in South India, and therefore from here up to 12 nautical miles is known as what? 12 nautical miles. What is the name of this place? Territorial waters. Up to 12 nautical miles from baseline is known as what waters? Territorial waters. Territorial waters. Okay. Up to 12 nautical miles from baseline is territorial waters. Baseline means shore, seashore, seashore. Seashore is there na? That is baseline. From there 12 nautical miles. Usually the distance in road is measured through kilometers, and the distance in water is measured through nautical miles. Okay. And 12 nautical miles is called as territorial waters. from the baseline up to 200 nautical miles is known as exclusive economic zone. Exclusive economic zone. Exclusive economic zone. Up to 12 nautical miles is known as territorial waters. Beyond 12 nautical miles and up to 200 nautical miles, that area is known as exclusive economic zone. Beyond 200 nautical miles is known as high seas. Beyond 200 nautical miles is known as high seas. Remember these three words. Up to 12 nautical miles is known as, beyond 12 and up to 200 is known as exclusive economic zone. Beyond 200 is known as, and what is the meaning of India? India extends up to 200 nautical miles. So India is up to 200 nautical miles. So from the land till this exclusive economic zone, this area is there na, from the land till exclusive economic zone, that will be called as India. So this is called as India for the purpose of GST. So as per GST law, what is the meaning of India? Land and up to 200 nautical miles. That is the meaning of India. And what is that beyond 200 nautical miles is known as high seas. For the purpose of GST, it will be called as outside India. You understood? That's the reason why people who make crimes, they will leave the 200 nautical miles and go to 200 nautical miles. For example, in Singham movie, Danny was in beyond 200 nautical miles only. Correct? And our Singham used to go and catch that person and come. Am I right? And then, even if you see one more movie, so Tunivu, like that one movie was there, wherein our Ajit will take the ship along with Manju Warrior and leave in the international waters, so that the police will stop chasing him. Correct? What is that international waters? Beyond 200 nautical miles, which is called as outside India. Up to 200 nautical miles is known as India. Now, whenever the supply takes place in the land or in the territorial waters, it will be either CGST or IGST. CGST, SGST or IGST. Intra or inter will come. Okay. But if the supply takes place in exclusive economic zone, what is the type of GST that will be applicable? IGST. So that we are going to come across in future. Okay. So remember what is the meaning of India at this point of time. Okay. So what will come under India? Land up to 200 nautical miles, and beyond 200 nautical miles is known as high seas. Then again we will come across this part in place of supply chapter. There I will connect this with you. Next, look into this position of goods under GST in comparison to earlier system. What are the two goods which are not at all covered under the ambit of GST? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. What are the petroleum products? 5 petroleum products. What are they? Crude oil, petrol, diesel, aviation, turbine fuel and natural gas. These are the 5 petroleum products and alcoholic liquor for human consumption, which will not come into the ambit of GST. Until that point of time, that is like when it's not coming into ambit of GST, alcohol, will it come in future? No, alcohol will never come into the ambit of GST. What about the petroleum products? Will it come into the ambit of GST in future? Yes, it will come into the ambit of GST in future. So the exclusion from GST is temporary or permanent? But for alcohol, exclusion from GST is temporary or permanent? Permanent. Now see this. So remember, what are the non-taxable supplies under GST? Non-taxable supply means what? Not leviable to GST. Not leviable. Not leviable to GST. So these two are not leviable to GST, called as non-taxable supplies. And if you see on alcoholic liquor for human consumption, as there is no GST, but the old indirect taxes will continue. What are the old indirect taxes applicable on alcoholic liquor? Central excise duty. Central excise duty will be applicable, that is whichever alcoholic liquor sold within India, what are the duties or taxes that will be applicable at present, even after GST. There is no GST, but there is central excise duty collected by central government. Then CST, who will collect? So central excise duty or state excise duty alcohol? See where the tick is. State excise duty. So center will not collect 1 rupee also on alcohol. Remember this. No sharing. Full only state. You understood? So state excise duty will go to state government. CST, even though the name says central sales tax, but CST is collected by state government. CST is collected by state government. Yes, CST, even though it is central sales tax, but it is levied by central government, but collected by state government. VAT, state government. Okay, so you just write there CST and VAT. To which government it will go? State government. So it will go to state government. And state excise also will go to which government? State government. Understood? So which means on alcohol completely revenue will go to state government. Central government will not get anything out of it. Okay. So what are the existing duties or taxes that is on alcoholic liquor for human consumption? Come on, respond. State excise duty, CST and VAT. Then on petroleum products, what are the GSTs that is applicable? Central excise duty, CST and VAT. CST and VAT will go to state government, and central excise duty will go to central government. And then, so tobacco and tobacco products, there is one special point you can see. Tobacco and tobacco products, who will levy GST? What are the duties or taxes that will be applicable? GST is there. Apart from GST, what else is there? Central excise duty. Sales tax is there on tobacco and tobacco products? No. Only two. What are those two? Central excise duty and GST. So central excise duty, already you know that it will go to central government, and GST will be divided between center and state. Sir, why sir they are continuing excise duty on tobacco products? Let them continue, na? What is our problem? Let them continue. So as if we are smokers, why should we be bothered? Let them put, because they know that a person who consumes cigarette will not bother if the price of the cigarette increase. Correct? Will they feel, your price has increased, I will stop consuming cigarette like that till they stop or no. So government also identified, okay, let the people smoke, so that let them pay GST, let them pay excise duty, that's why they are levying on that. Okay. Next, other goods, is there any GST? On other goods, GST is only applicable. What about old indirect taxes? Not applicable. You got it? So what you need to remember, non-taxable supplies under GST, only these two: alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. Whether all others are covered under the levy? Yes. Few are taxable and few are exempted. Now, you need to understand this part, that is, whenever the supply of goods or services or both, supply of goods or services or both has taken place. Now, you should be knowing as to whether it is taxable or exempted. How is the division, or what is the classification? This supply is divided into two parts. That is GST payable, GST not payable. Don't write, just listen. GST payable, GST not payable. Why GST not payable? Maybe because it is non-taxable, not leviable, non-taxable, or it is nil rated, or it is notified as exempted. Notified as exempted. Is it clear, pa? So supply of goods or services are both GST not payable or GST payable. Why GST not payable? Because it may be nil rated, or it may be notified as exempted, or non-taxable. What is the meaning of nil rated? the rate of GST is nil. What is notified as exempted means? From time to time, government will give notification exempting certain goods and services, that is known as notified as exempted. And what are non-taxable, not leviable, already we know, alcoholic liquor for human consumption and petroleum products. Then whenever GST is payable, what is it called as? Taxable supplies. You understood? So therefore, taxable supplies means other than 3. Other than 3. What are other than 3? Nil rated, notified as exempted, and non-taxable. These 3 are grouped as exempted. These 3 are grouped as exempted. So therefore, whether taxable includes exempted? No. Taxable is different, exempted is different. Okay. So now again I am repeating, carefully listen. Supply of goods or service are both GST payable or GST not payable. If GST is payable, it is called as taxable. So this is actually balancing figure. In exam we don't have to check taxable. What are taxable? Check what are nil rated, what are exempted, notified as exempted, and what are non-taxable. So the balancing figure, all the other transactions will be taxable. So nil rated will be given in the question itself. Notified as exempted, we need to learn the exemptions. Okay. Non-taxable already you know. These 3 are already called as exempted. Understood the category this? Okay. Now, anyhow we will come across this in future. Why I told you this? Because all services covered under GST levy, few are exempted and remaining are taxable. So what is the meaning of exempted and taxable? I just gave you the clarity now. Then input tax credit in GST, ITC. So what is input tax credit means? What is input tax credit means? Tax paid on inward supplies. What is input tax credit? Once again, what is input tax credit? Tax paid on inward supplies is known as input tax credit. What we will do with the tax paid on inward supply? Inward supply means what? Purchases. On purchases you will pay some tax, na? That will be called as input tax credit. Is it a money given to you or it is virtual? Virtual. So what we will do with that? We will adjust against our liability on outward supplies. Is it clear? So reframe the sentence. Tax paid on inward supplies, utilized, availed as ITC. Remember 2 words. Availment of ITC, utilization of ITC. Availment of ITC means taking credit. Utilization of ITC means set off against the liability or adjustment against the liability. Okay, what are the 2 words? Availment, utilization. Availment means taking credit. Utilization means set off against the liability. Okay. How we avail? How do we avail? In our GSTR 3B return, concentrate here. In our GSTR 3B return, table 4 we will go. In the table 4 there will be some amounts we enter, that is called as availment of ITC. You understood? How we will avail ITC? In which return we avail ITC? GSTR 3B. In GSTR 3B. Again, how we will utilize? In GSTR 3B, we will have some liability. With that liability, we will set off that input tax credit. Okay. Now, so reframe the sentence and tell me what is the concept of input tax credit? GST paid on inward supplies, availed as ITC, and utilized for payment of GST on outward supplies. Clear pa? This is what you need to write. GST paid on inward supply can be availed as ITC and utilized for payment of GST on outward supplies. Availment of ITC means taking credit. Where we will take credit? Through GSTR 3B. Utilization of credit means adjusting credit or set off with the liability. Where we will do that? Through GSTR 3B. Now, sir, all GST paid on inward supplies can be taken as credit? Yes. Even on import, concentrate. On import we pay IGST. Even that also can be taken as credit and adjusted against our liability. So that is this. IGST paid on import can also be availed as ITC. But on import we pay customs duty. Can the customs duty be taken as credit? No. Customs duty and social welfare surcharge, etc. paid on import cannot be taken as ITC. On import only one can be taken as input tax credit. What is that? IGST. IGST paid on import. Then we need to remember these 3 points. These are 3 principles. If my outward supply is taxable. Can I take ITC on my inward supply? Yes. If my outward supply is exempted, can I take ITC on my inward supply? No. For example, say this, no need to make note, just listen. I am making a finished product X. That finished product X is taxable. I am purchasing raw material A. Raw material A is used in finished goods X. Can I take ITC on raw material A or I cannot take ITC on raw material A? Can take. Suppose if I am making finished goods Y, finished goods Y is exempted and I have purchased raw material B. Raw material B used in finished goods Y. Can I take ITC or I cannot take ITC? You understood these 2 points? When my outward supply is taxable, I can take ITC on my inward supply. When my outward supply is exempted, I cannot take ITC on my inward supply. Okay, sir. Then what if I have raw material C which is partly used for finished goods X and partly used for finished goods Y? Can we take ITC? Yes. How much ITC we can take? Proportionate ITC. Proportionate ITC means portion, one portion. To what extent we can take ITC? Taxable. Suppose if my taxable turnover is 80 lakhs and exempted turnover is 20 lakhs. Tell me to what extent I can take ITC? 80 by 100. 80 by 100. What is my total turnover, pa? 100. 80 plus 20, 100. So therefore, I will be able to take ITC to the extent of 80 by 100. To that proportion, I can take ITC. But I can take ITC. Correct or not? That is only this point. If outward supplies are taxable, ITC available with respect to inward supplies. If outward supplies are exempted, ITC not available with respect to inward supplies. Then there is one special case. What if the outward supplies are zero rated? Now we need to understand what are zero rated supplies. Remember, whenever you are writing zero rated, you need to give a section. That is section 16 of IGST Act. Okay. So section 7 of IGST Act is, you do one thing, somewhere in a, you have a notebook, na? In the notebook, last one page you give, so that all the important sections you write, so that you can refer it at a later point of time which section is what, okay. So you give like one page for IGST, 2 pages for CGST, okay. So just give that pages, one page fully for IGST, list of sections in IGST, list of sections in IGST, list of sections in IGST. That full page you will write only IGST sections. Then 2 pages you leave for CGST, list of sections under CGST Act, list of sections under IGST Act, list of sections under CGST Act. In that list of sections under IGST Act, we have come across 3 sections so far. Write that. What is that? Section 7. Interstate, right, section 7. For which page you should write? IGST, IGST. Section 7, hyphen, meaning of interstate, meaning of interstate, meaning of interstate. Section 8, meaning of intrastate. Section 7, meaning of interstate. Section 8, meaning of intrastate. Section 16, zero rated supplies, zero rated supplies. And for section 7, meaning of interstate, section 8, meaning of intrastate, you give the page number, refer page number 9. Where and all this information is going to come, that page numbers also you need to update. So that quickly you can see which section is what, in which page number it is there. You understood? In your book, whichever book you are referring, that book page number you write. So in this book it is page number 9. And then section 16 0 rated page 11. Page 11. We have not yet come across CGST sections yet. So when we come across, there we will write. But only important sections you are writing first. So that what you can do is that once like exams and all is nearing, so you can frequently revise that. Even one day before the exam also you can quickly revise that. So like that, one page we will dedicate for all form numbers. And 1-2 pages we will dedicate for important assumptions. What are the important assumptions that we need to take while answering the practical questions, okay? Then come back to this page 11, 0 rated. Tell me what are 0 rated supplies, if you know already. Export of goods or services, supply of goods or services to SEZ is known as 0 rated supplies. Come again, what are 0 rated? Export of goods or services, supply of goods or services to SEZ. In that case, why is it called as 0 rated? Does it mean the rate of GST is 0? No, the rate of GST is not 0. It means that, so we don't have the burden of GST. How we will not have burden of GST? What we will do is that we have 2 options. Option 1, we will pay IGST, and that is on outward supply we will pay IGST, and on inward supply we will avail ITC. Whatever ITC we have availed on inward supply is utilized for payment of outward supply, and we will get the gross IGST as refund. Now you will not understand plainly like this. That's why I gave an illustration in the next page. Have a look into this illustration in the next page. Parallelly we will learn, okay, through illustration. ABC Private Limited is an exporter, and that ABC Private Limited is having purchases, inputs, input services and capital goods. How much is the value of inputs? 1 lakh excluding GST 12%, input services 50,000 excluding GST 18%, capital goods 1 lakh 50 excluding GST 12%. And what that exporter is doing, they are making export of finished goods for 8 lakhs excluding GST at 12%. Understood up to this? This is the question. Now, is it 0 rated? Is it 0 rated? Yes. How do you know that it is 0 rated? Because we are making export. As we are making export, it will be coming under 0 rated. Now, what is the option number 1? Read the previous page. What is option number 1? First, we need to pay IGST on outward supply. Now, come to this illustration. What is the value of outward supply? 8 lakhs. And what is the rate of GST? 8 lakhs into 12% is how much? So that we need to pay. Am I right? But how that we will pay? Usually, how we will pay output tax? ITC, and suppose if we have sufficient balance, we will pay ITC using that. What if we don't have sufficient balance? We will pay by cash. For example, here 96,000. And how much is the ITC that is available with us? What is ITC? Input tax credit. Okay, I'll ask this. What is input tax credit? Tax paid on? In this question, what are our inward supplies? Inputs, input service, capital goods. On that, how much tax you paid? On inputs, how much tax you paid? Calculator is there. Do 1 lakh into 12%. How much you paid? 12,000. On input service, how much you paid? 9,000. On capital goods, how much you paid? 18,000. Total it. 12 plus 9 plus 18. 39,000. So how much is your liability? 96,000. How much credit you have? 36,000, 39,000. So is there a shortfall? Yes or no? How you will pay that shortfall? Through cash. Okay. So 96,000 minus 39,000, balance 57,000 you will pay. You got it? How much refund you will get? 57 or 96? 57 or 96. How much you will get as a refund? 96. 96 you will get as a refund. But sir, I paid only 57. No sir, concentrate. Now you paid 57, at the time of purchase already you paid 39, correct? You are ABCR, now you are paying 57, but at the time of purchase itself already you are paying 39. That 39 plus this 57 together is 96. Fully you got the refund, which means that your tax burden is, that's why it is 0 rated. Is it clear? As the tax burden will become 0, it will be called as 0 rated supplies. Option 1, gross liability 96, input tax 39 and net liability 57, but refund will be 96, which is nothing but 39,000 and 57,000. Refund not available if IGST charge it to recipient. Of course, you should not be collecting this 96,000 from your customer outside India, because if you collect from him, government will not give you the refund. You are collecting already, government also giving you refund, which means you are getting double advantage, na? That's why you should not collect that from your customer. You should just pay out of your pocket and you will get it as a refund. Is it clear? Now, second option you see. Second option. Don't look at the clock. I know what is the time. Okay. We'll complete this. I know I have to give a break. See this. Option 2. Whether we need to pay GST on outward supply? No, they are telling no need to pay GST on outward supply. But whatever input tax credit that we have, that input tax credit we will get as a refund. Outward supply, no need to pay anything. On inward supply, whatever ITZ that you have paid already, that you will get as a refund. But only with respect to inputs are inputs and input service, or inputs, input service and capital goods. Only inputs are inputs and input services are, or all three are. Read there. Inputs and input services, which means, come back to this illustration. On exports, are you paying anything? Option 2. On exports, are you paying anything? No, you are not paying anything on export. On purchase you paid, na? On inputs, how much you paid? 12,000. On input service, how much you paid? 9,000. That much only you will get as refund. How much? 12,000 plus 9,000? 21,000. On capital goods, are you paying? On capital goods, are you paying? Yes, you paid. How much? 18,000. Whether you will get refund? No. Then what you will do with that 18,000 rupees? It will be there as input tax credit. In future, you will have some liability, right? With that, this 18,000 gets adjusted. Is it clear? So, see the second option. Refund of ITZ, 1 lakh into 12%, 12,000, 50,000 into 18%, 21,000, only on inputs and input service. And still there is some input tax credit balance, which is nothing but your capital goods GST paid. What is the capital goods GST paid? 18,000. That will be there as input tax credit. What you can do with this? If you want, you write down adjusted against future liabilities. Adjusted against future liabilities. Okay? Fine. There is second part. What will be your answer if export turnover is 5 lakhs and domestic turnover is 3 lakhs? We'll take a break and then we will continue with this. Okay? So far what I have discussed, introduction, how GST got subsumed and what are the various GSTs that we have intra, inter, and then we have seen about this, input tax credit, 0 rated supply. Right now we are into the discussion related to 0 rated. The remaining part we will continue. Okay? Thank you. We'll see after break. We'll meet at 11:15. 15 minutes break, pa. And afternoon session also 15 minutes break. And lunch break I will give you 45 minutes to 1 hour. Okay? Fine. Thank you. Okay, we'll start. So we are moving on to the second option. What is that second option? Don't pay IGST, avail ITZ, and we will get the refund of ITZ with respect to inputs and input services. Why are we not getting refund of ITZ with respect to capital goods? What is the reason behind this? Capital goods credit, if they are giving as a refund, then you will go for which option? If they are giving capital goods credit also as refund, you will go for which option? Option 1 or option 2? Option 2, because in option 2, what is the saving? You don't have to pay GST and you will get the refund of ITC. Then naturally you will go for second option. Will you agree with me? As you go for the second option, government wise, if you see, government side, if you see, they want to encourage you to go for first option or second option. Which option is beneficial for them? First option, because money is coming and then they are giving you the refund. You agreed or not? So indirectly they are pushing you to go for second option, first option. So they are putting a limitation in the second option. Are you understanding this? Again, I am repeating carefully, listen. If the refund of ITC is available with respect to capital goods in second option, no one will go for first option, everyone will go for second option only. But that is disadvantageous to government. So they are telling, if you go for second option, fine, but you will not get the refund with respect to capital goods. So therefore, just to take the benefit on capital goods, we will go for first option. So because you just see the illustration there. In the first option, what is the burden that you had? 96. Full 96 you are getting as refund, correct? Is there any balance in ITC? No. Fully you have got the refund. But in second option, if you see, what is the balance that you have? 18,000. Means that 18,000 you are not getting as a refund. Will you agree with me? Means still that balance is there. Now you decide between which option? Option 1 or option 2? Why option 1? Full refund. Option 1 full refund. But option 2 you will not get that full refund. So you will go for option 1. But in option 1, what is the disadvantage for you? Which is advantage to government? You have to pay 57,000 and you need to wait till the time you get that 57,000 as refund. So that's the reason why you will be going for first option, which is actually disadvantage, but you will go for it for the sake of that 18,000 rupees, correct or not? That is where the government is also getting gain. They are getting this 57,000 from you and they will be refunding you at a later point of time. So the time value of money is involved. Is it clear? Then, now look into another part. Export upon payment of IGST and refund of gross IGST. In this case, what will happen? What is your gross liability? Option 1 we will see. What is the second situation? Please respond. What is the second situation? Export how much? 5 lakhs. Domestic how much? 3 lakhs. Now what is option 1? Pay IGST and get refund of that IGST. Let's do that. Okay. Now, without seeing the book, you tell me what is the gross liability? Already answer is there in the book, but you don't have to see the answer. Option 1, what is the gross liability? How much is the export turnover? 5 lakhs. Means we need to pay or no need to pay under option 1? We need to pay. Gross liability on export turnover. Gross liability on export turnover. How much is the export turnover? 5 lakhs and into what is the rate of GST? So the rate of GST here is 12%. So therefore we will take into 12%. What is 5 lakhs into 12%? 60,000. Then on domestic turnover, what is the domestic turnover? So the domestic turnover is rupees 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs into what is the rate? 12%. How much that will come to? 36,000. So 60,000 plus 36,000. What is the total liability? Same as previous. Minus input tax credit. What is the input tax credit? On inputs, 1 lakh into 12%. That is 12,000. Am I right? Input services, how much? 50,000 into 18%, 9,000. Then capital goods. Capital goods, how much? 1,50,000 into 12%. That is 18,000. So total 30. Sir, under option 1, capital goods credit, you can take. Option 2 only there is a restriction. Option 1 there is no restriction. Is it clear? So 96 minus 39, how much? 57. Sir, same only na sir, same only up to this. But you tell me how much is the refund? How much is the refund? 96 60 60,000. How much you will get as refund? 60,000. How much is the GST on export? 60,000. That much only you will get as refund. Is it clear? I'll tell you the logic behind it. On input tax credit, how much you paid? How much is the input tax credit? 39. What is that 39,000 used in export? What is the export turnover to total turnover ratio? Export turnover to domestic turnover. What is the ratio? 5:3, which means 5/8 is export, 3/8 is correct. Now, how much you have paid on input tax credit? GST paid on inward supply, how much? 39. 39,000 into 5/8. 39,000 into 5/8. How much? 24,375. Then on output, how much you are paying? 57. But out of that 57,000, how much is pertaining to export? 5/8. 57,000 into 5/8. How much? 37,000. The total is 60,000. Check. Correct? You understood the logic behind 60,000, how we are getting 60,000 as refund? Again I am repeating, carefully listen. On purchases we paid 39. Out of that 39,000, 5/8 related to export we are getting as refund. Again on export we are paying 57,000. Out of that 57,000 also we are getting 5/8, which means 60,000 we are getting as refund. So should we remember this? No, don't remember this way. This is complicated, don't remember this way. That's why I gave you an easy way. What is that easy way? Gross IGST on export. What is the gross IGST on export? 60,000, that you will get as a refund. Is it clear here? So you can see that option 2, export without payment of IGST under bond or LUT, maximum refund of ITC. So, sorry, option 1. On export 5 lakhs into 12%, 60,000. On domestic turnover 3 lakhs into 12%, 36,000. And total 96. ITC on inputs and input service and capital goods 39,000. So net liability 57,000. So what will be the refund? You understood how we got 60,000? Now, what is the second option? Second option is what? Are you required to pay any GST on outward supply or no need to pay GST on outward supply? No need to pay GST on outward supply. So therefore that will be 0. How much is the ITC? 21. How sir 21? You will get only with respect to inputs and input services. 21,000. 21,000 into what is the proportion of export turnover to total turnover? 5/8. So 21,000 into 5/8, 13,125 you will get as a refund. But what is the balance that you have in the refund? What is the balance of ITC that you have? Let's see that. Okay. So in this option, are you required to pay GST on domestic turnover? Yes. How much is your domestic turnover? 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs into 12% is how much? 36,000. 36,000. How much credit already you have? 39. So we will use 39 for payment of 36,000. Still how much credit is there? 3,000. But what is the formula? 13,125. So how much refund you will get? You will get refund only to the extent of 3,000. Okay. Why refund you will get only 3,000? Even though you are eligible for 13,125, but the balance in ITC is only 3,000. That's why you will get only 3,000 as refund. Is it clear? So now look into the next area, that is GST Council, page number 12. So basically GST Council is a constitutional authority. Constitutional authority means what? So this authority derives the powers from the constitution. GST council derives the power from the constitution. What is the relevant article of the constitution that you need to remember? Article 279A of the constitution. Underline that, article 279A of the constitution. Article 279A of the constitution. And who is the head of the GST council, and why GST council is first of all required? Because GST council is a decision making body under GST, and they will be taking the decisions related to GST, because central government also will take decisions, state government also will take decisions. Now, if both of them follow the decision separately, then the taxpayer will get affected. Central government will say you pay this tax, state government will say you pay this tax. If both of them started torturing us, then where we will go and cry? So therefore, there should be a common decision making body. That common decision making body is called as GST council. So GST council, who will be the head of the GST council? Prime Minister, President? No. Neither Prime Minister nor President. Who will be the head of the GST council? Union Finance Minister is its chairman. Basically, it is a decision making body, and they give recommendations on important issues, that is rates, exemption, complaints, etc. to central government and state government. And it contains how many members? 33 members. How 33 members will be there? Simple. 31 states, 31 SGST Act, 31 states. For every state, one representation should be there. Every state finance minister will be there. So means that 3 union territories are there now with state legislature, they also will come. So 31 states, each state will have a representative. So 31 state finance ministers plus 1 union finance minister plus 1 minister in charge of revenue states. Like to coordinate between the states and the center, 1 minister will be appointed, Minister of States, we call them as MOS, Minister of States. They will represent between the state and the center like a liaison. So that is 1 person. They will also look after for union territories, 5 union territories. So how many members in total? 33. 1 union finance minister, 1 union minister of state revenue, and 31 state finance ministers. And what is the meaning of quorum? Quorum means what? Minimum attendance. How many members should be there in order to call it as a valid meeting? Minimum 50, means 17 members should be there. And what is the weighted vote? Central government should have 1/3 vote and state government should have 2/3 votes. And to take a decision, how much weighted majority is required? 3/4, which is like a special resolution. In order to take a special resolution, how much majority is required? 3/4 majority, 75%. Am I right? Same majority that is required here also. These points you keep in mind. So, what is the weighted majority required for taking a decision? 3/4. And what is the central government vote weight? 1/3. State government vote weight? What is the quorum that is required? And how many members will be there in the GST council? So what is GST council? It's a decision making body under GST. So covering these points, when you get a short note question also, you write this. One more point you need to write. What are the functions of GST council? What GST council will do? Generic. This is generic. What functions they will be carrying out? If you want to do registration, you will do it through GST, that is, they will give recommendations with respect to what is the turnover. 40 lakhs turnover, 20 lakhs turnover, 10 lakhs turnover. We have these 3 different turnovers. Some people are required to register whenever their aggregate turnover exceeds 40 lakhs. Whenever their aggregate turnover exceeds 10 lakhs, whenever their aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakhs. So for which state, how much turnover, who will decide? GST council. For which product, what is the rate of GST, who will decide? GST council. And which products are exempted, which products are taxable, who will decide? GST council. Is it clear? So see this, they give recommendations on important issues like rates, exemption, complaints, etc. to central government and state government. Then you mark GST council as important for short note. Theory question important for short note. And other points to remember. Which is the first country to implement GST in the globe? France, for MCQ. Who recommended implementation of GST in India? One committee, Dr. Kelkar Task Force Committee. And what is the effective date of implementation of GST in India? 1/7/2017. Then there is something called as GST network. This section number is not important, no need to remember this section number. Just remember what is GST network. For implementation of GST, we needed a proper system, accounting like, between central government, state government, taxpayer, everything will be done through a portal. So what is that portal called as? GST network or a system. It's an information technology system wherein we will make application for registration, file the returns, pay taxes, everything. There is a common system that is required. That common system is called as GST network. So it provides, underline, information technology infrastructure. What it provides, pa? Information technology infrastructure. Underline that. For what purpose? For what purpose? For implementation of GST. It is also referred to as what? Common portal. And to whom it will provide services? Central government, state government, taxpayers and banks. Okay, 4 people. Who are they? Central government, state government, banks and other stakeholders and taxpayers. And is it a private entity or a government entity? Government entity, 100% government entity, in which central government owns how much? 50%. State government owns how much? 50%. What activities we can do through GST portal? We can get registered, we can pay tax, we can file returns, and we can generate e-way-bill. Even there is a settlement of IGST between central government and state government. I told you na, IGST collected by central government and thereafter it will be shared with the state government. That settlement and all will be done by the GST network. Okay. So now again GST network can be asked as a short note question, either GST council or a GST network. With this we completed segment 1, introduction. Mostly introduction chapter for short note questions or for MCQs only it will be relevant. Then we will move on to the second chapter, that is supply under GST. So what is the section that we need to refer for supply under GST? Section 7 of CGST Act. In that 7 of CGST Act, look into the 7 subsection 1 which talks about inclusions. What are all included in the meaning of supply? Then 7 subsection 2 talks about exclusion from the meaning of supply. And 7 subsection 1A, classification of supply into goods or services. This 7 subsection 3 is not effective at present. That is 7 subsection 3 says, once an activity is classified into goods or services, it can be reclassified into goods or services by government. For example, you classify the transaction as service. For example, whatever classes I am taking now is a supply of service. But government can treat it as supply of goods. Or if there is a transaction which is supply of goods, government can treat it as supply of services and vice versa. But the 7 subsection 3 they have not invoked. So therefore, the 7 subsection 3 is effective or not effective at present? Not effective at present. So it is not effective at present. So you don't have to remember this. But what are the other 3 subsections you need to remember? 7 subsection 1 inclusion, 7 subsection 2 exclusion, 7 subsection 1A classification into goods or services. Now first we will see inclusions in the meaning of supply. Look into 7 subsection 1A. So 7 subsection 1A says any activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. But any activity in the nature of, what is that activity is in the nature of? Debts RLL. What is debts RLL? You can see here, D for disposal. Disposal means what? Usually when you will use the word disposal, whenever we are selling the scrap, waste, etc., we use the word disposal. Then exchange. Exchange, when we will use that word exchange, say you are buying a new TV in exchange of your old TV, then we will use the word exchange. Barter. Barter, it is like exchange of goods for goods or services for services, etc. For example, I will give you 100 bags of rice and you will be giving me 50 bags of wheat. Okay, so that is an example of barter. Transfer means what? So transfer means lot of activities will come in transfer. In capital gains you would have studied compulsory acquisition, extinguishment, relinquishment or any other transfer of asset, that transfer. Sale, what is the difference between sale and transfer? Basically sale will be just a contract to transfer the property in goods from one person to another person. So there should be consensus addendum. Consensus addendum means what? Identity of mind should be there. Then only it will be called as a contract of sale. But transfer need not be. Usually I will be giving this example of compulsory acquisition. In compulsory acquisition, in capital gains, when you come across whether the person is having intention to sell the asset, no, but even then the asset will be sold by him because government is asking him to transfer the asset. Will you agree with me? So therefore, in this case of compulsory acquisition, I don't have the intention to sell, but I am forced to sell, correct or not? So this is called as transfer, but it is not called as sale. Okay. Next, rental. Rental is whenever we are taking the place on rent for right to use. We are not buying the place, but we are taking the place on usage. Okay. For example, I am taking this hall on rent for conducting the classes. So this is an example of rental. Am I purchasing it? No, definitely no. So but I am taking this on rent for using it. So I have right to use. So that is what rental. License. What is license? Intangibles usually we call as license. For example, a music director composes a music and transfers it to the producer. He is giving the license of the music to the producer. So we have in a recent past also. So our Ilayaraja is asking everyone as to you use my tune, pay money, like that. You understood? Why? Because he is only giving the license. He is not transferring it to the producer of the movie. That is what license is. Then lease. Lease refers to what? Simple, the property when we are taking it for a long term. For example, like 20 years, 30 years, like that when we take. Usually rent is for a short term. But when we take it in a long term, then it will be called as lease. Whether these activities are only treated as supply, no. Any activities such as these activities. Such as these activities means, for example, okay. So see there, any activity in the nature of debts RLL. For what? For a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. Basically in 7.1a, every activity will come. Every activity will come. Then, what is the difference between 7.1a and 7.1aa? You read and identify the difference 7.1a versus 7.1aa. 7.1a, any activity. Here also any activity. But 7.1a they did not tell between whom. 7.1aa they are telling between a person other than individual and its members. For example, there is an association. For example, partnership firm. Partnership firm. There is a partner who is providing the services to the partnership firm, for which partnership firm pays some money to the partner. This will be covered under 7.1aa. You understood? Because for partnership firm, who are the members? Partners. So any transaction between a person other than individual. Who is person other than individual? So HUF, partnership firm, AOP, BOI, artificial juridical person, company, cooperative society, etc. So they are called as person other than individual, and its members. Who are the members of partnership firm? Partners. Who are the members of HUF? Family members, co-partners. Who are the members of company? Shareholders. So between company and the shareholders, between partnership firm and the partners, any transaction is there that will be coming under 7.1aa. Is it clear? Any activity or transaction between a person other than individual and its members for a consideration. So tell me what is the difference between 7.1a and 7.1aa? Both are same. 7.1a is between any person to any person, but 7.1aa is between a person other than individual and its members. Then 7.1b. 7.1b is what? Import of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. Can you tell me the difference between 7.1a and 7.1b? 7.1a and 7.1b. In 7.1a, what activity? Any activity. But in 7.1b, what activity? Import of services. 7.1a for consideration. 7.1b also for consideration. But 7.1a in the course or furtherance of business. But 7.1b whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. Is it clear? So therefore, even though it is a personal activity, it will come under 7.1b. That's where usually I will ask you to remember an example. Amazon Prime or Netflix subscription. When you are subscribing for Amazon Prime or Netflix, is it an import of service? Yes, because where Netflix is located? Outside India. Where you are located? In India. Is it import of service? Yes. For consideration? Yes. Say you pay 199 or 399, etc. It is for consideration. Is it in the course or furtherance of your business? No. It is for personal purpose. Even then it will become supply under 7.1b. Why in 7.1b they did not give import of goods? Because import of goods will be covered under customs. That's the reason why it is not given under 7.1b. Only import of service is given. Understood? Then look into 7.1c, activities in schedule 1. So whenever you are referring to 7.1c, you need to write read with schedule 1. There are 3 schedules in CGST Act. Schedule 1 talks about list of activities which are treated as supply even though without consideration. Schedule 2 talks about classification of supply into goods or services, and schedule 3 talks about exclusion from supply. Okay, so somewhere you make note. So whenever you are referring to the respective section, you need to write those schedules. So first, schedule 1. Schedule 1 is what? Section 7.1c. What is it? 7.1c, list of activities treated as supply even though without consideration. List of activities treated as supply even though without consideration. So what are those list of activities which are treated as supply even though without consideration? Remember DRIP. D-R-I-P. What is D? Disposal of business asset on which ITC is availed. For example, I am purchasing an asset. At the time of purchase of the asset, I paid GST and I availed the ITC on that asset. Now that asset is given to an orphanage. For example, I am buying a AC. On the purchase of AC, I took the ITC. Now that AC I am giving to an orphanage. Now in that case, is it disposal of business asset? Yes. On which ITC is availed? Yes. Even though it is without consideration, that will become supply under 7.1c. Then R for related party transaction, including transaction between distinct person. Any transaction between related parties or distinct persons will be treated as supply even though without consideration. Then I for import of services from a related person or another establishment located outside India, but it should be in the course or furtherance of business. And P for principal agent transaction, any transaction or activity between the principal and agent. These 4 activities, even though without consideration, will be treated as supply under 7.1c. We will discuss in detail also. I am just giving you this list. Then schedule 2. Schedule 2, whenever you are referring, you need to give reference to section 7 subsection 1 capital A. What is 7 subsection 1 capital A? You see the chart. What is 7 subsection 1 capital A? Classification of supply into goods or services. Classification of supply into goods or services will be coming under 7 subsection 1 capital A. Then schedule 3. What is that schedule 3? Section 7 subsection 2, exclusions from supply. Exclusions from supply means these activities will not be treated as supply at all. That is exclusion from supply, 7 subsection 2. And we have some big list of activities. You can remember it like it a keyword spalled slow. Spalled slow. So these are the list of activities which are excluded from supply. What are these activities? We will discuss. Okay. Now these 3 schedules, can you remember pa? Schedule 1, section 7.1c. What is that? List of activities which are treated as supply even though without consideration. Schedule 2, 7 subsection 1a, classification of supply into goods or services. Schedule 3, 7 subsection 2, exclusion from supply, that is spalled slow. Now we will see this schedule 1 activities, disposal of business asset on which ITC has been availed. You understood this point or you want me to explain further? Business asset, I am purchasing an asset. On purchase of that asset, I availed ITC. Means what? Whatever GST paid and business asset, I took as ITC. Now what I am doing with the business asset? I am disposing of, means I am giving it. Am I selling it or disposing it? Disposing it. I am giving it freely. Okay. Now, is there a consideration or no consideration? No consideration, but it will be treated as supply. Why is it treated as supply? Because I enjoyed the ITC. Because I enjoyed the ITC, so they are telling it is a supply, pay the GST now, because you took the benefit. Okay. Next. Related party transaction, including transaction between distinct persons. So there are certain parties who are treated as related. Who are treated as related? Who are treated as related? Can you give me any example of related? Based on whatever you remember. Who are treated as related? Partners are related. Very good. Partners are related. Then employer and employee are also related. Very good. Then anything else? One more point. 25%. Super. 25%. What is that? Two companies having a common shareholder who is holding 25%. Okay. So this related is given below. What is the meaning of related? That you can see in page number 20. Meaning of related you can see in page number 20. So why we need to know about related? In two places we have come across related now, just now. DRIP. What are the two places where we have come across related? DRIP. R. Related. I also we have related. Check. Correct? Import of service from a related person. So for these two places, we need to know what is the meaning of related. Okay. Now, this total 9 transactions are there. You remember it like 3, 3, 3. First 3. Concentrate. I'll explain this. You have a business, I have a business. In your business, I am appointed as officer or director. In my business, you are appointed as officer or director. Is it clear? Two businesses in which owner of one business is appointed as officer or director in another business. So see there. Such persons are officers or directors of one another's business. X is appointed as officer in Y's business and Y is appointed as officer in X business. This is normal. But one more important point you should remember is that director of a company and company will also be treated as related under first point. Is it clear? Who are treated as related? Director of a company and the company are also treated as related. Director of a company and company are treated as related. Highlight that. Director of a company and company are treated as related. Then second point, they are legally recognized partners of a firm, means partners of a firm. Third point, employer and employee. Come on, tell me what are the 3 points, first 3 points, come on. Officers or directors of one another's business. Next. In that itself, director company covered. Partners of a firm. Number 3, employer and employee. Once again, please. Officers or directors of one another. Next. Partners of a firm. Employer and employee. Good. Next 3 points related to investment and control. Okay, concentrate, listen. Two companies, common shareholder, holding how much? 25% or more. Whether in both the companies? Yes. So which means those two companies will be treated as related. Is it clear? Why, sir? Why they are treated as related? Because this person who is owning 25% in the other company, he is having a substantial investment in the other company. So therefore, whenever they are making any decision, so this person, this shareholder is going to play a crucial role because he himself holds 25%. So without his decision or without his vote, the decision cannot be taken by the company. So due to that reason, these two companies having a common shareholder, holding 25% or more. Now any transaction between those two companies, this common shareholder will be the key person. Due to that reason, that's a related party transaction. Is it clear? So what is that? Two companies having a common shareholder. How much that person will be holding? 25% or more in those two companies, because we will never get a question like, so write a brief note on related, like that we will not get. We will get only application based questions. Application based question means they will give a situation. For that situation, we need to apply and determine whether it is a related party transaction or not. Okay. Then next one. So point number 5. Point number 4 you understood now. What is it? Point number 4. Any person directly or indirectly owns, holds or controls 25% or more of the outstanding voting stock or shares or both of them. So that's actually too technical. But when you try to remember, you remember this way. So Mr. A invested 25% or more in X Limited, and he also invested 25% or more in Y Limited. Now X Limited and Y Limited are related. How X Limited will know that A invested greater than or equals to 25% in Y Limited? Because Mr. A has to declare this with X Limited as well as Y Limited. There is a disclosure requirement as per Companies Act. Whenever you are holding more than 25% in one company, you have to disclose that fact with the other companies also. So with X Limited, you need to disclose that he has invested greater than or equals to 25% in Y Limited, and he need to disclose with Y Limited that he is holding 25% or more in X Limited. So they both will be aware that there is a common shareholder holding 25% or more. So any transaction between X Limited and Y Limited will become a related party transaction. The next one, point number 5. One person directly or indirectly controls the another. Control means what, pa? Either investment greater than 50%, holding subsidiary. So control means investment greater than 50% or majority common board of directors, or control by way of operations. Majority common board of directors means, for example, there are two companies. So company X Limited, which is having 3 directors ABC. Company Y Limited, which is having 3 directors ABD. ABC, ABD. ABC, ABD. Who are common? A and B. So 2 out of 3 directors are common, which means majority common. So therefore X Limited and Y Limited will become related. Is it clear? Then one more point is also there, control by way of operations. What is control by way of operations? That is, I am controlling your company. I am controlling your company's operations, but I have not invested in your company. Is it clear? Example, OYO. OYO will not invest in the hotel, but they take over the operations of the hotel and run the hotel. Correct? You are not aware about OYO? A very popular brand here. So many of your friends also might be frequently visiting, you know, just for staying only. And OYO is something which is actually a brand name owner. What OYO will do? They will not buy the hotel. They will take over the hotel and run the operations of the hotel. Now OYO has invested in the hotel or not invested in the hotel? Not invested. But whether OYO is controlling the hotel or not controlling the hotel? Controlling. Control by way of operations. So tell me, what is the meaning of control? Come on. Either investment greater than 50%, or majority common board of directors, or control by way of operations. Then next, what is the difference between 4th point and 5th point that you can see in this? What is the difference between 4th point and 5th point? In 4th point, there are 3 parties, 2 companies with a common shareholder, correct? But in 5th point, there are only 2 parties. Remember, when there are 3 parties only, you apply the 25% point. When there are only 2 parties in the question, you apply 50%. Is it clear? Usually we get a confusion when to apply 25, when to apply 50. When there are 3 parties given in the question, you should apply 25. When there are only 2 parties, you need to apply 50%. And then both of them directly or indirectly controlled by a third person. It's like 2 kids, pa, same father, pa, different mother. Whether they are related? 2 kids, same father, mother different. Related or not related? Like that. 2 companies having a same parent company. Whether they are related? Yes. 2 companies having a common parent company. Means that common parent company controls this company as well as that company. So these 2 will be treated as related. So that is what? So both of them are directly or indirectly controlled by a third person. Now tell me, what are the next 3 points you should remember? Come on. 25%, 50%, common parent. Understood? 25%, 50%, common parent. What is it, 25%? Common shareholder holding 25% or more. What is it, 50%? Control. More than 50% or majority common board of directors or control of operations. What is it, common parent? 2 companies which are under the common control of a third person. So first point, what you remember? Officers, directors, one another. Second point, partners. Third point, employer, employee. Okay, pa. Next, 25%, 50%, common parent. Okay. Next, last 3. So they are together, they directly or indirectly control a third person. What is the difference between 6th point and 7th point? See, 6th point, two companies having a common parent company. In 7th point, two companies together will control a third person. You understood? Means joint ownership, correct? Joint ownership. Like two shareholders, their total investment, if you see, more than 50%, means those two shareholders are controlling the company or not. Now, if those two shareholders, any transaction takes place between them, is it a related party transaction? Yes, because those two shareholders is having the common interest. What is that common interest? To control the company. Is it clear or not? Then it is like, what happens is that, so I have given there, X Limited you take. X Limited invested how much in A Limited? 28. Control is there or not? Yes, sir. Eppudu control. How it can be control? Control means more than 50%. So just 28 will not be a control. Sir, the 25% you said, na sir, that's a different story. Two companies having a common shareholder with 25%. This is not that. Normally, X Limited, when there are two parties, I asked you to apply. When there are two parties, I asked you to apply 25 or 50 or 50. So now X Limited and A Limited, two parties, how much we need to apply? 50. So is it more than 50 or less than 50? More than 50. Chalo? Visible? More than 50 or 28? More than 50 or less than 50? Less than 50. So is there a control or no control? No control. Then next again, Y Limited has invested 30% in A Limited. More than 50 or less than 50? Means both of them investing less than 50. Both of them are not individually controlling, but add these two. Add these two. And more than 50, they are controlling. Means if these two people decide they can do anything to the company, correct or not? So then it will be coming under related. That is what X Limited and Y Limited together invested in A Limited. Okay. So what to do? Sometimes we have to go together in order to face the bigger person. You understood or not? You didn't understand? Better. You should not understand. So it's like when I was taking IDT, I was happy, okay. Then some people tried to, torture me a lot. So no other go. Therefore, I have to ask some other person as a support. So that some other person, already 3 days DT class got over. Now you would have understood what is the story. You understood. So it's like individually we can't do anything, but together we can. You understood? So that is this. And X Limited and Y Limited together can control A Limited. You understood? Next. They are members of the same family. What is this? Members of the same family means family is defined. Who will come under family? Don't bring your family definition. Generally family definition. What is family? Spouse, children, whether or not dependent. Then brothers, sisters, parents, grandparents. If they are wholly and mainly dependent. Tell me whether wife will come under family. Of course, spouse, family. Whether wife's parents will come under family? No, as per the definition, no. Okay, then for grandfather, whether grandchildren will come under family? No, because only children is given. But for grandchildren, grandfather will come under family? Yes, super, no? For grandfather, grandchildren is not family, but for grandchildren, grandfather is family. Provided grandfather is wholly dependent, okay? Whether brother's wife, sister's husband will come under family? No. Whether son-in-law, daughter-in-law will come under family? No. All in-laws are not treated as family here, okay? And sir, my mother's parents are treated as family? Yes, because they said grandparents. They did not say whether it is maternal or paternal. So both side grandparents will be covered, okay? So definition is simple, spouse and children whether or not dependent, brothers, sisters, parents and grandparents if they are wholly and mainly dependent on that person. Then last point, sole selling agent. Sole selling agent. Sole means not S-O-U-L, S-O-L-E. S-O-U-L always you will do cringe. Not that. Not that. S-O-L-E. Sole means single. Sole selling agent means one agent. There is only one agent. And all the supplies you are making through that agent. Then that agent will be related to you. Is it clear? There is only one agent. All the transactions will be through that agent only. Then that agent is no doubt you are related. You got it? So tell me what are the last 3 points? Together, control. You understood? Together, control. Next, family. Last, sole selling agent. So total 9 points. Okay. Not necessary that you should tell it in the order. Close your book for some time. Tell me what is the meaning of related. As simple as we can, we try to remember. 9 points you should tell. Come on. Officer, directors, partners, employer, employee, super, 25% common shareholder, 50% control, common parent, super, together they will control, family, sole selling agent, super. That's it. So we completed the related definition, and in exam you read the transaction, you will easily identify whether it is a related party transaction or not. If it is a related party transaction, even though without consideration, it will become supply under 7(1)(c). They will give one point like distributed goods to customers free of cost. Distributed goods to customers free of cost. On such goods, ITC not available. Is it supply or not a supply? Distributed goods to customers free of cost on which ITC not available. Will it come in D point? Why it will not come in D point? ITC not available. Will it come in R point, related party transaction? No. Customers are not related, not covered under the definition of related, correct? Import of service also will not be applicable. Principal agent transaction also not applicable. Consequently, it is not a supply. You understood? Like that, when you read the question, you need to apply that and decide whether it is supply or not a supply. Then next one. In the related party transactions, already what we started is that first we started supply. In that supply, we are discussing about 7(1)(a), 7(1)(aa), 7(1)(b) and 7(1)(c). Right now, 7(1)(a) we completed. Any activity for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. 7(1)(a), any activity between a person other than individual and its members for consideration in the course or furtherance of business. 7(1)(b) also we saw import of services for a consideration whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. We done that. 7(1)(c) we are discussing elaborately that in 7(1)(c) there are 4 activities which are treated as supply. What are those 4 activities? D, R, I, P. What is D? Disposal of business asset on which ITC avail. You understood that one. Then second one is what? Related party transaction including transaction between distinct persons. Now you understood what are related party transaction. There is one more part in this. What is that? Distinct persons. You tell me who are treated as distinct persons. One registration of a person to their another registration is known as distinct person. Page number 23. Page number 23. Sir, why sir you are making us to turn the pages? At least you do that now so that you will not sleep. Huh? Do that. So, distinct persons. Who are treated as distinct person? One registration of a person to another registration. Whether in GST there is only single registration or multiple registrations possible, multiple registrations possible. So when there will be multiple registrations, that is possible. Suppose if I am doing business in multiple states, I need to get registered in each state separately. You understood or not? For example, I am opening up a branch in Karnataka, opening up a branch in Andhra Pradesh or Telangana or Kerala. Now every place I have a branch, each state I am doing business. So I have to register in every state. Is it clear? Suppose if I am doing multiple business in the same state, but I have different place of business. Now what I am doing, rather than opening up the branches in other state, I try to open up the branches within the state itself. Possible? If you see some brands which is of national level, they will open the branches in multiple places like Max Garments. Max Garments is there in everywhere na. Maharashtra it is there, Karnataka it is there, Kerala it is there, everywhere it is there. That is an example. Certain brands which are desi, local, okay. What they will do is that they will open within the state. Other state, no one will know about that. Sarvana stores, you understood? They cannot open it in other state because they have a trademark. That trademark which is like local. So, and that too they will not be promoting any branded goods. All unbranded goods only they will be promoting because their strategy is very simple. Their strategy is cost leadership. Cost leadership means what? They will try to give the product at a cheaper cost. That is their target. And therefore, that may not suit in the other states. Due to that reason, they will open in multiple places now within the state like that. It so happens that within the state also have multiple branches. Are you required to get a separate registration or not required to get a separate registration? Not required to get a separate registration. You can continue with the single registration, or else you can go for separate registration with respect to each place of business. Why we will go for separate registration with respect to each place of business? For administrative convenience. So that one branch will take care of the return filing separately for that reason. See this. Multiple business, different states, separate registration with respect to each state mandatory. Multiple business, same state but in different places. Separate registration with respect to each place, mandatory or optional? Optional. Multiple business, same state, same place of business. Can obtain separate registration or cannot obtain separate registration? Cannot obtain. It is like single building pa. In that building itself, in ground floor, I am having a jewelry shop. In first floor, I am having a garment shop. And in second floor, I am having a restaurant. These three. Now in that case, can I go for separate registration with respect to each business? Not possible. Because it is in the same place. So I cannot go for separate registration. Separate registration not required. Is it clear? Why we discuss this? Just to understand when a person will get more than one registration. So one registration to another registration is known as distinct person. Say this. Every registration of a person to their another registration is a distinct person. And one more point I wanted to discuss with you. See this example in the next page. A Limited is doing business in 3 states, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Telangana. They are making taxable supplies in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka 10 lakhs and 3 lakhs, exempted supplies of 2 lakhs, 4 lakhs and 3 lakhs in Telangana. Now tell me, what is their total turnover, aggregate turnover or total turnover? 10 plus 3 plus 2 plus 4 plus 3. How much is their aggregate turnover? 22 lakhs. And what is the applicable threshold limit for them? Applicable threshold limit means what? Once they cross that limit, they need to register. So whether they cross the limit or not cross the limit? Cross the limit. Are they required to register or not required to register? Required to get registered. Now where they should register? Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telangana or Tamil Nadu and Karnataka? Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. Why not in Telangana? Because they are not making taxable supplies. Concentrate. Very, very important point you should remember now. Once a person is liable to get registered, they should register in every state from where they make taxable supplies. You got it? Once a person is liable to get registered, they need to get registered in every state from where they make taxable supplies. So therefore, they are making taxable supplies in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, they need to register there, not in Telangana. But whenever they start making taxable supply in Telangana, from that date onwards, they need to register. So aggregate turnover of A Limited is 22 lakhs, which exceed the threshold limit, and A Limited liable to get registered, and registration should be obtained in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, but not in Telangana. No, concentrate. Tamil Nadu to Telangana, some transaction may happen. Happen or cannot happen? Is it a distinct person? Tamil Nadu to Karnataka, if there is any transaction, it's a distinct person transaction. Because Tamil Nadu separate registration, Karnataka separate registration. But between Tamil Nadu and Telangana, if there is any transaction, is it a transaction between distinct person? Yes or no? Yes, they are telling yes. Even if you are having an unregistered establishment in the another state, that unregistered establishment in another state is also distinct person. So see this. This you would not have studied. So you would have studied only up to one registration to another registration. But this point can be tested in exam. A Limited is having GSTIN in Tamil Nadu. A Limited is having GSTIN in Karnataka. Now this to this any transaction, it is transaction between distinct persons. But between registered establishment and unregistered establishment also, if there is any transaction, that's a transaction between distinct persons. So 2 points you need to remember for distinct person. Tell me what are those 2 points? One registration to another registration, okay, or one registration to another establishment which is unregistered within the state or another state. Another state. Now concentrate pa. Same example. What if this is Chennai, this is Chennai, no need to change that in the book, just listen here. Chennai, Coimbatore, Madurai. Chennai, Coimbatore and Madurai. Okay. Now, what is the aggregate turnover? 22 lakhs. And whether it exceeds the threshold limit? Yes. Where should we register? Suppose if you go for separate registration, where you should register? Chennai and Coimbatore, but not in Madurai. Why not in Madurai? Because you are not making taxable supplies. Clear? So how many registrations you have? 2 registrations. Between Chennai to Coimbatore, any transaction, it's a distinct person. Between Chennai to Madurai, is it a distinct person? No, no, sir. Every time we tell an answer, you tell opposite. That's my job. What to do? So why it is like this? They are telling unregistered establishment in the another state, then only it is distinct. Unregistered establishment within the state is not a distinct person. Is it clear? So there should be registered establishment in a state and unregistered establishment in the another state. See this. Registered establishment of a person in a state and unregistered establishment of such person in another state. Another state, another state, another state, another state. Clear? Then they are treated as distinct person. Within the state, if there is any unregistered establishment, will it be treated as distinct person? No, it will not be. You just write down that somewhere. Within the state, if it is an unregistered establishment, within the state, so in the afternoon break, when you go now, buy sticky notes, buy some sticky notes and come, so you can paste it and write the extra points, okay? Because when you write it in a notebook, what will happen is that when you read this, you will not correlate with your notebook. Notebook will be separate, this will be separate, you will read this and go, okay? So these small key points may miss. That's the reason why you try to paste the sticky note and there itself you write so that you will be able to cross check, okay? So within the state, unregistered establishment, within the state, unregistered establishment, not treated as distinct person, not treated as distinct person. Within the state, unregistered establishment, within the state, unregistered establishment not treated as distinct person. Okay? Then next. So you understood the distinct person also? Clear? Now, we will do one question related to this, related import of service. What is the difference between import of service in 7.1b versus import of service in 7.1c? 7.1c also there is a import of service, 7.1b also there is a import of service. What is it? You can find the difference between these two. 7(1)(b) is for consideration. 7(1)(c) is without consideration. Super. Next. Amazing. 7(1)(b) is from any person, but 7(1)(c) is from a related person. Then, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business for 7(1)(b), but for 7(1)(c) should be in the course or furtherance of business. You can see the differences in page number 15 and 16. Page number 15 and 16, you can see I gave the differences there. 7(1)(b) versus 7(1)(c) import of service. 7(1)(b) import of service, so consideration yes. 7(1)(c) import of service, consideration no. 7(1)(b) import of service, it may or may not be in the course or furtherance of business. But when 7(1)(c) import of service, it should be in the course or furtherance of business. Is it clear? Now can we apply this 7(1)(b) and 7(1)(c) import of service? Yes. Can you repeat once again? 7(1)(b) is what? Import of service from any person for consideration in whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. Super. 7(1)(c) import of service from related person or another establishment located outside India for consideration or without consideration? Without consideration. In the course or not in the course or furtherance of business? In the course or furtherance of business. See this example which is in page 21. Page 21. Examine whether the activity of import of service in the following independent cases would amount to supply under section 7 of CGST Act. Kindly don't look into the answer for some time, close the answer, see the question alone in your book. Miss Srinidhi Kaushik received Vastu consultancy service for her residence located at Bandra, Mumbai from Mr. Rachel of Sydney, Australia. The amount paid for the said service is $5,000. Is there a consideration or no consideration? So you should apply 7(1)(b) or 7(1)(c). Remember, only when there is no consideration, 7(1)(c. No C, 7(1)(c). You understood? No C, no consideration, C, 7(1)(c). You understood or not? So whenever there is consideration, don't refer to 7(1)(c). Whenever there is no consideration, then only you need to refer to 7(1)(c). So here there is consideration. So you need to refer to 7(1)(b). 7(1)(b). Is it import of service for consideration? Whether or not in the course or furtherance of business, so we don't have to check that. Correct? It may be in the course or furtherance of business or not in the course or furtherance of business. Applying 7(1)(b), will it become supply? Yes. Good. Second one. Miss Srinidhi Kaushik received Vastu consultancy service for a residence located Bandra, Mumbai from her son, Mr. Varun, residing in Sydney, Australia. Further, Miss Srinidhi did not pay any consideration for the said service. 7(1). Is it import of service from a related person? Why? Son, but son not dependent. Whether or not dependent, son will always be treated as family related, whether or not dependent. So it's an import of service from a related person. Correct? Without consideration. But it should be in the course or furtherance of business. Check this and tell me whether it is in the course or furtherance of business. No, it is for her house. So supply or not a supply? Not a supply. Even though it is import of service, even though without consideration, even though from a related person, not a supply because it is not in the course or furtherance of business. Now, see the third one. Miss Srinidhi Kaushik received Vastu consultancy service for her business premises located at Bandra, Mumbai from her son Mr. Varun residing in Sydney, Australia. Further, Miss Srinidhi did not pay any consideration for the said service. Will it come under 7(1)(c)? Why? Import of services without consideration from a related person and in the course or furtherance of business. Therefore, it will become supply under 7(1)(c). Understood? So, import of service point also clear? So DRIP, D for on which ITC is availed, and R for related party transaction including transaction between distinct persons, I for import of service from a related person or other establishment located outside India, last P for principal agent transactions. One important point you need to remember here is that principal agent transaction only in the context of goods, not in the context of services. So between principal and agent there should be only goods, services will not be coming, okay. So that's what in the table I have given, principal and agent transaction only goods. Now you look into 7 subsection 1 summary table. So now whenever you have a doubt about supply or not a supply, you need to refer to this table which is in page number 15 and 16. First 7.1a, what is the activity? Any activity. Consideration is essential. Yes. Should it be in the course or furtherance of business? And from whose point of view you need to see whether it is in the course or furtherance of business? Supplier point of view. And coverage, both goods and services are only goods are? Both goods and services. 7.1a, activity, any activity between a person other than individual and its members. Consideration is essential in the course or furtherance of business. Supplier point of view, and coverage is both goods and services, common. 7.1b, activity, import of service. Consideration in the course or furtherance of business, may or may not be, yes or no. And whose perspective? Recipient point of view. For example, you go back to that Netflix example which we discussed. Netflix is outside India, you are located in India. Actually from Netflix point of view it is in the course or furtherance of business, but we did not see from the supplier point of view, we saw from the recipient point of view. So import of service always we need to see from the recipient point of view. Coverage, service, goods is not covered. Why goods is not covered? Because it will come under Customs Act. Then next 7.1c, DRIP, for D, consideration, no, in the course or furtherance of business, not applicable, may or may not be. See the table. Sir, disposal of business asset, when I told you to an orphanage, is it in the course or furtherance of business? I gave you one example. What is that example I told you? AC I purchased, GST paid, availed as ITC, I gave it to an orphanage. Giving it to orphanage, is it in the course or furtherance of my business? Even then it will become supply. Why it will become supply? What we need to see is whether ITC availed or not availed, okay. Then next, what is the, like whose point of view we need to see? Supplier. Coverage, only goods, because disposal of business asset cannot be service, only goods. Then next, R, related party transaction including transaction between distinct persons, okay. And it is for consideration or without consideration? Without consideration. In the course or furtherance of business? Yes. See the table, yes. And from whose perspective? Supplier. Coverage, goods or services. Then I, consideration, not required. Import of service from related. Consideration not required. Course or furtherance of business? Yes. Whose perspective? Recipient. Coverage, only services. Then last, principal agent transaction. Consideration, no. Course or furtherance of business? Yes. Whose perspective? Supplier. And whether it is coverage of both goods and services or only goods? Okay, can you remember this here? Now, we need to know certain points here. Already we have discussed that inclusions. Now we will move on to the exclusions. So look into the exclusions. Come back to this chart, page 14. We completed inclusions. Now we are going to discuss exclusions from the meaning of supply. In that exclusions from the meaning of supply, what is the keyword that I asked you to remember? Spelled slow. Yes, for sovereign functions of government. Sovereign functions of government means what? All activities of government other than the following. So these 4 activities are covered under supply or excluded from supply? Covered under supply. All other activities are excluded from supply. What are the 4 activities of government which is covered under supply? Department of Post, transportation of goods or passengers, airport or port services, and services to business entities. These 4 activities are only covered under supply. All other activities are excluded from supply. Example, listen. You go to a post office and they are collecting some money from you for speed post. Covered under supply, excluded from supplier? Covered under supply. And suppose you apply for a permanent account number for which you pay some money, 100 rupees you pay, you, CA student, you are paying 100 rupees for a permanent account number and government has collected 100 rupees from you. So check this and tell me whether it is covered under supply or excluded from supply. Why excluded from supply? It is not Department of Post, it is not airport or port, it is not transportation of goods or passengers, it is not services to business entities. What if a company apply for permanent account number by paying 150 rupees? Is it covered under supply? Yes. Last point, services to business entities. Suppose you travel in train and for which you pay some money for ticket. Is it covered under supply or excluded from supply? Covered under supply. Which point? Transportation of goods or passengers. You understood? So tell me what are the 4 activities of government covered under supply? Department of Post. Next. Transportation of goods or passengers, airport or port service and services to business entities. And all other activities of government is excluded from supply. Then P for post. What is that post? Government post, constitutional post, nominated post. Listen carefully. Government post means MLAs, MPs, etc. Their tenure will be fixed for a period of 5 years, not permanent. And after 5 years they need to vacate, again contest in the elections and they will win. For these 5 years, they will get a remuneration from the government. Am I right? This remuneration, whatever they are receiving from the government, is it covered under supply or excluded from supply? Excluded from supply. Even for income tax purpose, this remuneration will come under IFOS. Correct? It will not come under salaries. Am I right? So MLAs, MPs drawing salary will not come under salary, that will come under IFOS, which means logically GST should be applicable, but no, there is no GST also. And what is constitutional post example? Government post, I gave you example, MLAs, MPs. Constitutional post example, president, governor, okay, and then chief justice, collector, these are called as constitutional post, or CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General. And then nominated post. Who will come under this nominated post? So nominated means there is a body under government, the head of the body or the member of that body is appointed by the government. Example, RBI governor, SEBI chairman. You understood? So these are all examples of body in which the member is appointed by the government. So what are the 3 posts here? Come on. Government post, constitutional post, nominated post. Sovereign functions of the government, post. Okay. Then A, actionable claims other than HC block. So means this HC block is covered under supply, all other actionable claims are excluded from supply. What are the actionable claims which are covered under supply? You remember with a keyword HC block. H for horse racing, C for casinos, B for betting, L for lottery, online, money gaming and gambling. Horse racing you can understand, correct? What in horse racing we do? We place a bet on a horse and if that horse wins, we will get the money. Then casinos, what happens in casinos? Lot of card games, poker, etc. and all. Card games will be happening. So we will go to a casino, we deposit the money, they will be giving the coins or chips, red color, green color, white color, like the chips will be there. That using that we will bet and we will play, and sometimes we lose, sometimes we win. So that is how we earn the money, that is casinos. Then betting. What is this betting? Normal betting. For example, cricket match, cricket betting is happening. So wherein, so this particular match, who will win? Or whether there will be a 6 in this over or no 6 in the over. Whether there will be like, any wicket in this over, like that people will place a bet, cricket betting, that is called as betting. But sir, it is illegal na sir. Who is talking about legal versus illegal here? Whether it is legal or illegal, you need to pay tax. You understood? whether you earn legally or you earn illegally, you have to pay tax. But if it is illegal, other consequences will come. Like Prevention of Black Money Act, Enforcement Directorate, etc. will come and they will take the action on you. I paid tax, no? Pay. Just because you paid the tax does not mean whatever you are doing is correct. You understood? So on illegal transactions also we need to pay tax. Then lottery. Lottery also self-explanatory. In Kerala, lottery system is there. So they will be selling the lottery tickets and odd of lots, one person will be selected in the lottery and that person will get the huge money, correct or not? Then online money gaming, example, online rummy, rummy circle, dream 11, these are all examples of online money gaming. Betting that happens through online platforms. Then gambling, that also many activities will be happening. So just like that on everything they will do the gambling. Like this model is there now, roll of dice. In roll of dice, everyone will place the money and 3 A's, like they will take the cards and if you are getting continuously 3 A's, so whosoever is getting, they will be able to. So the chances of winning is very less. The chances of losing is high. That's the difference between betting and gambling. In the betting and gambling, the difference is, in betting, at least there is a chance of winning. The probability is like 50-50. That is called as betting. Gambling, it is like 1 out of 10. Out of 10, only one person is able to win. That is called as gambling. But both are in the same manner. Okay. Now, these are the specified actionable claims which are covered under supply. Very, very important for September 24 exams, because May exam, they did not test much on the specified actionable claims. Okay. So what are the specified actionable claims, pa? H, C, block. And all other actionable claims are excluded from supply. What is first of all actionable claim means? An instrument which satisfies 4 conditions is called as actionable claim. What are the 4 conditions? You can see that actionable claim meaning, page number 18, meaning of actionable claim. You have a right to receive a benefit or recover a debt which is legally enforceable, can be transferred from one person to another person. Holder of such right is entitled to receive the benefit or recover a debt. For example, bill of exchange you take, pa. When you have a bill of exchange, you have right to receive benefit or recover a debt. Yes, sir. Transferable, can you transfer it? And legally enforceable, yes. And who will recover the debt? The one who holds the bill of exchange. Another example, lottery ticket. Is lottery ticket an actionable claim? First condition, you have a right to receive benefit. If the prize money is awarded, you have a right to receive the benefit. Transferable, yes. Legally, because there won't be any name on the lottery ticket, transferable. Is it legally enforceable? Yes, in the state where lottery system is prevailing. And who will receive the benefit? The one who is holding the lottery ticket will receive the benefit. Then another case, casinos we discussed na. In casino, so you have a right to receive benefit. You have right to receive benefit. Yes, what is that? Coin. When you are having the coins, you have right to receive the benefit. That coins, once you redeem in the counter, you will get your money back. Okay. So coins are the actionable claims there. You have right to receive the benefit? Yes. Can that coins be transferred to another person also? Yes. When you lose, you transfer the coins to other person and the other person is going to get the benefit. You understood? Legally enforceable? Yes. In the places where it is prevailing. Okay. So where it is prevailing, sir? In Goa, casinos are legal. In Goa is in India only. Okay. In Goa, casinos are legal. Okay. So like that, it is legally enforceable. So basically, you need to remember that only those actionable claims which are specified is covered under supply. All other actionable claims are excluded from supply. Okay. Now, SPA, S for sovereign functions of government, P for post, A for actionable claims other than specified actionable claims, that is HC block. And related to this specified actionable claims, what is online gaming, online money gaming? You should know the difference. Which one is covered under specified actionable claim? Online gaming or online money gaming? See the list. Online money gaming. Then what is online gaming? When you spend money to play the game, not with the objective of earning money, then it is online gaming. Example, Minecraft, GTA, these are all some games where you spend money to play the game. A number of games, we spend money to play the game. In what way, sir? Some games we will download it freely, and as you progress, you need to cross certain levels for which you need certain upgrades. So you spend money to upgrade, to buy the coins, etc. and all. So that will be coming under online money gaming, online gaming. Online gaming. Or if you are playing any PlayStation games, PS5 or Xbox games, you will purchase the game by spending money. So actually Minecraft, if you want to play through server, you need to spend 1,999 rupees. Cracked versions are available. But if you want to play through server with other person, etc. and all, so then definitely we need to spend money. That is called as online money gaming or online gaming. Gaming, there is no earning in that, only spending. You understood? Then why, sir, we play? For the sake of recreation, we play that. And some people will record it and we will upload it in the YouTube, for which they will be getting some YouTube revenue also. Okay. But that is not called as online money gaming. That is just online gaming. But when you play the game by depositing a money and with the objective of earning money, then it will be called as online money gaming, mainly betting apps. Betting apps will be coming under online money gaming. But sir, in online money gaming, whether it should be a game of chance or game of skill. It should be a game of chance or game of skill. You understood game of chance, game of skill? But online rummy is game of chance or game of skill? Chance, game of chance. Why game of chance? You don't know which card it will be next. There is no skill, etc. Again, this Dream 11 is game of chance or game of skill? Game of? Actually it is both. Actually it is both. Game of skill is there, game of chance also it is there, because the player whom you select, if they perform well in that particular match, then only you will be able to get more points. You understood? So it's both game of skill as well as game of chance, both are involved. Then there are certain games like chess. Chess, in chess also there will be betting. I will also bet some money, you will also bet some money, and we both will play chess, and whomsoever wins will receive the entire money. Okay. Now, is it a game of chance or game of skill? Purely game of skill. It's not a game of chance. Are you getting? Yes, sir. Poker. Again, poker game also, it's a game of chance. So reason being, you don't know what's the next thing. And even in that way, Ludo is also a game of chance. Ludo is there, online Ludo. That is also a game of chance. Because what happens, initially 3 games you will be winning. So as you are winning, you spend money. Thereafter, next game onwards, you will be losing only. To recover that money, again you will spend. So basically, this game of chance or game of skill, both are covered here. Because read the definition. Read the definition. Online money gaming means online gaming in which players play or deposit money or money's worth, including virtual digital assets, in the expectation of winning money or money's worth, including virtual digital assets in any event, including game, scheme, competition or any other activity, whether or not its outcome or performance is based on skill, chance or both, and whether the same is permissible or otherwise under any law for the time being in force. Because of this reason, Dream 11 is now covered under GST, and they are required to pay, you know how much GST? 40,000 crores GST they need to pay. Not 40,000 rupees, 40,000 crores GST demand was given. Thereafter, it got reduced to 28,000 crores. Okay, I'll show you. So, GST demand on Dream 11. How much, Company which is facing a tax demand of 28,000 crore from the GST authorities. Rate of GST 28%. Then you can see how much they have made. 28,000 crores they have to pay GST means how much could be their turnover? 1 lakh. 1 lakh crores is their turnover. 1 lakh crore into 28% is 28,000. Are you getting this? How much money they have made? For 1 crore itself, here we are doing, and so they are making 1 lakh crores, and on that 28%, 28,000 crores they have to pay as GST, and for which they did not pay, because they were of the opinion that ours is a game of skill. Game of skill means it's not a betting, so we are not required to pay GST like that. But government made an amendment, whether it is a game of skill or game of chance or both. So it is, once it is a betting platform, you have to pay GST on that. Understood the difference between online gaming and online money gaming? Sir, online gaming is specified actionable claim? No, no, no. Only online money gaming. Then online gaming is treated as what? Services. That too what services? OIDAR services, online information database access and retrieval services. Okay, but you just remember that OIDAR services, online gaming treated as OIDAR services. Sir, what is OIDAR? We will be learning in the next chapter, that is liability to pay GST. Under FCM, RCM, there we will be learning, but just remember that it is a service. Next, look into the next one, legal fees. Legal fees means fee collected by court or tribunal. Court or tribunal fee, there won't be any GST, it is excluded from supply. Then next L you see, land sale including sale of building, where entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. What does it mean? Before obtaining completion certificate, I got the consideration. Usually what happens in sale of flats, when the flat is under construction itself, I will buy the flat. On the GST applicable or not applicable? Applicable. Suppose if I buy the flat after completion of the flat, GST applicable or not applicable? Not applicable, because it is treated as sale of building. Now third combination, I gave you first combination. What is the first combination? I purchased it before completion. Applicable or not applicable? Applicable. Second, I gave you, I purchased after completion. GST applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. What if part before, part after? Possible? First I will pay the advance and book the flat. Thereafter I will pay the remaining amount. Now in that case, GST applicable or not applicable? Read this point carefully and tell me. What is it they are telling? When is it excluded? When is it excluded? When the entire consideration is received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation. Entire consideration. So in this case, my example, part consideration before and part consideration after, na? So whether it is covered under supply or excluded from supply? Covered under supply. Only when entire consideration is after completion certificate, it is excluded from supply. I gave that explanation in the next page, have a look into it. Suppose if consideration is before completion certificate, covered under supply, not excluded from supply, so GST payable. Suppose if entire consideration is after completion certificate, then it is excluded from supply, GST not payable. If part consideration before and remaining consideration after, entirely GST will be payable and it is not excluded from supply. Okay. Then they use the word first occupation, completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. What is the difference between these two? Completion certificate means whenever the portion, that apartment is completed, we will get the completion certificate. But in that apartment, even if one flat is occupied, it will be called as first occupation. Usually in Mumbai and all, what they will do, they will not be completing the apartment. So flat by flat, they will be making it ready and they will be giving. So all premium flats. So that model has now come to Chennai also. What they will do is that the bare shell they will construct. They will not make the flat completely ready. So then, depending upon your need, interiors and all they will make and they will hand it over. Now in that case, the completion certificate is at a later point of time, but the first occupation happens now itself. So whichever is earlier, which is earlier? First occupation is earlier. Is it clear? So that's where. See this, date of commencement of construction 25th March and first occupation is 15th May. In between these two dates, 10 flats got booked. From the commencement to first occupation, 10 flats got booked, which means what? Out of these 10 flats, one person would have occupied on 15/5. Is it clear? Now, so between first occupation to the completion certificate, 25 flats booked. Thereafter, 5 flats booked. What will be taken as the deemed date of completion? Completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Which is earlier? 15/5. As on this date, how many flats got booked? So GST payable only on 10 flats. On remaining flats, we are not required to pay GST. Are you understanding this? So total 4 points we discussed, the 5 points. S, P, A, L, L. S for sovereign functions of government. P for post. A for actionable claim other than law, other than HC block, horse racing, casinos, etc. Then next L for legal fee, fee collected by court or tribunal. Then another L, land sale including sale of building where entire consideration is received when? After obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. Now look into the next one, employee to employer in the course of employment. Salary is excluded from supply, simply remember. Why salary is excluded from supply? Already they are paying income tax, huge income tax they are paying. So that's the reason why here they have given the relief. They are not required to pay GST, basically, got it? So salary, employee to employer in the course of employment. Then look into the next one, D. D for death related. What is post-death activities? Funeral, burial, crematorium, transportation of deceased. The Dandanaka dance is there, na? Till the time they take to the burial ground, that. All these are post-death activities. At least after death, may the soul rest in peace. We should not torture that. So no GST on that, excluded from supply. But remember, transportation of deceased. So transportation of patient, covered under supply, covered under supply. Transportation of deceased is excluded from supply. Okay. Deceased means dead body. Patient, while going patient while returning it will be dead body. While going it is supply. While coming it is not a supply. You understood? Then next. So 4 activities, we'll complete this part. We'll take break at 1:15, please. Okay? See this. Next one, yes. So SPALD we completed. What is that SPALD? S for sovereign functions. P, post. A, actionable claims other than specified actionable claims. L, land sale. Another L, legal fee, fee collected by court or tribunal. Then land sale including sale of building where entire consideration received after obtaining completion certificate or first occupation, whichever is earlier. E for employee to employer. D for death related. S for sale on high seas. Sale on high seas. Okay. So what happens in case of sale on high seas? First, what is high seas? After 200 nautical miles. Okay. Now listen carefully. I am the original importer. Concentrate. Simply I will tell you. I am the original importer. The goods are in transit. Where the goods are in? Outside India, transit. Now, I transfer the document of title to you. So, I have the document of title, which means I am the owner of the goods. Whomsoever is having this document, he is the owner of the goods. Got it? Where the goods are? Transit. Now, I sold this document of title to you. You got it? Now, you pay me some money, na? That is excluded from supply. Why, sir, it is excluded from supply? Because using this document, you are going to clear the goods from the customs and you will anyhow pay the customs duty. So, I am relieved now. You got it? Actually, who should have paid the customs duty? I am original importer, you are subsequent buyer. Who should pay the original the customs duty? Original importer. But what original importer is doing? Transferring the document of title. When the document of title is transferred, then who will pay customs duty? Subsequent buyer. So you are anyhow paying na. So I am relieved. I am not required to pay. Is it clear? Understood? Sir, what is sale on high seas? Original importer transfer the document of title to the subsequent buyer. As subsequent buyer pays the customs duty, the original importer is excluded from supply. No need to pay GST. This only in a chart form I gave, which is in page number 16. Have a look into this. There is a original importer, Mr. Rajesh, and a foreign seller. What happens? Mr. Rajesh places an order with the foreign seller for goods worth $10,000. Foreign seller hand over the goods to the shipping company, for which shipping company will be giving airway bill or bill of lading. What is airway bill or bill of lading? Known as document of title to the goods. That airway bill or bill of lading is given by the foreign seller to original importer. Now, original importer is having the document of title. Understood the first 4 steps? Rajesh placed an order. Seller gave the goods to shipping company. Shipping company gave the documents. That documents got sent to Rajesh. Clear? Now, Rajesh is identifying a subsequent buyer, Mr. Satish. And Rajesh is transferring the document of title to Satish for rupee. For how much amount? $11,000. Satish paid this $11,000. This $11,000 is excluded from supply. Why this $11,000 is excluded from supply? Because Satish is anyhow going to pay customs duty, including IGST on $11,000. So if Rajesh also pay GST, in turn it will be collected from Satish. Then Satish will have double tax. How double tax? Whatever GST charged by Rajesh, plus on import also he need to pay GST. To avoid the double taxation only, they are giving this relief. Is it clear, pa? And so Satish will pay customs duty on $11,000 and he will release the goods from the customs. So what you need to remember here is only this part. What is that part that you need to remember? Sale by transfer of documents to title. When the goods were in transit, that consideration received is excluded from supply. Got it? Then L. L refers to liquor license granted by state government. State government will be granting liquor license. So that is license to sell the liquor, for which they will receive a license fee. I told you already, on liquor there should not be any GST. So that's why it is excluded from supply. Suppose from state government I got the liquor license. I spent 40 lakhs to get the license. Now I am not able to do the business. So I sell this liquor license to some other person for 45 lakhs. Whether this 45 lakhs is also excluded from supply or covered under supply? Covered under supply. Only liquor license granted by state government is excluded from supply. Then outside the country movement of goods. Goods originates where? Outside. Goods terminates where? Outside. Is it importer? Is it exporter? Is it a domestic sale? It is neither import nor export nor a domestic sale. That's why we don't have to pay GST on that. Where the goods are starting? Where the goods are ending? For example, I am a seller. I purchase goods outside India and deliver the goods to my customer outside India. So should it be treated as export? No. Why it is not treated as export? Because the goods are not going from India to outside India. Are you getting this? Then last, warehoused goods under customs sold. What is this warehoused goods under customs sold means? Similar to this, similar to this, say this. In this case, Rajesh brought the goods to India and kept the goods in a warehouse. What's the difference between sale on high seas and warehoused goods? In case of sale on high seas, the goods were in transit. But in this case, warehoused goods case, the goods are brought and kept in the warehouse. Which warehouse? Customs warehouse. With payment of duty or without payment of duty? Without payment of duty. Then it is sold to Mr. Satish. You understood? Same story, again same, but only difference is that at which stage it has been sold to Satish. If it is sold during the transit, it is on high seas, that is also excluded from supply. If it is warehoused goods sold, that is also excluded from supply. Why? Same reason, because Satish is anyhow paying the customs duty including IGST on 11,000. You got it? So Tell me what are the exclusions from supply? Spalled, slow. Spalled already you know. Slow, last 4. Sale on high seas. Liquor license granted by state government. O, outside the country movement of goods. W, warehoused goods under customs sold. Then we have one more point here, gifts. Whether employer and employer treat as related. Employer and employee are treated as related. Yes or no? Yes. Gift given by employer to employee. Supplier, not a supplier. So actually employee to employer is only excluded from supply. Employer to employee is not excluded from supply. Is it clear? What is excluded from supply is employee to employer. I am not discussing that. Employer to employee. Is it excluded from supply? No. But for gift given by employer to employee, if you make it as supply, no gift will be given by employer to employee. That's why they gave a relief. How much will be not a supply? 50,000 per annum per employee. You understood? I am employer pa. You are my employee. I am giving you an iPhone which is 75,000 rupees. Supplier, not a supplier. Why? More than 50,000. I am giving you an Android phone which is 40,000 rupees. Supplier, not a supplier. Because the value does not exceed 50,000. Whether we need to see per employee or all together. Per employee. And whether we need to see this gift per annum or per month. Per annum. So gift per annum per employee does not exceed 50,000. What if it exceeds 50,000? How much is covered under supply? For example, 75,000 mobile. Full 75,000 is supply or only 25,000 is supply? Full 75,000 will be treated as supply. Also, any benefit covered under salary offer document form part of salary. Example, perquisites. Perquisites will be covered under offer document or not covered under offer document? Covered under offer document, which is given by employer to employee. Whether any GST payable on that or not payable? Not payable, because perquisites will be added to the salary. Correct? Are we doing or not? Perquisites will be added to the salary. As perquisites is added to the salary, and anyhow income tax is there. That's why we are getting a relief here. So just checking the question whether it is given by employer to employee covered under offer document. If it is covered under offer document, then it is a perquisite and it is not a supply. Is it clear? So we completed inclusions, exclusions in the supply. Now we'll take a break, and after lunch we will discuss about some other aspects, and that is we have certain dry area, meaning of goods, meaning of service, meaning of consideration, etc. and all. And what I am going to do is that as we completed inclusions and exclusions from supply, we will just pause it here. We will start in the afternoon an interesting area called value of supply. We will complete that and then we will come back to this remaining portion. I am just structuring that way so that when I am taking it, you will not sleep. You understood? So we'll meet at 2 o'clock. We'll meet at 2 o'clock. Okay. Welcome back. Look into page number 16. So what we are going to see now is the transactions between employer and employee. What is the GST implications? Already we have seen 3 points related to employer and employee. What is that? Employer and employee are treated as related parties. Yes or no? Yes. Number 2, salary. That is employee providing services to the employer. The salary is excluded from supply. True or false? True. Number 3, gift given by employer to employee not exceeding 50,000 per annum per employee, not a supply. Correct? So when it will become supply? Only when the value of gift exceeds 50,000 per annum per employee. Then last point that we have seen is about the perquisites. So any perquisites will not be covered under that is supply, because it is covered under salary. Combining all those points, I just gave 2 charts. Have a look into those 2 charts. First chart, which is there in page number 16. This is supply by employee to employer. Usually it is goods or services, only services. Why an employee will give goods to the employer? Definitely service only he will be giving. Because employment contract is a contract of service. Now, you divide it into two. In the course of employment, not in the course of employment. If it is in the course of employment, what is the answer? It is excluded from supply, not a supply. So, for example, you are working as an employee in an organization and you are getting a salary. What is the answer for that? It is not a supply. Suppose if it is not in the course of employment, that organization requested you to do some extra work. For that extra work, they are paying you money also. Is it supply or not a supply? Not in the course of employment. In the course or furtherance of business for a consideration, supply under 7(1)(a). So for example, you are a chartered accountant. You have been appointed as a finance manager in an organization for a salary of 12 lakhs per annum. So that is excluded from supply. Apart from giving you salary, you are also doing one audit work, which is not actually as per your contract of employment. For doing that audit work, they have given you some remuneration. Is it in the course of employment or not in the course of employment? Not in the course of employment. But is it related to your business? Yes. So for consideration, it is supply under 7(1)(a). Without consideration, why is it given as not a supply? Anyone? Without consideration, why is it given as not a supply? What is the reason behind it? Employer and employee are related. Then without consideration means it should come under 7(1)(c). But why I have given it as not a supply? The moment when it is not in the course of employment, just right there, there is no employer-employee relationship. No employer-employee relationship. As there is no employer-employee relationship, 7(1)(c) will not get attracted. Is it clear or not? There should be employer-employee relationship. If there is no employer-employee relationship, 7(1)(c) will not come. That's why without consideration. No, not a supply. What if it is not in the course or furtherance of business? Then also it is not a supply. You just have to remember 3 points. What is that? Number one, if it is in the course of employment, what is it you need to remember? Not a supply. If it is not in the course of employment for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business, then it is supply under 7(1)(a). In all other cases, it is not a supply. Can you remember that way? 3 points. First point, in the course of employment, not a supply. Not in the course of employment, but in the course or furtherance of business for consideration. Answer, supply. Any other case? Clear? Then look into the next one. Supply by employer to employee, either goods or services for a consideration. Example, employer provide canteen facility to the employee and collect some money from the employee. Is it supply or not a supply? Supply. 7(1)(a). I gave you example, canteen facility provided to employees. Then if it is without consideration, either it will come under perquisite or it will come under gift. But how to decide whether it is perquisite or gift? Offer document. Very good. If it is covered under offer document, then it will be perquisite. So supplier, not a supplier. Why? Why it is not a supply? Because it comes under salary. What if it is gift? What if it is gift? Check the value. Value does not exceed 50,000 per employee, not a supply. Value exceed 50,000 per employee, entire amount treated as supply under 7(1)(c). Now we are looking into classification of supply into goods or services. What we have seen so far is inclusion in supply, exclusion from supply. Now look into classification of supply into goods or services. Kindly look into page number 22. Page 22. First you need to know whether there is a movable property. If there is a transfer of title in relation to movable property, it will be called as goods. If there is a transfer of right to use movable property, it will be service. Example, I have a car. That car I am giving to you, title I am giving to you. What is it? Supply of goods, because it is sale. I am not giving you the title, but I am giving you the right to use car, means renting, supply of service. Easy. Suppose if the title transfers at a future date, in hire purchase what will happen? Whether the title passes immediately or at a future date? At a future date. Still it is supply of goods only? Yes. Whenever the title transfers is irrelevant. Whether the title transfers today or the title transfers at a future date, it will come under supply of goods. But there is a transfer of right to use, then it will be supply of service. Is this point clear? Movable property. Immovable property, why it will not come under supply of goods? Why immovable property will not come under supply of goods? Exclusion from supply. Sale of land is excluded from supply. Sale of building is excluded from supply. That's the reason why once an activity is not a supply, the classification shall not arise. Will you agree or not? So due to that reason, so immovable property will never come under supply of goods. But when immovable property will come under supply of service? Renting. Renting, that is transfer of right in relation to immovable property or construction of immovable property like lifts and escalators, or transfer of right like renting of land or leasing of building, etc. You understood these 2 points? Now third, intellectual property rights. Can you give me examples of intellectual property rights? What are considered as intellectual property rights? Copyright, trademark, patent, these are all called as intellectual property rights. In case of intellectual property rights, if there is a permanent transfer, it is supply of goods. If there is a temporary transfer, it is supply of service. Example, music director who composes the music, will they do permanent transfer or temporary transfer? Why temporary transfer? Because they need to copy their own tune for another movie, correct? Yes, pa. You feel like they will compose music, all the movies unique will be there? Definitely no. They will copy their own tunes and they will just make it in permutation combination and they will come out with the another one. No music director will definitely for every movie make a unique one. We feel like it is new, but actually no, if you closely observe, so some tunes actually it is copied, okay, from theirs. Of course, some directors are there who will copy from other directors, etc. and all. Like that one director is, music director is there by name Taman, no, Taman, S.S. Taman. So what he will do, he will go to Telugu industry and whatever music that is composed by Anirudh, here and there he will change and he will put it over there in Telugu industry and he will earn lakhs and lakhs of rupees for doing that. And they don't know, they will listen, wow, super nice music like that and all, they will be clapping. But they don't know the fact it originates here, you understood or not. Like that, lot of people will do this, copy from other music directors. Some people will copy from foreign movies and all. And thanks to OTT, we know from which source they have copied this and all. And this, music directors will never do permanent transfer, they will do temporary transfer only. So is it supply of goods or supply of service? Supply of service. Permanent transfer of IPR, usually technology transfer. I created a technology, but I don't have the manufacturing facility. What I will do, I will transfer the technology to some other person. Is it clear? Like for example, YouTube was once not belonging to Google, you know that? So YouTube has been purchased for $1.4 billion. But now per day it is generating $1.4 billion. Are you getting this? Once upon a time it was purchased by Google. Like that, when I have a technology but I don't know how to scale it up, I will transfer the technology to a manufacturer or producer, etc. Like this permanent transfer of IPR, that is coming under supply of goods or supply of service? Supply of goods. Understood first 3 points? Movable property, tell me. Transfer of title will come under supply of goods. Transfer of right to use, supply of service. Immovable property will never come under supply of goods. When it will come under supply of service? Transfer of right to use or construction. Then IPRs, when it will come under supply of goods? Permanent transfer. When it will come under supply of service? Temporary transfer. Super, very good. Then carrying out process on the goods belonging to other person means what? Remember, I am a tailor. You give me cloth. I do the stitching. Supply of goods or supply of service? Service. Because it is your cloth, I am just doing the stitching. Am I right? So it is supply of service. If I buy the cloth, I do the stitching and I give you the garment, then supply of goods. You got it? Sometimes what will happen is that I will also use my material and I will use your material also, I will use my material also. For example, you are giving me cloth, but thread, buttons, etc. mine. Understood? But you will buy thread, button, everything and you will give up to the tailor. No, no. You will give only the cloth. But the tailor will purchase the thread and button and they make the garment. Is it supply of goods or supply of service? Service only. Because what is a substantial material? Cloth. Who gave it? Recipient. Due to that reason, it will be coming under supply of service. Sometimes what happens, I will buy the cloth, I do the stitching, but you want an extra work on the garment. For example, I am stitching a wedding dress and the boy wanted his girl's face to be embroidered on the dress. Now, lot of nibbis are there whom we see, you know, boys dress girl's face, girls dress boys face. You understood or not? So, cringe, lot of cringe they do. And this kind of, you know, posters and all they will put na. Now I will say, boss, I don't know. You get me, I will stitch and give. I don't know how your girl will look like and how will I able to draw. You get it done, you give me, I will stitch it and I will give it to you. Now in that case, major material I am only purchasing, some minor material you have purchased, correct or not? Now still it will be treated as supply of goods. So what is the criteria here we need to see? Who supplied the major material? The substantial material required for the process, who supplied? If the substantial material belongs to supplier, it is supply of. If the substantial material belongs to the recipient, it is supply of service. See that. So as per contract, if substantial material is supplied by supplier, it is goods. As per contract, if substantial material is supplied by recipient, it is supply of services. Apart from that, any other activity like involving both goods and services, that is in a single transaction, there will be both goods and services. If it is notified transaction, it will always be treated as service. Example, food. In food, what is a goods element pa? Food you ate na just now. What? Heavy lunch ah? Okay. Full heavy, for next 4 days, cut down the carbs, okay. Otherwise, the body will not be active, okay. AC hall, happily sitting, and then it should not happen like, you know, you go to the 7th heaven, etc. and all, okay. So, you ate food na just now. What is the goods element in that? Ingredients. Only rice you will not eat, na. Other things also you will eat. So, veggies and all you will eat, sambar you will eat. The ingredients which are present in that will be goods. And what is the service element? Cooking. As it is, when you ask for rice, he will not give half kg raw rice, na. So, they will boil and they will cook and give. So, that cooking is a service. Even though it involves both goods and service element, always it will be treated as service. Okay, then next, works contract. Works contract means what? So, I will only supply the material, I will only do the construction and give it to you. I am a builder. You ask me to construct a property. I will buy cement, bricks, building material, everything I will only buy. I will construct and give. What is the goods element? Bricks, cement, etc. goods element. What is the service element? Construction. Even though it involves both goods and service, always it will be treated as supply of service. Then third, software. Usually how the software will be delivered? Pen drive or CD, etc. What is the goods element in this? Pen drive, hard disk, CD is the goods element. What is the service element? Developing the software is a service element. Even though it contains both goods and services, it will always be treated as supply of service. Tell me what are the 3 transactions which will always be treated as supply of service, even though it involves both goods and services? Works contract, software and supply of food. Apart from this, all other activities that involves goods and services, how we need to classify? Based on composite supply and mixed supply. So, composite supply, what is composite, what is mixed, we will see little later. But if it is a composite supply, check what is the principal supply. If the principal supply is goods, entirely it will be treated as goods. If the principal supply is service, entirely it will be treated as service. Example, AC and installation. AC goods or services are? goods. Installation, and in this, what is the principal supply? AC is goods. AC is principal supply. It is what? So entire transaction will be treated as supply of goods. Is it clear? Then coaching plus study materials. Coaching is, study material is. Now what is the principal supply here? Which is, so entire activity will be treated as supply of service. Are you understanding? So in case of composite supply, so we need to see the principal supply and accordingly classify. Suppose if it is a mixed supply. Sir, when it will be composite, when it is mixed? 5 minutes you wait, na? I am going to discuss. So if it is composite supply, the classification is based on? Respond. If it is mixed supply, the classification is based on highest rate. For example, TV is 18%, optional warranty 12%. TV is goods or services? Optional warranty is, what is the highest rate? Goods, TV. So it is goods. So entirely it will be treated as supply of goods. Then video lectures and pen drive. Video lectures 18%, pen drive 12%. Okay, video lectures is goods or services? Pen drive is goods. And what is the highest rate? Video lectures. Entirely it will be treated as supply of service. Are you getting this? Then last, balancing figure, doing an act, not doing an act, tolerating an act. Now you are tolerating my act. You understood? You are tolerating my act. Is it goods or services? Neither goods nor service, because first of all it is not a supply. Why it is not a supply? Are you paid for doing this? No, na. This is not paid. This is not paid, no. So not that we are paying and bringing you sitting here for the sake of shooting. No. Admit, pa. Admit. Therefore, you are not paid for doing this. Of course, some people will do that for the sake of, hey, just normally I am telling. Not intentional, normally I am telling you. And in that case, it will be coming under, so consideration is there. But it is not. Without any consideration, you are tolerating me. Therefore, it is not a supply. Consequently, there won't be any classification. Are you getting? Okay. I am taking classes. I am taking classes generally. I am talking about my profession. I am taking classes and I earn money through classes. Is it supply of goods or supply of services? Supply of service, because there is no movable property, there is no immovable property, there is no IPR, and there is no carrying out process on goods belonging to other person, and there is no goods and services, purely services. Then it will be coming under doing an act. Doing an act, not doing an act, tolerating an act. Can you give me example of not doing an act? Whatever example of teaching for remuneration is coming under doing an act. Can you give me example of not doing an act? Non-compete fees. Non-compete fees. Non-compete fees means not to start a competing business. For example, there is a restaurant and immediately to the next building I am opening up another restaurant. Will the existing restaurant business affected or not affected? Definitely affected. So now that existing restaurant will give me some money, 2 lakhs I will give you. You go to the next area and you start your restaurant there, don't start it here. Because the loss that restaurant will derive if they have a competitor the next door is huge than this 2 lakh rupees. So they will pay this 2 lakh rupees. This is called as consideration for not doing an act, called as non-compete fees. It will come under supply of service. Mostly these doctors and all will receive a lot of non-compete fees, because the goodwill of a doctor is the goodwill of the hospital. Agreed or not? Now when the doctor leaves to another hospital, automatically this hospital's revenue will be gone. So the hospital, apart from giving remuneration to the doctor, will also give some money for the doctor not to go and practice in another hospital. Is it clear? So this is also coming under consideration for not doing an act. Then next, tolerating an act. Can you give me example? Damages for breach of contract. Contract, when you breach, what will happen? the other person, like you have to pay to the other person some damages, liquidated damages. So that is called, for example, you enter into contract with me for construction of a building. You did not construct the building on time, because of which I suffered. So I will ask you to pay compensation. That compensation is called as damages. I am tolerating your act of cancellation or breach of contract, for which I collect some money from you. That is called as consideration for tolerating an act. Is it clear? So it will come under supply of goods or supply of service? Supply of service. You understood here this table? Yes, just 6 points you need to remember. First, movable property, immovable property, IPR, then carrying out process, then goods and services, balancing figure. Okay. Now we will see composite supply versus mixed supply. Have a look into that. Page number 34. Page number 34. Page 34. We need to know what is the meaning of composite supply and mixed supply. First, see the definitions there and read the composite supply once. 2 or more taxable supply of goods or service or both or any combination thereof are naturally bundled and supplied in conjunction with each other in the ordinary course of business, one of which is a principal supply. Mixed supply says 2 or more individual supply of goods or services or any combination thereof made in conjunction with each other for a single price, where such supply does not constitute composite supply. What is the common point you can find in these two? Common. 2 or more supplies. So first of all, this section 8. So far what we have seen is section 7. Section 7 deals with supply. Section 8 deals with composite supply, mixed supply. What are you looking in my face? Right. One page you dedicated, na? There you write. Section 7, supply. Section 8, composite supply and mixed supply. Which act? IGST Act or CGST Act? CGST Act. So you give one page dedicatedly for IGST Act, 2 pages for CGST Act. In the 2 pages for CGST Act, you write down the section numbers along with what is this section, and whenever you are referring to whichever book you are referring to, you write the page number of that book, so that it is like an index, section index for you. In case any section if you are not able to recollect, you can go and refer to that. But definitely if you want to be successful in exam, you should write the section numbers. You should quote the section numbers. Not necessary every section number. At least some hard coded section numbers are there, important section numbers that we need to write. Okay. Income tax not a problem. Really income tax not a problem, because you will not be expected to write the section numbers in income tax, because in income tax if you are applying the provision itself, it is great. That many provisions are there. And wherein GST, it is not about whether you are applying the provision or not, because most of the cases GST is generic. Through logic also you can write. Yes, many times by seeing the question itself, you will be having an answer as a guess. And like that also we can write. Income tax, if you don't know provision, you cannot write anything. But GST is not like that. Something you can write. That's the reason why they will expect you to quote the section, write the provision and then explain. So every time when you are answering the questions, you ensure that there is a 4-point approach. The first thing that you need to give in the answer is the reference. The first thing that you need to give in the answer is the reference. Reference you need to give. Reference means section number. For example, you are writing about whether it is supply or not a supply. You will write as per section 7 of CGST Act. Okay. The number 2, provision. Provision. For example, we saw one question, Srinidhi Kaushik has imported Vastu consultancy services from Mr. Rachel for a consideration, like that one point is there. What is the section that we refer? As per section 7(1)(b) of CGST Act. Provision. Import of services for a consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business, constitutes supply. Okay. Then third, discussion. In the present case, Srinidhi Kaushik has imported Vastu consultancy services, even though it is not in the course or furtherance of business, but it is for a consideration. Conclusion. Consequently, the said activity is supply. You understood? Not necessary that you have to give in the answer the side headings, but in your answer these 4 points should be covered. Then only you can expect full marks. First you need to give the reference, then provision, then discussion and conclusion. Actually discussion is from the question itself. If you know provision, you will write these two. Are you getting this? If you don't know the provision, you will not write these two. So far the provision you were not writing in the exam. Directly you used to write this discussion and conclusion, because of which only for 4 marks you will not get 4 marks, you will get only 2 marks. So if you want that 4 out of 4, what you need to do is that the reference and provision also you should write. Section number, along with that what does the provision says, and then the discussion and finally the conclusion. Okay. What is the aim that you have? How many marks you need? In 50 GST we will see. How much? Target 48 out of 50. Target 48 out of 50 because income tax paper is difficult. So with due respect to the income tax I am telling you. See, end of the day we need marks. Income tax is a subject which is more difficult at inter level, and final anyhow you are going to study that. It's okay, you have to give importance to GST. GST paper will never be difficult, it will be average or it will be easy, it will not be difficult, you understood. But direct tax will be difficult or average, it will never be easy. Are you getting this? Really pa? So due to that reason, if you are depending on direct tax for scoring, it will not happen. So indirect tax you should be able to, because last attempt many students who got 60 plus and all, it's only because of indirect tax, because many students shared their MCQ as well as the descriptive. You won't believe 15 out of 15 they got in MCQ, and in descriptive they got somewhere like 32 and 32 out of 35, then 33 out of 35, 30 out of 35, like that they got in the descriptive. So which means getting 45 and all is very easy in GST. So therefore our target should be minimum 45 out of 50, done. So that in income tax 20 marks, so 45 here and 20 to 25 there, you are nearing the exemptions. So you are crossing 60 plus, and that extra marks will be useful for law, advanced accounts, etc. and all. That's how you need to strategize. Got it? So aim for full marks. These 4 things should be present in the answer. So you have written that section 7, supply, section 8, composite and mixed supply. So come back. So what are the common points that you can see in this composite supply and mixed supply? That there should be 2 or more supplies. 2 or more supplies. What if there is only one supply? Whether we apply section 8 or we will not apply section 8? We will not apply section 8. Now tell me what are the differences that you can find in these 2 definitions. Read that closely and tell me what is the difference that you can find in these 2 definitions. Very good. Composite supply, all the supplies should be taxable. If there is a taxable and exempted, will it become composite supply? No. So therefore it will become mixed supply. If it is not a composite supply, then it will become mixed supply. Then next, naturally bundled. In case of composite supply, you can see that it should be naturally bundled, but in mixed supply not necessary, because it is not a composite supply. What is the meaning of naturally bundled? One cannot be supplied without the another is known as naturally bundled. I gave an example of AC and installation. Why AC and installation is naturally bundled? Because installation, when they are selling the AC, they will only do the installation. Can you get the installation done separately? No, you will not get the warranty. Then can you give me some more examples like that for composite supply? Huh? Phone, charger. But now it is not, na? You are right. Long back it was correct. Phone and charger was composite, naturally bundled. But now they are selling the adapter and all separately only. Okay. Huh. Lecture and book. But actually this book you can buy separately also. You understood? This book you can buy separately also. Usually when you join in the coaching center, they will give some books, na, which is not sold separately. Yes or no? By any coaching center when you join, the faculties who are taking classes for you, some study materials they will be giving. That study materials they will not sell separately, even it cannot be sold separately also. No one will buy. That's a fact actually. Okay. So no one will buy that also outside because they know that there won't be anything. Whatever is there in study material only they will be putting in that. And so therefore that will be coming under naturally bundled. I agree with you. Okay. But here in this case, majority of the commercial coaching if you see, so wherein everyone will be selling the books also separately, they will take lectures with books. Correct. So that's why it will not be. Even BB sir also, so he will take lectures plus books. And books are separately available, like a book called as compact book like that. And even myself also, I am also doing the same. I am taking classes and at the same time my book is separately also available for the student who don't want my class. So it will not come under naturally bundled. Naturally bundled means one cannot be supplied without the another. Water bottle. How water bottle will be? Water and water bottle. Okay. Fine. It's main dish and side dish like that. Yes. Kinder Joy is an example. Super. In Kinder Joy, chocolate and toy always given together. So that's an example of naturally bundled. Correct. Then TV and remote. Correct. Usually TV, they give the remote also along with the TV. That is also naturally bundled. But sir, TV I can buy separately or remote I can buy separately. Remote I can buy separately, na. TV I cannot buy separately, but remote can be purchased separately. So that's the reason why we cannot call it as naturally bundled. Then next, you take accommodation and food. Accommodation and food. When you stay in a hotel, you will also get the complimentary breakfast. That will be coming under naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled. Sir, I don't need food. Will you reduce the room tariff? No. I have to pay the same whether I eat the food over there or not. What about laptop and laptop bag? Naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled. But sir, sometimes a laptop will be given without laptop bag. That's why always when you interpret in these examples, see the most probable side. Most probable side means don't see the exceptions. You are actually, your mind will always see exceptions. Reason being, that's how you have been so far. Everywhere we will see exceptions only. Correct? Accounting, anywhere, accounting or income tax or law, everywhere we see only exception side. Because your job is to find the exceptions, correct or not? But see the probable side, most probable side. Usually laptop and laptop bag together, naturally bundled. Usually AC and installation, naturally bundled. That's what. Most probable side you need to see. Exceptions will be there, but you need to see the most probable side. Because in exam, all are taxable or not given in the question itself. And naturally bundled or not is what you need to determine by applying your knowledge. You understood? Sir, I don't know, sir. What should I do in exam? Read it twice or thrice. And you step into the shoes of a supplier. Don't step into the shoes of the recipient and interpret. Step into the shoes of the supplier and interpret. You give your judgment and you write. Worst come scenario I am telling you. Okay. I gave you multiple examples. Even beyond this, something else if it is given in the question. Example, inverter and battery. Naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Huh? Not naturally bundled. Why, sir? Battery will not work without inverter, inverter will not work without battery, na, sir. You should not see the recipient point of view, that's what I told you. See from the seller point of view. I am selling battery and inverter. First time you purchase both and the battery is not working. Next time when you come and buy, will you buy both or you will buy only the battery? You will buy only the battery. So which means it is not coming under naturally bundle because they can sell separately. Popcorn and Coke, not naturally bundled because you can buy popcorn separately, Coke separately, as a combo also you can buy, correct, agreed. Then transportation and transit insurance, transportation of goods, service and transit insurance, naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? If the transportation is not done, what is the need of transit insurance? It will not arise. So it is naturally bundled, like that. As many examples as you can in your real life, what you see, you try to apply this. Wherever you got a doubt, so you just ping me. So because what happens is that in exam, they will focus on that only, naturally bundled, not naturally bundled, remaining and all explicitly given in the question itself, okay. Then you told me two differences. First difference is that in case of composite supply, all are taxable. In case of mixed supply, it can be combination of taxable and exempted. Second difference that you told me is in case of composite, it should be naturally bundled. In case of mixed, it is not naturally bundled. Then, very good, principal supply. In case of composite supply, you should see that one of which is a principal supply, but that principal supply is not referred in case of mixed supply. What is principal supply means? Predominant element in the transaction is known as principal supply. Somewhere you write down in the book itself, principal supply means predominant element in the transaction. Principal supply means predominant element in transaction. So that is the main one, that is the predominant one, that is the main element in the transaction. So that's where I told you AC installation, what is the predominant element? AC. Coaching plus books, what is the predominant element? Coaching. Then accommodation and complimentary breakfast, what is the predominant element? Accommodation. Like that, by seeing that, you will know what is the predominant element. So actually, 3 points, 3 conditions, if it is satisfied, it's a composite supply. What are the 3 conditions? Now itself you said. All are taxable, naturally bundled, principal supply identifiable. All are taxable will be given in the question. Principal supply also identifiable in the question. But the catch is in naturally bundled or not naturally bundled. Okay. Then next. Any other difference you can find? Very good. In case of mixed supply, there should be a single price. But in case of composite supply, they did not give, which means it can be single price or separate price also, okay. And you can see these differences below. Of course, you saw that only and you told, correct? As if you have created some differences, you know, with so much confidence you are telling. You can see there itself I have given below. So composite supply and mixed supply. What are the type of supplies involved in composite supply? Taxable. But here taxable are exempted or non-taxable. How the price should be? Single or separate. But in case of mixed supply, it should be single. Principal supply. In case of composite supply, yes, one of the supply should be principal. But in case of mixed, principal supply not relevant. Now, what is the rate that we will take? In case of composite supply, I told you already, classification is based on principal supply. So the rate of principal supply only we will take in case of entire transaction. For example, AC is 12%, installation 18%. Now, what is the principal supply? What is the rate? So the 12% only we will apply on the entire amount. Is it clear? So the principal supply rate should be taken. Rate of principal supply is applicable on all supplies. But in case of mixed supply, what we will do? Highest rate. Out of the given supplies, which supply is having highest rate, that will be taken. For example, Coke is 28%. Coke tin is there, na Coke tin. That is 28%. And popcorn is 5%. But usually, when you buy it as a combo, is it composite supply or mixed supply? Mixed supply. And what is the highest rate? Which means they have to pay 28% on this combo. Is it loss for the theatre or not? They are not going to charge 28% to us. They will collect a single amount. 499, 399, like that they will collect. Out of that they need to pay GST to government. Is it clear? Now what they started doing, they started giving in the cups. Because whenever the Coke or Pepsi or any drink, when they give it in a cup, the rate of GST will be 5%. You understood? When they give it in a bottle, PET jar, usually bottles they give na 300 ml bottle, half liter bottle, etc. Then the rate of GST will be 28% applicable to the Coke. But what they do in every theatre, commonly you will be seeing one big cup will be there. They will pour some ice cubes in that, and there will be one vending machine. They will press that button and the drink will come and they will be giving that. By the time we go and sit in the theatre itself, half of the drink will spill over, correct? What to do? Because when we are going, we will become like labor. People whom we are taking will sit in the theatre and we need to carry. One side popcorn will be losing this side drink will be going. On the top of that, that powder and all we will sprinkle, that will go in our eyes and all. You know, you don't know this torture actually. So, this, actually they will not be giving bottle. Many times I request them, you have any bottle you give here, I will keep in my pocket and go. No, because I don't want to miss 1 minute also in the movie. Because 300 rupees per we are spending for the movie, and if we miss for the sake of that, again we need to sit in OTT and see what happened at that particular time. So therefore we should not miss 1 minute also. And bottle they will never give. And then only I came to know why bottle they are not giving, because the rate of GST on bottle is 28%. So that's why they are doing this way. Are you getting this? Another example. I have a house. Ground floor is used by you for residential purpose. First floor is used by you for commercial purpose. Okay. Now I am giving you the house on rent to you for 25,000. Now partly taxable, partly exempted. Why partly taxable, partly exempted? Renting of house for residential purpose is exempted. Renting of house for commercial purpose will be taxable. Now partly exempted, partly taxable. You tell me, will it come under composite supply? No. Why it will not come under composite supply? Because composite supply, all the supplies should be taxable. If one taxable and exempted is there, it will not come under composite supply. Will it come under mixed supply in this case? Yes. One taxable, one exempted and single price. Therefore, it will come under mixed supply. So, what will be the highest rate? Ground floor exempted pa. First floor taxable. What is the highest rate? Taxable means entire 25,000 I need to pay GST. Tell me, how can I avoid GST in this case? I don't want to pay GST on entire rent. I want to pay GST only on commercial portion. What should I do? Separate price, not separate registration, yeah, separate price. Make it separate price. Separate price means separate rental agreement for ground floor, separate rental agreement for first floor. So ground floor 20,000, first floor 5,000. So that 20,000 will be exempted, 5,000 will be taxable. Is it clear or not? Or we can increase also, but don't put it like 24,999 will be ground floor, 1 rupee for first floor. They will get doubt. You understood? Reasonably, when you do a mistake also, there should be perfection in the mistake. You understood or not? Then only the other person should not know. So ground floor we will keep 20,000, first floor we will keep 5,000. So 20,000 will be exempted and first floor will be taxable. So what we are doing? Separating the price. So what is the cheat code for mixed supply? Separate the price. If you separate the price, then it will be called as individual supplies, and we will take respective rate for the respective supply. Are you getting this? Now, look into the examples. AC and installation already I told you, transport and insurance already I told you, replacement of parts during servicing of vehicles and labor charges for replacement. Usually when you give your vehicle for servicing, so the technician will call you and say, sir, this part has gone, that part has gone, like that, and they will replace the part. Usually they will only supply the part and they will only do the replacement also. Agreed or not? Now, can you buy the part separately from the market so that they will do the servicing? No, Because if that be the case, it's super. There is an area called as Pudupet, Chintadripet, like that one area is there in Chennai. You can go to that area, any part you need, it will be available there here. How, sir? Simple. Stolen vehicles, parts and all, they will dismantle and they will sell there. Original part is 5,000 rupees means 1,000 rupees itself you will be able to get there. Are you getting? And many times when I gave my vehicle for servicing, they will say, sir, so this clutch plate gone, sir, like that. In my bullet they have asked, clutch plate gone. How much clutch plate? 12,000 rupees clutch plate. 12,000 rupees, too much, no? So I inquired there, which is some bullet they have stolen, clutch plate was available for 2,000 rupees. I asked, Pa, 2,000 rupees it is available, I will buy that and you will give it to you. I purchased it. I acted in good faith. That is not cheating. You understood or not? So therefore I purchased it for 2,000 and I will be giving it so that these people can replace. But they will not do that. Why they will not do that? They will only sell the material. They will only do the servicing. Is it clear? Now is it naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled. Inverter plus battery not naturally bundled because I told you already, inverter can be purchased separately, battery can be purchased separately. Renting of building plus renting of furniture. You will tell, I don't need furniture and all, just building alone you give me on rent. Then popcorn plus coke in a theater also already I have explained to you. How to apply this? Just this chart you keep in mind. First you need to see 2 or more supplies in a single transaction. Yes or no? No. Then section 8 not applicable. Correct? There should be 2 or more supplies in a single transaction. 3 conditions. What are the 3 conditions for composite supply? All are taxable, naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business, principal supply is identifiable. If these 3 conditions are satisfied, then it will be called as composite supply. And the price can be single or the price can be separate. Okay. Then which rate we need to take? Rate of principal supply we need to apply for the entire transaction. If any one condition is not satisfied, then no, it is not a composite supply. Then you check another condition, is it single price or not? Is it clear? If any one condition is not satisfied, check whether there is a single price. If yes, then only it will become mixed supply and we need to take the highest rate. Suppose if there is no single price, then it will become individual supplies. I gave you an example. Renting of building, partly for residential, partly for commercial. All are taxable? All are taxable? No. Is it for a single price? Yes. So mixed supply, highest rate you took. Suppose if I make a separate rental agreement, ground floor and first floor like that. Now, all are taxable? No. Single price? No. So it will become individual supplies. We will take respective rate for the respective supply. Got it? Then, all are taxable but not naturally bundled. We saw example of inverter and battery. Inverter also taxable, battery also taxable, but it is not naturally bundled. So you need to check whether it is single price. Yes, mixed supply, otherwise it will be individual supplies. All are taxable, naturally bundled, but principal supply not identifiable. Example, I am coming out with a hair care brand. Hair care brand. Only those who don't have will know the value of it. So, hair care brand and my particular hair care brand, you will not get the shampoo separately, hair oil separately, you have to buy together. For better result, hair oil also you should buy and shampoo also you need to buy. Always it will be together. Okay. Naturally bundled or not naturally bundled? Naturally bundled. All are taxable? Yes. But what is the principal supply? We don't know. Hair oil is principal supplier, shampoo is principal supplier. This fact God also don't know. That's why God will be keeping a helmet on his head. So that whether there is baldness or not, no one will know. You understood? So therefore, that's what olden days they used to say, keep something on your head so that, hair loss also will not be a problem. Now it is like, thanks to Johnny Sins and many other people, celebrities, so wherein Ayyo, Swami sir. And so we don't have to bother about anything. And now coming back to this, because of hair oil we will not have hair fall, or because of shampoo we will not have hair fall? We don't know. Both are principal supplies, you understood. So principal supply cannot be identified. Then again we need to see single price or not. If it is single price, it is mixed supply, otherwise it will be individual supplies. Understood? Now look into illustration 6. Please concentrate, pa. AC and installation. AC 30,000, installation 2,000, total 32,000. AC is 12%, installation is 18%. Now tell me, is it composite or mixed? Already we discussed composite. Why it is composite? 3 conditions. Condition number 1, all are taxable. Yes. Naturally bundled. Yes. Principal supply is AC. What is the rate of AC? What is the price? 32,000 into 12%. How much is the GST payable? 3,840. And it is treated as supply of goods or supply of service? Supply of goods, because the principal supply is AC, so it will be treated as supply of goods. Are you getting this? Then next, next illustration. CA coaching plus books, and CA coaching 18%, books is nil. Is it composite supply? Why not composite supply? One taxable and one exempted, so it will not come under composite supply. Is it for a single price or separate price? Check there. Single price, separate price is not there. Separately is there na yaar. 40,000 and 10,000 means separate price is there. Therefore, it will become mixed supply? No. It will become 2 individual supplies. So 40,000 will be taxable at 18%, 10,000 will be taxable at nil rate. So therefore, 7,200 is the GST payable. Is it clear? Next, illustration 8. Popcorn and Coke. Popcorn 5%, Coke 28%. We don't have separate price. Together 299. Now in this case, is it composite supply? Why not composite supply? Even though all are taxable, but it is not naturally bundled. And is it for a single price or separate price? Single price. So it will come under mixed supply. What is the highest rate? 28. So the 28 we need to apply on 299. That will be taken as 84 rupees. Got it? Then next, accommodation and complimentary food. There is no separate price. Together 1,999. Accommodation 18%, complimentary food 5%. All are taxable. Naturally bundled. Yes. What is the principal supply? Accommodation. Accommodation taxable at what rate? 18%. So entire 1,999 we need to take 18%, that is 359.8 to 360. And here the principal supply is accommodation, so it is supply of services. In illustration 9, concentrate. In illustration 9, if price is separate, accommodation this much, complimentary food this much, like that, separately price is there, then what it will be? Still it is composite supply, because for composite supply price can be single or separate. You understood? The moment it is composite supply, don't bother about the price. That price is only when it is not a composite supply. You need to check single price or separate price. If it is single price, mixed supply, separate price, it will be individual supplies. Done? So even then it is composite supply, and the rate of principal supply, that is 18%, is applicable. So we completed now the major part in this supply. Section 7 supply we have seen. Section 8 composite supply and mixed supply we have seen. We are left with some definitions and some circulars. Okay. So we will see this handout. Take this handout. Fine, we'll do this. Look into the first MCQ. Look into the first MCQ. Which of the following is considered as deemed supply even without consideration under Schedule 1 of CGST Act? Answer. B. D. Okay, temporary transfer of intellectual property rights. So that is not covered under Schedule 1, correct? And supply of goods by principal to his agent, where agent undertakes to supply such goods on behalf of the principal. Yes, that is supply. Principal agent transaction, goods will be coming under supply 7(1)(c), na? They are asking Schedule 1. See, this is how they will give. They will not refer to 7(1)(c), but they will give Schedule 1. When they give that Schedule 1, means you need to understand that it is 7(1)(c). So, deemed supply even without consideration, it is option B. Why not? Sale of old machinery. Sale of old machinery. The moment it is sale, it will come under 7(1)(a). It will come under 7(1)(a) because there is sale. The moment it is sale, consideration is there. So it will come under 7(1)(a). They are asking which will come under 7(1)(c). The next D, supply of service by employee to employer in the course of employment. First of all, it is not a supply. Why A point will not come? Temporary transfer of intellectual property rights. In the DRIP, it is not covered, correct? So not covered in DRIP. So the correct answer is option B. Now second one, X Limited, registered person in Mumbai, Maharashtra, has received inward supplies from Tamil Nadu with CGST and SGST invoice as the place of supply for the supplier is Tamil Nadu. What credit can be availed by X Limited? Options are incorrect, pa. Actually it is same as above, but please change the options. Option A is CGST credit. Option B is both CGST and SGST credit. Option C, SGST credit. Option D, none of these. Option A, CGST credit. Option B, both CGST, SGST credit. Option C, SGST credit. Option D, none of this. None of these, huh? Where X Limited is located? Maharashtra. And they have received supplies from Tamil Nadu with CGST, SGST invoice as the place of supply is Tamil Nadu. So, for their inward supply, where is the supplier located? Read the question properly. X Limited is receiving some supplies, na? Where is the supplier located? Tamil Nadu. What is the place of supply? Tamil Nadu. So, what is the type of GST? CGST and SGST. SGST of which state? Tamil Nadu. But where is the recipient located? How recipient in Maharashtra can take SGST credit? They cannot take SGST credit. Okay, sir, what about CGST credit? CGST credit also cannot be taken. So, they are telling what credit can be availed by X Limited? CGST credit or SGST credit, both CGST, SGST credit or none of these? Option D, none of these. They cannot take credit. So, which means GST paid in the other state cannot be taken as credit? No, we cannot. So, what is an example for this? Let's see situation. I go to Maharashtra. I go to Maharashtra, Mumbai, and there I stay in a hotel. When I stay in the hotel over there, that hotel will raise me invoice. Will it be CGST, SGST invoice or IGST invoice? It will be CGST, SGST invoice. Why CGST, SGST invoice? For hotel, the place of supply will be location of immovable property. Where is the hotel located? Mumbai. What is the place of supply? Mumbai. Therefore, it is an intrastate supply chargeable to CGST and SGST of Maharashtra. But where am I registered? Tamil Nadu. I cannot take this credit. You understood? So, this is common for everyone. CGST, SGST paid in the other state cannot be taken as credit when we are not registered in that state. Now, you tell me, what should I do in order to take this credit? I didn't get you. Even then the problem is CGST, SGST only. Whether you book from Tamil Nadu or you go on there and book, always it is location of supplier Maharashtra, place of supply also location of immobile property Maharashtra. Wherever you are booking, it is irrelevant. It is CGST, SGST only. You are telling me to go there, take a premise on rent and get registered, take this credit. Pa, give me a simple solution, Pa. Too much it is. For the sake of this credit, you are asking me to register over there. Revise? No. Simple, yeah. I'll have a friend there. I will give my friends a GSTIN. You understood? Definitely when I am going to Mumbai, so I will find one contact over there. I will ask that person to share his GSTIN. In the hotel, I will give his GSTIN. So the invoice will be raised in his name. Possible? Now that person will raise invoice to you as if he provided some services to me. You understood? So I will pay money to him and he will pay money to the hotel. You got it? Now when he raises invoice to me, my friend raises invoice to me, what is that invoice? IGST invoice. So I will take IGST credit. Is it clear? And my friend will take CGST credit and SGST credit in Maharashtra. You got it? Are you getting this? This is how lot of people will be trying to do so that the benefit can be enjoyed. Okay. Example, every time BB sir comes to Chennai, he will do the same. You understood? So, because he will not be able to take ITC because he is registered in Maharashtra. He will come to Chennai. He will stay in a hotel. And that too, definitely the GST will be 28%. On hotel and all, the GST rate is 28%. And let's take 5,000 rupees room also. 5,000 into 28% is what? 5,000 into 28%, 1,400 rupees. 1,400 rupees is waste, na? You understood? Now, I will give my GSTIN. You got it? I'll give my GSTIN so that he can, that is the hotel, means I will do booking. He will not do booking, I will do. I can do booking in any person's name, na? Should I only stay? Not necessary. Any person can stay. I will do the booking so that the hotel will raise invoice to me. I will take CGST, SGST credit because I am in Tamil Nadu. Then I will raise invoice to BB sir. Some transactions we are having, na, we are selling the video lectures, etc. I will raise invoice to him so that he will take credit. You understood or not? Like this also we can do. But we should not do all those things. I am just giving you an example. You know, because these are all the ways in which people try to enjoy, and you need to find that. During your articleship, you need to find those people and you need to report it to government. Because you are what? Law-abiding citizens. You understood? Then, third one. An importer located in Gujarat has imported goods worth 10 lakhs and paid IGST of 1,32,000 on 23rd July 2018. During the month, he sold imported goods worth 4 lakhs, excluding GST at 12% within Gujarat. In this context, which of the following is false? Try this. This involves a computation. Let's see what you will get as an answer. You try this. Yes, you selected. Okay, see this. See ya. Okay. CGST, SGST. What is a gross GST payable? How to find the net GST payable? Gross GST payable minus input tax credit is net GST payable. What is the gross GST payable? 40? How 48,000? It is intrastate na, within the state, which means 24,000 CGST and 24,000 SGST. How? Check, is it within the state? Yes. So what is the value? 4 lakhs. GST 12%. If it is intrastate, CGST will be 6%, SGST will be 6%. So 4 lakhs into 6% and 4 lakhs into 6%. So 24,000, 24,000 CGST, SGST minus IGST credit. What is that IGST credit that we have? 1 lakh 30. Can we use 24,000 and 24,000 equally for CGST, SGST? Which credit? Now what will happen to the net GST payable? 0 and 0. Now option 1. Net CGST and SGST payable by importer is nil. True or false? True. Second, IGST of entire 1,32,000 can be taken as credit. True or false? True. Full credit we can take. And state government of Gujarat will pay 24,000 to central government under IGST settlement. True or false? Why? Sir, IGST credit means it is with which government? Central government. When you are using it for payment of SGST liability, then which government should pay to which government? Central government should pay that to state government. That is only correct. So option D is correct. Central government will pay 24,000 to state government under IGST settlement. But reverse is false. Again I am repeating, IGST credit means it is with which government? Central government. SGST payable means it is to which government? State government. When you do the set off, your debtor is central government, your creditor is state government. When you do this set off, okay, your debtor is central government. How much you need to get from central government? 1,32,000. And your creditor is state government. How much you need to pay? 24,000. When you ask your debtor to make the payment, he should pay na, literally. So you will do the set off, but your debtor has to pay that to creditor. Who is the debtor here? Central government. Who is the creditor? State government. So therefore central government should pay that money to state government under IGST settlement. So option C is the correct answer. Good. Then next. Which of the following transactions does not qualify as supply under GST law? Take your time, read it properly and select. Yes? C. Okay. First one, they are asking which of the following qualify as supply or does not qualify as supply. Does not qualify as supply. First one, when the head office makes a supply of service to its own branch outside the state. Supply of service to its own branch outside the state. It is supply under 7(1)(c). Where it will come? Distinct persons. Head office in one state, branch office in another state, distinct persons. So it will become supply under 7(1)(c). When a person imports service without consideration for the purpose of his business from his elder brother dependent on him living outside India, it is also supply 7(1)(c). Why? Import of service from a related person. How related person? Brother dependent on him. Brother dependent on him is family? Yes or no? Family means spouse and children, whether or not dependent. Brothers, sister, parents, grandparents, if they are wholly and mainly dependent. So it's an import of service from a related person. For consideration or without consideration? Without consideration. But is it in the course or furtherance of business? Yes. So it will become supply under 7(1)(c). Disposal of car without consideration and where the supplier has not claimed input tax credit on such car. Supply or not a supply? Not a supply because without consideration and ITC not availed. So it is not a supply. When principal makes supplies to his agent, who is also registered and is situated within the same state. So for principal agent, we don't have to bother, it is in the same state or in a different state. It will become supply under 7(1)(c). So out of this, which activity is not a supply? Only third activity, that is C. Look into the next question. Messrs. Air-Cool Limited, a supplier of air conditioners, is registered in the state of Maharashtra. It has a policy to gift an air conditioner to its employees residing in Gujarat at the end of the financial year. The company installs such air conditioners at the residence of the employees. During the month of March, the company installed 150 air conditioners at the residence of these employees. The market value, open market value of such air conditioner is 52.5 lakhs. The tax rate on such air conditioner is 28%. Compute the GST liability of Air-Cool Limited, if any. Read that, do the computation and arrive at the answer. Why? Answer is C. C. Nil. What is the total value of the ACs? While taking the value of the gift, whether we need to include GST or exclude GST, always value excludes GST. Keep that in mind. Actually, that point, if you know, then the answer is easy. If you include GST and do the calculation per AC, it will go beyond 50,000. Always remember, value excludes GST. Value do not include GST. Value excludes GST. So 52,50,000 divided by number of ACs 150. How much is the value per AC? 35,000, which does not exceed 50,000. Therefore, it is not a supply, because the value of gift does not exceed 50,000 per employee. Sir, here they have given the words policy to gift an air conditioner. Means, can we say that it is a perquisite? No. Policy does not mean perquisite. Means it should be mentioned in the offer document, then only it will be perquisite. You understood? Policy means it is an internal policy that may or may not be kept in the offer document. Is it clear? If it is clearly given that it is kept in the offer document, don't do this computation also. Always it will be nil. Why? The moment it is a perk visit, we should not bother about whether it is 50,000 or beyond 50,000, less than 50,000, irrelevant. Always it will be nil. You got it? Then next, see the next one. Messrs. Vivek Electronics is an authorized dealer in electronics for various brands located and registered in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. It has sold the following items to THARUN'S Brewery Limited, a consumer: refrigerator 500 liters taxable at 18, stabilizer for refrigerator taxable at 12, and LED TV taxable at 12%, split AC 2 tons, and stabilizer for AC. Total value 1,15,000. Messrs. Vivek's Electronics have given single invoice indicating price of each item separately to, so the recipient, separately to recipient. State the type of supply and the tax rate applicable on the same. Option D. Why it won't come under composite supply? Not naturally bundle. But won't it become mixed supply? Why? Even though there is a single invoice, but how the price is given in that invoice, each item separately. So it is neither a composite supply nor mixed supply. It will be individual supply. So option D is the answer. Okay. Again I am repeating, why it is not composite supply? Because it is not naturally bundled. Why it is not mixed supply? Because there is no single price. So neither composite nor mixed. Then look into this case study. 1. A software company sells a patent to another company for 1,50,000 per month. Is it supply or not a supply? Supply. Where? 71A or 71B or 71C. Where it will be coming? 71A. The moment you see consideration, please don't apply 71C. Always it will be 71A. What are the ingredients of 71A? Activity, for consideration, in the course or furtherance of business. What is the activity? Sale of patent. Correct? And for consideration? Yes. In the course or furtherance of business? Yes. Therefore, right there, supply under section 71A. Whether it constitutes supply? Yes. Supply under section 71A. Is it supply of goods or supply of services? Supply of? Why service? They sell a patent. They sell a patent. Sell a patent means what type of transfer? Permanent transfer. So permanent transfer, you are seeing software company. Don't see software company, see the patent. What transaction it is? Sale of patent. Sale of patent means temporary transfer or permanent transfer? Permanent transfer is what? Supply of goods. Right there, supply of goods hyphen permanent transfer. Vinod. So per month it is given. Actually that is irrelevant. Maybe for this month they have sold the patent for 1,50,000 also we can take now. The moment you see the word sells a patent, actually this per month is a trap. Okay. Per month is a trap just to make you answer temporary transfer I have given. But here what we need to understand is the moment they sell a patent means there is a permanent transfer. The consideration can be received in installment also. You understood? Yeah, I have a car, car I have to sell, I sold. Consideration I can receive anyway, na? I can receive at a time in lump sum or I can receive it in installments. It is up to me. Am I right? Like that, that software company sold the patent. But how they are receiving the consideration, is 1,50,000 per month, means they are receiving it in installments. That is the meaning of that. So just because it is per month, don't see that it is a temporary transfer. This 1,50,000 per month is the installments. Okay. Installments also supply of goods only. Who said it is supply of service? I told you hire purchase transaction. Hire purchase transaction is supply of goods only, I was telling. Because the transfer of title can be at present or the transfer of title can be at a future date. Okay. But the moment IPR you see, you stick on to the table. Temporary transfer will be supply of service, permanent transfer will be supply of goods. Then case 2, a company sells one of its business divisions as a going concern to another entity for 40 lakhs. Is it supply or not a supply? Not a supply, like that I heard somewhere, not a supply. Can you tell why it is not a supply? We don't have. Spelled slow, nowhere it is. So therefore it is not covered under exclusion from supply. Then you apply 7(1)(a). What is the activity? Sale of business. For consideration? Yes. In the course or furtherance of business? Yes. Therefore it will come under supply under section 7(1)(a). Is it supply of goods or supply of service? Goods are movable or immovable? Business division. The moment when I transfer the business, everything I am transferring. Assets also I am transferring, goods also I am transferring. So usually it will be treated as supply of service. Supply of service. Why supply of service? Anything other than goods. Anything other than goods is supply of service. Anything other than goods is supply of service. First, it is not goods. That conclusion you should get. Why it is not goods? Sir, I am transferring the business. I am not transferring the assets in the business. I am transferring the business as it is. So there involves both assets like immobile property as well as movable property. That's why we will tell that it is not goods, so it is service. Case 3. A business registered in Tamil Nadu transfers its old office furniture to another branch in Karnataka not registered in that state without any consideration. 7(1)(c). So, but in Karnataka they have not registered. It's okay, they are treated as distinct persons. Supply under section 7(1)(c) hyphen, you just write down distinct persons. Distinct persons. They will be coming under distinct persons. Okay. And is it supply of goods or supply of service? Supply of goods. Why supply of goods? Assets. Business asset na, old furniture. Supply of goods hyphen transfer of title. As there is a transfer of title, it will be coming under supply of goods. Then case 4, what will be your answer in the above case? If the transfer is to an establishment within the same state for which registration is not obtained. Why not a supply? Already I discussed that point. Sir, within the state, if you are not having a separate registration, then it is not a distinct person. So as it is not a distinct person, it will not come under supply. So right there, not a distinct person. Not a distinct person. When it is not a distinct person, then it is not a supply. Consequently, the classification shall not arise into goods or services. Because first the activity should become supply, then only the classification into goods or services. Understood here? Then as I already told you that we will be completing value of supply and then we will come back to the circulars and other points. Okay. So look into value of supply. What's the page number? Page number 50. Have a look into page number 50, value of supply. Half an hour per, we'll take a break, okay? After half an hour, just half an hour you sit. We'll quickly complete this. We'll take a break and then we will do some problems and solutions on this. Listen. We have only one section, that is section 15. Section 15 talks about value of supply. And section 15 says that value is nothing but the transaction value. Transaction value means what? The price involved in the transaction. For example, I am selling you a pen for 50 rupees. What is the transaction value? 50 rupees. I am providing you video lectures for 5,000 rupees. What is the transaction value? 5,000 rupees. So whatever the price that is involved in the transaction is known as transaction value. Provided two conditions are satisfied. What are those two conditions? Condition number one, price must be the sole consideration. Means what? Apart from price, I should not be receiving any other consideration from you. Condition number two, supplier and recipient are not related. When they are related, already we completed 9 points as to when they are related. So see that value of supply equals to transaction value. What is transaction value? Price actually paid or payable. If the following conditions are satisfied, what are the two conditions? Price must be the sole consideration, supplier and recipient are not related. What if any one condition not satisfied? Value is not equals to transaction value. Then how to determine the value? As per rules. That you will be learning at CA final level. Okay. Right now you don't have that portion. Suppose if the transaction value is not applicable, how to determine the value? The value needs to be determined as per rules. That you will learn at CA final level. So right now you need to remember only transaction value. Again, what are the two conditions? Price must be the sole consideration. Supplier and recipient are not related. Any one condition not satisfied, we will determine the value as per rules. And usually, as per rules, what we will take, sir? Usually we will take open market value. Like in income tax, we have a concept of fair market value, na? Like that in GST, we have open market value that will be taken. Okay? Got it? Next. So to this price, we need to make certain inclusions. So there is a supplier who is supplying some goods or services to the recipient, for which the recipient will make some payment. This payment will be taken as the transaction value. Up to this clear? Now total 5 inclusions we have. Total 5 inclusions, 15.2. 15.1 talks about the value, 15.2 talks about the inclusions. You need to remember here with subsection, please. Because already in the entire chapter only one section is there, that is 15. In that 15, subsection 1 talks about the meaning of value, subsection 2 talks about the inclusions, subsection 3 talks about the exclusions. Okay, section 15 is value of supply. 15 subsection 1, meaning. 15 subsection 2, inclusions. 15 subsection 3, exclusions. You update it in the page, section 15, value of supply. Section 15, value of supply. CGST Act. CGST Act, in that already you have written 7 and 8. Below that you write down section 15, that is value of supply. In that value of supply, make it into 3 parts. 15.1 meaning, 15.2 inclusions, 15.3 exclusions. 15 subsection 1, that is you have written value of supply, na? that value of supply divide into 3 parts like this. So 15.1 is what? Meaning. And 15.2 is what? Inclusions. What are all included in the meaning of supply? 15.3 is what? Exclusions. 15.1 meaning, 15.2 inclusions, and 15.3 exclusions. What is the meaning of value of supply? Just now we completed. Tell me. Transaction value. What is transaction value? Price actually paid or payable. In other words, price involved in the transaction. Provided 2 conditions are satisfied. What are those 2 conditions? Price must be the sole consideration. Supplier and recipient should be related or should not be related? Should not be related. Now we are looking into inclusions. So we have total 5 inclusions. You can see here 15.2a, B, C, D, E. So first 15.2a, taxes, duties and cess other than GST if charged. What does it mean? Usually when we see the movie ticket cost, so movie ticket, how much would be the price of the movie ticket? 180. 180 is the price of the ticket price. And there is something called as entertainment tax. Entertainment tax. But entertainment tax got subsumed into GST, na? Entertainment tax levied by local authority. That entertainment tax levied by local authority is 10%. So 10% means it will come to 18 rupees. Now GST, entertainment tax at 10%, and that differs. For Tamil movies we have a different entertainment tax. For other than Tamil movies we have a different entertainment tax. There is a 2 different types of entertainment tax in Tamil Nadu. For regional movies they are giving a lower entertainment tax. For other language movies which are made even though released in dubbing, but it will have a different entertainment tax because it is not a regional movie here. Okay. So there is a disparity. Let's take 10%. And GST. GST is at 28%. Yes, on cinema theatre the rate of GST is 28%. Now you tell me this 28% is computed on what? 180 or 198? 198, not on 180, which means all taxes, duties and cess by whatever name call other than GST should be included. Is it clear? So read the wording. Taxes, duties and cess other than GST if charged should be included. What is 15 subsection 2? Inclusions. Inclusions. So now in this case, whether we need to add entertainment tax while computing GST, yes or no? Yes. So you write down these small examples in your notebook just to understand the inclusion. Actually, value of supply chapter, if you see, in 4 or 5 pages the chapter is over. Okay, it's a small chapter, but it will definitely be tested in exam. So a lot of questions we have related to this. That's why kindly make note. So illustrations on value of supply. Illustrations on value of supply. So the first illustration I gave you is related to movie ticket. Movie ticket price is 180. Entertainment tax at 10%. Entertainment tax at 10% is how much? 18. That is 180 into 10%. Now this total is 198. On that 198 we need to compute GST. GST at the rate of 28%. So 198 into 28%. How much? 55.44. Always GST should be rounded off to nearest 1 rupee or 10 rupees. 1 rupee, not 10 rupees. So 55. 198 plus 55, this will be the total price, that is 253. So remember, GST should be rounded off to nearest to 1 rupee. Rounded off to nearest to 1 rupee. Clear? So what is the first point you need to remember in the inclusion? Taxes other than GST should be included if charged. If charged means if it is collected from the recipient. What if it is not collected from the recipient? Why you include? You don't have to include it. So underline if charged. If charged. If charged means what? Only if it is collected from the recipient. If it is not collected from the recipient, it should not be included. Understood the first inclusion here? Then second. Recipient incurring expenditure on behalf of the supplier. Actually, who is incurring expenditure? Recipient. Who should incur the expenditure? Supplier. Now see this example. Parallelly you make note. There is a raw material supplier. There is a raw material supplier, FG manufacturer and wholesaler. Raw material supplier supplied raw material worth 4,000 to FG manufacturer. Raw material worth 4,000 rupees to FG manufacturer. And FG manufacturer made sale of FG. Sale of FG, finished goods, for which wholesaler has paid 6,000 rupees plus GST to FG manufacturer and paid 4,000 rupees to the raw material supplier. You understood this? So FG manufacturer got raw material worth 4,000. Actually that 4,000 who should pay? Raw material supplier supplied the raw material worth 4,000 to finished goods manufacturer. Who should pay that 4,000? FG manufacturer. But who paid? On behalf of wholesaler, on behalf of FG manufacturer. Means it's an indirect consideration to FG manufacturer. Correct or not? Now, what is the transaction value? What is the transaction value? 6,000. The price involved in the transaction. The price involved in the transaction is how much? 6,000 plus any amount that the supplier is liable to pay. Who is liable to pay 4,000? FG manufacturer. But who paid? Wholesaler. So who is the supplier? Who is the recipient? FG manufacturer is supplier. Wholesaler is the recipient. So recipient incurs expenditure on behalf of supplier. Yes or no? So we need to include section 15 subsection 2 clause B. Expenditure incurred by the recipient on behalf of the supplier. How much is that expenditure incurred by recipient on behalf of supplier? 4,000. Therefore 10,000 will be taken as value of supply. So in the previous case, what is the section that we have applied? Section 15(2)(a), inclusion. Section 15(2)(a). That's why we need to add entertainment tax. And here 15(2)(b). Are you understanding this? Why we are adding this 4,000? Actually, who should have made the payment? Supplier. But who made the payment? Recipient. So it's indirect consideration to the supplier, so add it. So tell me what are the first two inclusions? First one, taxes other than GST. Taxes, duties and cess other than GST if charged to recipient. Second, recipient incurring expenses on behalf of supplier. Now, next one we are going to discuss supplier incurring the expenses and charge it to recipient. Supplier incurring the expenditure and charge it to recipient, either incidental or others. Related to this, I have given one chart. Have a look into that chart. in the next to next page, page number 51. Expenditure incurred by the supplier and recovered from the recipient. We need to check whether the expenditure is incurred as a pure agent. If the expenditure is incurred as a pure agent, it is to be excluded. What is the meaning of expenditure incurred as a pure agent means? I am supplier pa, you are the recipient. Your liability I incurred. For example, I am a chartered accountant and I am filing income tax return. You are approaching me to file your income tax return and you have to pay income tax, you ask me to pay income tax. I paid income tax 5,000 and I am billing 10,000 rupees to you for return filing. So I collected 15,000 from you, 10,000 for return filing, 5,000 rupees for income tax. How much should be taken as the value? 10,000. So why that 5,000 should not be included in the value? Actually that 5,000 is whose liability? Recipient liability. Supplier liability already over. It is recipient liability. Who incurred? Supplier. And the supplier is like an agent of the recipient, so no need to include it in the value. Okay. So write down this example. There is a chartered accountant and there is a client. So chartered accountant provided the service of income tax return filing, and for which client has paid filing fees 10,000 and income tax of client 5,000. So total 15,000 is paid. How much will be taken as value of supply? Value of supply is only 10,000. Why value of supply is only 10,000? Actually this income tax of the client is the liability of the recipient incurred by the supplier. So now CA will pay income tax to government. Actually, who should pay income tax to government? Whose income tax it is? Client's income tax. But who is paying? CA is paying, which means it is a liability of recipient incurred by the supplier, it will not be included. What we have seen previously is that liability of supplier incurred by recipient to be included, correct? Liability of supplier incurred by recipient to be included. But liability of recipient incurred by supplier will not be included because it is not his consideration. Actually that will be payable to government directly, so it should not be included in his value. So basically what are the examples for this? All statutory fees. A company secretary who is incorporating a company will collect the ROC charges and he will pay it to the ROC. So that should not be included in his value. What should be included in his value is only his incorporation fees. Is it clear? Like that every professional who is providing the service, so any statutory fees that they need to pay to the government should not be included because actually those fees is payable by the client, but the consultant will pay or the professional will pay and recover it. Clear here? This is called as expenditure incurred as a pure agent. Then next, see the another part. What is the another part as a pure agent? In the course of supply. In the course of supply, again, incidental expenses, other expenses. What is the difference between incidental expense and other expenses? Incidental means what? Essential to make supply of goods or services. Other expenses, not essential but adds value of supply of goods or services. Example, you are coming to my restaurant and you ordered for dosa, okay? And I made dosa and I am also incurring the expenditure for chutney and sambar. Is that expenditure for chutney and sambar incidental expenses or other expenses? Incidental expenses. So should that chutney and sambar expenditure which I am recovering from you should be included in the value or not included in the value? Include in the value. I should include it in the value. What if, I also supply you one dish, that is one vada I am giving you, along with dosa, one masala vada or medu vada, like that I am giving you. Now, is it incidental or other expenses? Other expenses. So it will add value to the product, but even without vada, the dosa is consumable, correct or not? So it will come under other expenses. Got the clarity? Now, packing, incidental or other? Incidental. Without packing, how the product can be sold? So it is incidental. Transportation. Transportation, other. Why, sir? Even without transportation, the product is complete. You see the product. For that supply of goods, is transportation essential? No. Transportation is other expenditure. Even without transportation, you can directly go to the shop and you can buy now. So this transportation is just to add value to the product. Is it clear? Then accessories, compulsory accessories supplied along with the two-wheeler. Usually when you buy the two-wheeler, certain compulsory accessories they provide na, like mirror, then number plate. Are you getting this? These are all compulsory accessories. You have to pay for it. Now where it will be coming, incidental or others? Incidental. That is whatever accessories that are required for registration of vehicle. Now thereafter you will add extra fittings to it. So one bumper you will add, then mat you will put, okay, maybe for that this axis etc and all, one mat, and the rubber grip for the accelerator. These are all will come under other expenses. You understood pa what is incidental, what is other? Clear? Incidental means which is essential. Without that the supply cannot be made. Other expense means even without that the supply can be made, but it will just add value to the goods or service. Sir, why should we make this distinction? Concentrate. If it is incidental expenses, at any stage you incur, it should be included in the value. Whether you incurred it before or at the time of delivery of goods or supply of service, or after delivery of goods or supply of service, it should be included. Example, packing charges, at which stage we will incur? Before delivery of goods. Should it be included? Yes. Installation charges. Is installation charges incidental? Yes. Without installation the product will not work. So therefore installation is incidental. But which stage it is coming? Installation is coming after delivery. Even then it should be included in the value. Is it clear pa? Whereas other expenses, you see, other expenses, if it is at the time or before delivery, it should be included. After delivery, it will not be included. Example, transportation charges. Already I told you the transportation is not incidental, it will be others. Correct? Is it before at the time of delivery of goods or after delivery of goods? After delivery, why will I do transportation? I delivered the product to you, why will I do transportation? So it is before delivery, therefore it should be included in the value. Whereas customization charges, it is like you purchased a car. You purchased a car from me, I am a car dealer, and you ordered for pink color car. I delivered the car. After delivery of the car, you came to know that everyone is laughing at you by seeing the pink color car. Therefore, you approached me and asked me to change the color to red. Now, I will do that. Of course, money, anything is possible. So, I will collect some 1 lakh or 2 lakhs from you and I will change the color and I will give it to you. I mean company, branded, company owned paint shop will be there. There they will do the change of the color, 2 lakh rupees. Is this 2 lakh rupees incidental or other? After delivery or before at the time of delivery? After delivery. So whether it should be included in the value or not to be included in the value? Not to be included in the value. Is it clear? Can you remember? So tell me what is the classification? Come on. Who incurred the expenditure? Supplier incurred the expenditure and charge it to recipient. Supplier incurred the expenditure and charge it to recipient. Is it incidental or others? That we need to check. If it is incidental, what is your answer? Always include. If it is others, so you need to check whether it is before at the time of delivery or supply of service or after. If it is before at the time of delivery of goods or supply of service, include. If it is after, exclude. Okay. And if it is incurred as a pure agent, exclude. Okay. So see this. Number 4, write down. There is a trader and buyer. This trader is engaged in sale of goods. Sale of goods. So for 10,000 and packing charges. Packing charges 2,000. Then delivery charges. Delivery charges for 1,000. Then post delivery inspection. Post delivery inspection 500. What is this post delivery inspection? After delivering the goods, they will come and check. So that is called as post delivery inspection. Suppose if the product is not working, they will return. They will take it back. It's like Flipkart. The moment the product is handed over to you, thereafter you will ask for open delivery. Open delivery means what? They will open the parcel and they will show the product, and if it is working, if it is okay, then only you will take, because there is no return policy. Sometimes there won't be any return policy. When there is no return policy, you want to check that and you want to buy. Okay, like that what they are telling. So we will deliver the goods. Our transporter will come and deliver. And you pay extra money. We will travel to your place. We will open the packing and we will see. If it is not damaged, okay. If it is damaged, we will take. Suppose if you are not opting for this post-delivery inspection, if the goods are damaged or not damaged, it is your headache only. You got it? So that's why I am collecting some extra amount called as post-delivery inspection. Now you tell me what should be taken as a transaction value. What is a transaction value? No, price. Please stick on transaction value under section 15(1) is 10,000. 10,000. First one, packing charges. Incidental or other? Incidental. Don't say anything. Packing charges. What is the treatment? To be included or to be excluded? To be included. In the given price, is it already included or not? No, it is extra. So therefore we need to add 2,000. You understood? First you need to check as per provision it is to be included or not. In the given price it is already included or not. Accordingly the treatment will change. Then next, delivery charges. Delivery charges is incidental or ancillary? Ancillary, other. Is it before delivery or after delivery? Delivery, why it will be after delivery? It will be before delivery. So therefore it is to be included. And is it already included in the given price? No. So therefore we need to add. Post delivery inspection, clearly given it is a post delivery charges. Post delivery inspection, to be included or to be excluded? To be excluded. In the given price it is already excluded. Already this 10,000 rupees is excluding this. Yeah, these are all additional. So therefore whether we need to add or not required? Not required. So how much will be taken as a value? 13,000 will be taken as a value. Are you understanding this? So we'll take a break and then we will continue with some more aspects. Okay. Okay, we'll start. So continue making note of this illustration. Another illustration, write down. There is a car dealer. There is a car dealer who is making sale of car to a buyer. Say Mr. A is the buyer and car dealer is making sale of car worth 12 lakhs. Sale of car worth 12 lakhs. And whenever the car dealer is collecting money, what is it he will collect? He will collect the price 12 lakhs. He will collect the price 12 lakhs. And there is something called as TCS under section 206C, that is 1%. Income tax. 206C of Income Tax Act 1961, that is 1%. Whenever the car value is more than 10 lakhs, 1% of the car will be collected as TCS by the dealer from the buyer. This is an income tax provision. And GST at the rate of 28%. Now, what should be taken as the value for payment of GST? What should be taken as value for payment of GST? 12 lakhs plus TCS 1%. Yes or no? No. TCS should not be included in the value. Why TCS should not be included in the value? Basically, this TCS is actually whose liability? Car dealer liability. No. Whose liability? Buyer liability. Buyer liability, the car dealer is collecting and remitting. It is actually not a tax on income. It's a tax on expenditure. Boss, you are buying the car. Is it an income for you or expenditure for you? Expenditure. On your expenditure, when the TCS is collected, you will be able to take that as credit and you can adjust with your income tax liability. What if you don't have income tax liability? This entire money what you have got is agricultural income, which means you don't have income tax at all. But the TCS has been collected by me 1%. What you can do with the TCS, you can get as a refund. Mainly, what is the objective behind TCS under Income Tax Act? Mainly to identify the source of income of the person. For example, you are buying a car of 12 lakhs means from where you got 12 lakhs? What is your source of income? To know that only they are keeping a concept of TCS which is collected by the dealer from the buyer and it will be remitted to the income tax department. Is it clear? So, there is a CBIC circular which says that TCS will not be included in the value. See that. So, page number 50, under that important notes, see the last point. As per CBIC circular, TCS collected under Income Tax Act not required to be included in value of supply as TCS is not a tax but an interim levy. So, therefore, accordingly, what should be taken as the value of supply? Value of supply is 12 lakhs only. TCS not included. TCS not included. So, GST is 12 lakhs into 28%. What is 12 lakhs into 28%? 3 lakh 36,000 is the GST that is payable. And TCS 1% on 12 lakhs will be collected and remitted by car dealer to income tax department. What is 1% of 12 lakhs? 12,000. That 12,000 is collected by the car dealer from the buyer and the buyer will be taking it as credit while filing his income tax return. That is about income tax purpose. For GST purpose, ignore it. Whatever is the money collected towards the car, the 12 lakhs only will be taken as a value for payment of GST. Done? Then another question you will get. What about TDS? What about TDS? Say this. So, there is a consulting firm. There is a consulting firm which provides consultancy services to the manufacturer X Limited. They provided consulting services. And what X Limited did is that they remitted 1,08,000. They remitted 1,08,000 after deducting 10% TDS under section 194J of Income Tax Act. So there is a consulting firm which provided consulting services to X Limited, and they remitted 1,08,000. This 1,08,000 is including 18% GST. Including 18% GST, 1,08,000. After deducting 10% TDS under section 194J of Income Tax Act. Tell me what will be the value in this case? 1 lakh? 1,20,000 is the value. How this remittance is arrived? Let 100 rupees be the value. Let 100 rupees be the value. GST will be 18. TDS will be 10. While computing TDS, whether GST to be included or not to be included? Not to be included. This is a CBDT circular. You understood? While computing TDS, GST should not be included. So therefore, TDS should be computed on the amount excluding GST. Okay. So therefore, 10 rupees. 10% na, which means on 100, 10 rupees. Same way, while computing GST, usually what happens is that it is computed on the value. So let value be 100 and GST will be 18 and 10 will be TDS. So that will be 108. So which means how much will be taken as the value in this case? 1 lakh. How 1 lakh? 1,08,000 divided by 108 into 100. Therefore, the value will be taken as 1 lakh. Are you understanding this? So, let 100 be the value and GST will be 18 minus TDS 10, 108. For 108, if it is 1,08,000, then what will be the value? That is 100 rupee component into 100 by 108, 1 lakh will be taken as a value. On that, normally GST will be computed. GST payable will be 18,000. That is 1 lakh into 18%, that will be 18,000. So from these two illustrations, what is that we can understand? TDS deducted by the recipient should be added to the value, correct or not? So in this 1,08,000 including GST, take out they have taken out TDS component, and 18,000 is GST. Means how much is the money that has been remitted towards the value 90,000? You understood or not? Yeah, 1,08,000, 18,000 is GST. Then 90,000 is remitted. What is that 10,000? TDS deducted by the recipient. The TDS deducted by recipient should also be included in the value. You got it? So what is the TDS in this case? TDS will be 1 lakh into 10%, that is 10,000. But this 10,000 is also included in the value na. So remember, TCS under income tax should not be included in the value for payment of GST. Whereas TDS under Income Tax Act should be included in the value for payment of GST. Okay. Done. So look into this important notes. Only when taxes are charged to recipient, it should be included. Example, municipal tax paid by the property owner, not charged to tenant. Will it be included or not included? Not included. For example, I am the owner of the property. I paid some property tax, but that property tax I am not recovering from you. Will that property tax be included in the value? No, it will not be included in the value. Reason being, what is the first point? Taxes, duties other than GST only when it is charged to the recipient. Then next, as per rule 35, what if the price is inclusive of GST? How will you calculate GST? For example, you collected 112 rupees. You collected 112 rupees. But that 112 is inclusive of 18% GST. How will you calculate GST? 112 into 18 by 118. That will be GST. How much is the value component? Into 100 divided by 118. See this. A trader charged 500 for a product and GST not collected from recipient separately. In that case, what will be the value? 500 into 100 by 12 will be value, and GST will be 500 into 12 by 112. And always remember, both value and GST should be rounded off to nearest 1 rupee. And CBIC circular, the TCS concept already I have discussed. Then these incidental expenses and other expense also already we have discussed. One more illustration, few illustrations we have related to this, look into that. So far we saw 3 inclusions. What are the 3 inclusions? Taxes, duties, cess other than GST should be included in the value. Second, recipient incurring expenditure on behalf of supplier should be included in the value. Then third, supplier incurring the expenditure and charge it to recipient, incidental expenses or other expenses. Now related to that only we are discussing illustration so far. Look into illustration 1. Admission to True Theatre is 90 rupees per ticket for a Tamil movie as well as for a Hindi movie, plus entertainment tax 10% on Tamil movie and 20% on other languages. In the month of November, True Theatre sold 2000 tickets of Tamil movie and 1500 tickets of Hindi movie. Find the value of taxable supply. Whether entertainment tax should be added or not for determining value of supply. Added. So first you take your calculator. How many tickets of Tamil movie? 2000. 2000 into, what is the price per ticket? 90. 2000 into 90. And what is the entertainment tax? 10%. So plus 10%. What is the value? So on that GST will be payable. Is it clear? Then next, see the number of tickets for Hindi movie. 1500. And how much is the ticket price? 90. 1500 into 90. What is the entertainment tax for Hindi movie? 20%. So plus 20%. How much? 1,62,000. So 1,62,000 will be taken as the value for Hindi movie. And on that GST will be payable. Is it clear? Then look into illustration 2. Mr. A supplied goods worth rupees 10,000 plus GST of 1,200 on 28/4/2021 with a credit period of 30 days. Non-payment shall lead to interest at 24% per annum charged by A to B. Payment along with interest is paid by B. On 39/2021, compute the GST payable. So this is a peculiar situation wherein I am raising an invoice to you. You did not make payment on time. When you are not making payment on time, what I will do? I will collect the interest. Whether that interest will be included in the value and chargeable to GST. Go back to that 5 inclusions. 15 to A, B, C, D, E. In that, read the D point. What does the D point says? Interest, late fee or penalty for delay in receipt of consideration should be included in the value. So whenever you are not paying the money on time, I will charge an interest to you. Whether that interest should be included in the value? Yes, that should be included in the value. In this case, what is the invoice raised by A to B? 10,000 plus GST 1,200. So total how much? 11,200. Now, what is the credit period given to Mr. B? 30 days. So 30 days means, when is it given? Like when is the good supplied? 28/4/2021. Add 30 days from 28/4/2021. April 30 days only. So 28 May 2021. Whether the payment is made by 28th May or not made by 28th May. Not made by 28th May. So when the payment is made on 30th September. How many days delay pa? 125 days. How 125 days? In May how many days? 31 days. Take your calculators. Check your calculator. 31 days in May. 28th May is the 30th day. So how many days remaining days in May? 29, 30, 31. 3 days. June 30. So plus 30. July 31 plus 31. August 31 plus 31. September 30 plus 30. How many days? For 125 days, supplier will be charging interest to you. You understood? Is this interest payable by recipient to supplier or payable to government? Payable to supplier. How much supplier is charging interest per? 24% per annum. Which means what will be the interest that supplier will collect from the recipient? 10,000 plus 1,200, 11,200 into 24% for 125 days. You understood or not? Please respond. You understood how we got this 921? What is the treatment of this 921? Taxable or not taxable? Taxable. And this 921 is assumed to be inclusive of GST. What is the rate of GST on invoice? What is the rate of GST on invoice? 12%. So this 921 is also taxable at what rate? 12% only. But this 921 is assumed to be inclusive of GST. Okay. Sir, usually we need to take that assumption. Yes, we need to take this assumption. Now you take your notebook. Already one page you devoted for sections under IGST and 2 pages you devoted for sections under CGST. Now 2 more pages you devote for important assumptions. 2 pages you devote for important assumptions. These are the assumptions which are taken by ICI while solving the questions. Okay, important assumptions. First point. Interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. Interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. Interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration is assumed to be interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration is assumed to be inclusive of GST, is assumed to be inclusive of GST unless otherwise specified in the question. Unless otherwise specified in the question. Okay. So generally we need to take that interest as inclusive of GST. What if the question says exclusive? Take exclusive. What if the question says inclusive? Take inclusive. What if the question is silent? Assume it as inclusive. Okay. Then, so come back to this. Now this 921 is assumed to be inclusive of GST. What rate we need to take? The rate applicable to the invoice should be taken, that is 12%. So see here, GST will be 921 into 12 by 112. But this interest GST will arise on which date? 30/9/2021. Why? Because the time of supply for interest is on the date when it is actually received. It's not accrual basis. Generally in GST, everywhere we need to pay GST on accrual basis. But in case of interest, we need to pay on receipt basis. For GST, remember, always we need to pay on accrual basis. But in case of interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration, we need to pay on what basis? Receipt basis. Whenever it is actually received, at the time only we need to pay this GST. So therefore, we need to issue a debit note accordingly. Why debit note? Now, B shows what balance in A's books? B shows what balance in A's books? Debit balance or credit balance? To Mr. A, B is debtor or creditor? Debtor. Because my recipient is my debtor. Debtor shows a debit balance. Now the debit balance is increasing or debit balance is decreasing? Debit balance is increasing. What is the entry for sales? From this question, you tell me what is the entry for sales? B account debit to sales 10,000 to GST payable 1,200, correct? And now B account is showing a debit balance of 11,200. Now interest is also payable by B. What is the interest payable by B? 921. What is the entry for interest in the books of A? B account debit 921 to interest receivable. how much? 822, and to GST payable 99, which means again the B account is getting debited. Am I right? So what is the type of the note that will be given by supplier to recipient? Debit note. When the supplier will give credit note to the recipient? Decrease in the debit balance. Decrease in the debit balance, what is the name of the document? Credit note. Increase in the debit balance, what is the name of the document? Debit note. For this interest, will they give debit note? Yes. Already invoice they gave. Now for this interest, they will be giving a debit note. On which date the debit note should be given? On the date on which interest is accrued or interest is received? Interest is received. Are you understanding this? Now, so 4 inclusions we have studied. What are the 4 inclusions? First one, taxes, duties and cess other than GST if charged to the recipient. The next one, recipient incurring the expenses on behalf of supplier. The next one, supplier incurring the expenses and charged to recipient. Okay. The next one, interest. Interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. Interest or late fee or penalty. Okay. Then last one we are going to discuss, that is subsidies. Have a look into that subsidy point. 15(2)(e). Subsidy is little confusing. Be careful. Subsidy is divided into 2. Directly linked to the price, not directly linked to the price. What is the meaning of subsidy? It's a grant. Subsidy is a grant. And from whom we will receive this subsidy? Any person. We can receive it from government or we can receive it from any other person, non-government also. Now, subsidy divided into 2, directly linked to the price, not directly linked to the price. What is the meaning of directly linked to the price? Means we are giving the subsidy, we are getting the subsidy based on our outward supply, that is known as directly linked to the price. For example, electric vehicle, when every electric vehicle is sold, government will be giving 10,000 rupees or 15,000 rupees as a subsidy. That is called as directly linked to the price. Opposite of it is not directly linked to the price. Not directly linked to the price means what? Irrespective of our outward supply, some lump sum amount we will be getting as subsidy from the government, that is not directly linked to the price. Is it clear? So what is directly linked to the price means? We receive the subsidy based on our outward supply. What is not directly linked to the price means? General subsidy. What is the treatment of directly linked to the price? If it is from CGRSG, such subsidy shall be excluded from the value. If it is from others, such subsidy shall be included in the value. If it is not directly linked to the price, ignore it, don't consider it in the value. Okay. 3 points. Directly linked to the price, CGRSG, treatment to be included. From others, to be, directly linked to the price, from CGSG to be excluded. From others, included. Not directly linked to the price, ignore. What is the meaning of directly linked to the price? Subsidy is paid on the basis of every product sold or every service rendered. Now see this example, kindly make note of this. Illustration number 7. Sale of product by Mr. X to Mr. Y, rupees 10,000. Subsidy from central government, rupees 2,000 per unit, and subsidy from NGO, rupees 1,000 per unit. Now tell me what will be taken as the value? What will be taken as the value of supply? Sale of product by Mr. X to Mr. Y 10,000, subsidy from central government 2,000, subsidy from NGO 1,000 rupees per unit. What will be taken as the value? Now, we don't know that while considering 10,000, whether they reduce this 2,000 and 1,000 or not reduce this 2,000 or 1,000. So therefore, there are two treatments that is possible. What are the two treatments? Price after considering subsidy, price without considering subsidy. What is the meaning of price after considering subsidy? Price after considering subsidy means, let X be the original price. So there is some original price. From that original price, we reduced 2,000 and 1,000. We reduced 2,000 and 1,000, and that's where we got 10,000. That is the meaning. You understood? When it is given in the question that price after considering subsidy means there is some original price. From that original price, we reduced 2,000 and 2,000, 2,000 and 1,000. That's where we got the given price. What is the given price? 10,000. Whereas another view is there. What is that? Price without considering subsidy. Price without considering subsidy means what? It means the given price itself is the original price. Original price itself is the given price, and that is 10,000. Means they have not reduced 2,000 and 1,000. You understood? Now, if the price is after considering subsidy, tell me what should be taken as the value. First, transaction value how much? 10,000. Subsidy from CG. What is your answer? As per provision, to be included or to be excluded? Excluded. In the given price, it is already excluded. So, ignore. Then, subsidy from NGO. What is the treatment as per provision? To be included. In the given price, it is excluded. Therefore, we need to add. That will be 1,000. That's where you will be getting 11,000. You understood here? Sir, is there any other way, sir? There is another way also. Now say this. How much we got from the customer? 7,000. 7,000 or 10,000, sorry, 10,000. 10,000. We got from customer how much? 10,000. And how much we got from government, central government? How much we got from NGO? So we got from customer 10,000 and CG 2,000, NGO 1,000. So this you don't include, this you include. That's where you will get 11,000 as the value. Easy. Either you remember this way or you remember this way. Both ways you will get the same answer. From the customer, how much you are getting? 10,000. From central government, how much you are getting? 2,000. From NGO, how much you are getting? 1,000. Whatever you receive from central government should not be included in the value. But whatever you receive from the customer, yes. Whatever you receive from NGO, yes. So that's where 11,000 we got. Is it clear? Now, suppose if the price is without considering subsidy. Now, what will be taken as a transaction value? 10,000. Subsidy from CG. Subsidy from CG. To be included or to be excluded? Why it is to be excluded? Provision. As per provision, it is to be excluded. But in the given price, is it excluded or not? Not yet excluded. So we need to deduct. How much? 2,000. Then subsidy from NGO. Subsidy from NGO. To be included or to be excluded? To be included. In the given price, it is already included. We have not deducted. So therefore, ignore it. That's where you will be getting 8,000 as the value. So this is confusing, sir. Is there any easy way? Easy way is there. How much we are getting from customer? 7,000. Why 7,000? For this 10,000 is full. without considering subsidy means full. This is the total amount. Means in this 10,000 itself, 3,000 is also there. Correct? Sir, price without considering subsidy means what? You don't know that you will get subsidy. So therefore, in that case, you fix the price as 10,000. But at a later point of time, you came to know that you are getting a subsidy of 2,000 and 1,000. Are you going to collect 10,000 from the customer or only 7,000 from the customer? 7,000 from the customer. Then, from central government, how much? 2,000. From NGO, how much? 1,000. So this 2,000 should not come, 7,000 and 1,000 should be there. Therefore, the value will be 8,000. Easy? Clear or not here? Any way you can do, whichever is convenient to you, follow that. But I will recommend this way. I will recommend this way so that it will not break your head to be included, to be excluded, already included. You don't have to break your head. Directly you can arrive at the answer. Done? Respond here. You finished making note of this. Now, I have given one question in the next page. Let's answer this. C Limited owns a coaching institute in Puri. The institute charges 18,000 per student for giving training in digital marketing. However, this training program is subsidized by different institutions as follows. State Government of Orissa 500 per student, PQ Charitable Trust 200 per student, and Government of Japan 100 per student. Now, what will be your answer if this 18,000 is after considering subsidy? Means you know that you are getting subsidy, you reduced it and you collected from the student 18,000. So how much is collected from student? 18,000. And how much is from State Government of Orissa? 500. How much is from PQ Charitable Trust? 200. And how much is from Government of Japan? Now you tell me which one should be included. 18,000 to be included? Yes. 500 to be included? No. PQ Charitable Trust to be included? Government of Japan to be included? Yes. Only central government, state government should not be included. What is the total? Wherever we have ticked, you total it. 18,000 plus 2,000 plus 100. Sorry, 200 I think. 200. 18,000. That is the answer. You understood? Just prepare it in a table form. Just prepare it in a table form. Transaction value 18,000. Subsidy from state government not included. Subsidy from PQ Trust, PQ Charitable Trust 200 outer column. Subsidy from Government of Japan 100. So the total will be 18,300. Easy? Suppose if this same question is given that the given price is without considering subsidy. Without considering subsidy means what? The total amount is 18,000. You understood? Means how much you will collect from student? Not 18,000. The total is 18. Means you will not collect from the student 18. How much you will collect from the student? 18 minus 500 minus 200 minus 100. How much you will collect from the student? 17,000. 17,200. So now what should be included in the value? 17,200, 200 and 100. How much? 17,500. Is it clear? How you got 17,200? You understood na? Total is 18. From that 18, this 500, 200, 100, if you take out, remaining money you will collect from the student. Are you getting this? So therefore 17,200 you are collecting from the student, and central government 500, PQ Trust 200, Government of Japan 100. Except state government, remaining and all should be included in the value. Is this approach okay for you? You will not get confused na? Okay. So we completed all the 5 inclusions. So what are the 5 inclusions that we have seen? You remember TRSIS. TRSIS. T for taxes, duties, cess other than GST. R, recipient incurring expenditure on behalf of supplier. Then yes, supplier incurring the expenditure and charge it to recipient. Then yes. So TRS. I, interest, late fee, penalty for delay in receipt of consideration. Then last yes. Subsidy. Which subsidy? Directly linked to the price other than CG or SG. Okay. Subsidy directly linked to the price other than CG or SG, and with the numbers we should know 15 to A, B, C, D, E. That's why I asked you to remember in the same sequence. T, R, S, I, S. The same sequence is 15 to A, B, C, D, E, because in exam also you need to write it accordingly. Is it clear? Now, apart from this, what is excluded from the value of supply? Discount is excluded from the value of supply. Please look into page number 55. Page number 55, discount is excluded from the value of supply. Discount is divided into 3 years. Discount given before or at the time of supply. What is the discount given before or at the time of supply? Trade discount. It is always allowed as deduction. Discount given before or at the time of supply, always allowed as deduction. For example, you are coming to my shop and I am telling the price of the product is 10,000, you will start bargaining at 5,000. Correct only? No. So 5,000, and thereafter we may settle somewhere at 7,000. Now how I will bill to you? 10,000 minus discount 3,000, 7,000. So therefore, whether GST payable on 10,000 or 7,000? 7,000. It is simple. Suppose if the discount is given after supply, but the terms are agreed before or at the time of supply, is it allowed as a reduction? Yes. What is this discount? Cash discount example. Okay. Discount given when? After supply. But whether the terms are agreed before or at the time of supply? Yes. Is it allowed as deduction? Yes, but for this we need to give a credit note to the recipient. What will happen when a credit note is given by supplier to recipient? So supplier liability will be reduced and the recipient's ITC also gets reduced. Let's try to understand this debit note, credit note with the example of journal entries. Okay, so kindly take your notebook and you give a heading credit note and debit notes. Credit notes and debit notes. What are you getting sleep? Boring? No. Okay. If it is boring, you let me know. I'll remind you about your exam. So that you will not feel bored. The exam is hardly few days here. You know when exam is? September 12th onwards. You don't have any problem for January. But for September, those who are writing, hardly few days. So please concentrate. And when you go home today, sleep properly. So tomorrow when you are coming, you will have with good energy. Don't watch mobile, don't sit and waste your time. Got it? See this, write down. First we will see from the point of view of supplier and from the point of view of recipient. Please write, at least when you are writing, something will register in your mind. Okay, don't sit and look at the screen or look at me as if you are coming here for watching some drama. Of course, this stage is like this only, but this is a class. Okay, right. Invoice for rupees 10,000 plus GST of rupees 1,200. Now I want the journal entry for this in the books of supplier and in the books of recipient. In the books of supplier and in the books of recipient. What is the journal entry for this invoice? Supplier. I am not asking anything else here. Journal entry only here. Recipient account debit. How much? 11,200. 2 sales. 10,000. 2 GST payable. 1,200. So now we are recognizing a liability for supplier 1,200. Now what will happen to recipient? Recipient books. Purchasers account debit. How much is purchase account? 10,000. ITC account debit 1,200. Are you understanding the parallel entry? So for supplier it is a liability, for recipient it will be input tax credit. It's an asset. It's an asset. Input tax credit is an asset. What he will do with that asset? He will set off against his liability. To recipient, that is supplier account. How much? 11,200. Got the clarity about this invoice? Now, there is a discount which is given. Cash discount. Cash discount at the rate of 5%. Cash discount at the rate of 5%. Now, what is the entry for this cash discount? In the books of supplier and in the books of recipient. In the books of supplier and in the books of recipient. In the books of supplier. For supplier it is loss, na? Correct. So what is the loss name? Discount allowed account debit. Discount allowed account debit. How much discount? 5% of what? 10,000. So that is 500. To recipient account. How much? Not 500. It is 560. Why 560? How much recipient has to pay? 11,200. 11,200 into 5% you take. Do 11,200 into 5%. 560. Actually we need to give the discount even with respect to the tax. Why we need to give discount even with respect to the tax? Sir, if 9,500 is the value, then accordingly the tax also payable, na? So which means the discount should be given even with respect to the tax also. But there is a difference between the numerator and denominator. What is that difference? 60. What is that 60? GST unnecessary paid for 10,000. Sorry, now GST is payable only for 9,500. On that 500, whatever GST we excess paid, we will get as a reduction in our liability. GST payable shows what balance? GST payable shows what balance? Credit balance. Credit balance. How much is the credit balance? 1,200. Now reduce it. Reduce it means we need to debit. So GST payable account debit. Means because of credit note, what will happen to the supplier? Respond. Because of the credit note, what will happen to the supplier? Supplier liability gets reduced. Supplier liability gets reduced. Now parallel, you tell me what is the entry in the books of recipient? Supplier account debit. How much? 560 to discount received account. To discount received account 500 to ITC, because already they availed ITC of 1200, but that much ITC they should not take. Why that much ITC they should not take? Parallelly you see the liability here, supplier liability is coming down now. Then the recipient ITC also should come down. ITC shows what balance? Now to reduce it, what we should do? Credit. So to ITC account, that is 60. Now tell me what will happen to supplier and what will happen to recipient because of credit note. Supplier liability reduces, and what will happen to recipient's ITC? Recipient ITC balance also reduces. Understood? Means you need to reverse the ITC. What is the meaning of reversal of ITC? Reducing the ITC is known as reversal of ITC. Then, what is the situation in case if interest is collected? Interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration. That is 1120. What is the name of the document that will be given for interest? Debit note. Interest on account of delay in receipt of consideration 1120. The document is debit note. Now again, in the books of supplier, in the books of recipient. What is the entry in the books of supplier? Recipient account debit. How much? 1120. 2. Interest account. How much? 1000. Whether they need to pay GST on interest? Yes. I told you 1120 will be inclusive of GST. So because the original rate of GST is 12%, so this 1120 is also inclusive of GST. So 12 by 112 is what? 120. So to GST payable account, how much? 120. Now in the books of recipient, what is the journal entry in the books of recipient? Interest account debit, payable account debit, how much? 1000, and this 120 can be taken as ITC. ITC account debit 120 to supplier account. To supplier account 1120. Are you getting this here? Now what will happen because of debit note to the supplier liability? Supplier liability will increase. And what happens to the recipient ITC? Recipient ITC will also increase. They will take ITC on the basis of debit note. Okay? You understood the implications of credit note and debit note? Please respond. What will happen because of supplier, credit note issued by supplier to the supplier, what will happen? Liability will decrease because of credit note, and recipient's ITC also will be reduced. Because of debit note, what will happen to the supplier liability? It will increase, and recipient also will be able to take ITC on the basis of that. Okay? Sir, why you discuss this? Post supply discount when it is given, what recipient should do? He need to reverse the ITC. See the condition. You finished making note of this. Now see the condition there. If discount is given after supply but terms are agreed before supply, is the discount allowed as deduction? Yes. What is the name of the document issued by supplier to recipient? Credit note. And what recipient should do? Recipient should reverse the proportionate ITC. Suppose if the discount is given after supply, but the terms are not agreed before at the time of supply. Example, end of season sale discount. First I will give you the product. Thereafter the product will not be moved in your shop. Then I will tell, okay, you take a discount of 40% or 50%, like that I will be giving. Now, is it agreed before at the time of supply? No. As the discount is given after supply, it is not allowed as deduction, which means GST is payable on full value. For example, 1 lakh rupee worth of goods I sold to you, pa, and you are not able to sell that. So I gave you a discount 40%. Now you will pay me 1 lakh or 60,000. I gave you 1 lakh. 40% discount I gave. Now you will give me 1 lakh rupees, 60,000 rupees, 60,000. Now I need to pay GST on 60,000 or 1 lakh. 1 lakh. So because this 40,000 is not allowed as deduction. So not allowed as deduction, GST payable on value before discount. Understood? So we have seen majorly value of supply 15.1 inclusion, a meaning, 15.2 inclusion, 15.3 exclusions. Okay.